Chapter 701. The Panic of the Duist Dog. Guigu reached out and beckoned the square formation disc back into his palm. He sat facing the tortoise god of longevity as the laws of formation arrays surged between them, birthing thousands of lethal strikes. Just like Guigu, the tortoise god rotated a shell in his palm, and identical formations unfolded in response. The tortoise god currently bore Guigu's fate, making them two sides of the same coin. Every supernatural power and technique he wielded was an exact replica of Guigu's own. Their killing moves were mirrors of one another. Under such circumstances, Guigu found that attempting to slaughter his own fate was a grueling and difficult task. High in the sky, Lord Wu'an led nearly 80,000 Great Qin soldiers as they detached from the divine statues. Leaving the cavernous hole in the firmament, he faced Xianxia and the 80,000 terracotta warriors standing behind him. Lord Wu'an's eyes flickered with a cold, grim light as pale sword chi raged around him. He was facing his own fate. By the final decree of the late emperor, he was here today to slaughter that fate, suppress the memories of the emperor's destiny, and give everything to help Ying Sihai change his path. To follow the emperor's orders by preventing the emperor's own memories from taking root was a pain that defied words. Lord Wu'an let out a furious roar to vent his inner agony. He raised his bronze longsword high, pointing it toward Xianxia, the bearer of his fate. His eyes flew wide as two lines of clear tears were instantly seared into bloody streaks. He cried out with a wild voice, "My Great Qin is willing to offer its very self to the human race, to challenge the laws, and to seek the path of changing one's fate." Behind him, 80,000 Great Qin soldiers glared forward, their eyes bloodshot and resolute. They raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "My Great Qin is willing to offer its very self to the human race, to challenge the laws, and to seek the path of changing one's fate. Kill!" With Lord Wu'an's command, a strange yet magnificent battle officially erupted. In 13 other directions, the scenes were much the same. Su Fu faced Bei Qing, who carried his fate. Meng Tian charged toward Zhang Qingtian. The Great Qin soldiers clashed with the 12 golden men. The air hummed. Lord Wu'an was the first to strike, swinging his sword at Zhang Changxiao. A pale sword chi split the vast void in two with terrifying force. Zhang Changxiao's eyes remained indifferent. At the exact same moment, he swung his own bronze sword. An identical pale sword chi emerged, equally cold and horrific. The void collapsed as a murderous aura filled the sky. Laws and rules were ground into fine powder and scattered like dust. The two fought, locked in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. The terracotta warriors and the Great Qin soldiers were already embroiled in combat. They used the same Qin battle formations, the same bloodthirsty aura, the same everything. Within moments, broken blades, severed limbs, and blood rained down upon the earth like a bitter storm. The murderous flames dyed the sky the color of ink, while the dripping blood added a startling, vivid crimson. Yet all of this was destined to be a mere side dish. In this grand play, Ying Sihai was the undisputed protagonist. The memories of the first emperor were fully reviving, flooding into Ying Sihai's mind like an overturning ocean. Currently, Ying Sihai felt like a small boat tossing in a storm, at risk of being crushed at any second. In a daze, he seemed to enter a special mental space. He was like a grain of dust, so tiny he was hard to see. Opposite him stood the towering figure of a giant. This giant seemed to stand between heaven and earth, a being who could support the 9 heavens with one hand and crush the 10 lands with one foot. But the giant's face was identical to his own. It was as if he were the giant, yet he was also the dust. "I failed," the giant said softly. His voice was like the roar of thunder, booming and making Ying Sihai tremble. "No, I am the one who failed," Ying Sihai replied with a bitter smile. Changing fate, if it is truly fate, how can it be changed?" Ying Sihai laughed miserably. His laughter was full of bitterness and resentment, his chest tight with anger. He had done everything in his power, staking his life on this gamble. He had reshaped his divine bones, established the Great Qin Empire, mastered innate treasures, and comprehended the Supreme Dao of Sovereignty. He had even gained the help of the Duist Dog, awakened the Great Qin soldiers, and gathered the 14 divine statues. Everything was prepared perfectly for this day, only for the Qin tomb to open early before the desolate heaven shell could be slaughtered. The plan was in total disarray, forcing him directly into this final step. Fate cannot be defied. At this moment, Ying Sihai truly understood that proverb. He did not believe the early opening of the tomb was an accident. It was clearly an inevitable result driven by fate. Even without Jiang Xuan's breakthrough or the arrival of Zhang Changxiao's group, the Qin tomb would have opened early in some other logical way. "It is not over yet. You still have a chance," the giant said calmly. "Now, slaughter the Heavenly Dao. Take the authority of heaven as your foundation and forge a sacred court. With the luck of the sacred court to bolster you, you will still have the chance to erase me, swallow me, and successfully change your fate." The giant looked at Ying Sihai and gave a faint smile. "I have lent you all of my beloved ministers. They are currently slaughtering their own fates to weaken my destiny. How can you give up now and fail them?" Ying Sihai's expression froze for a moment before he shook off his despondency. He nodded heavily. "Fine." While the Great Qin soldiers fought their fates and Ying Sihai struggled within his mind, Jiang Xuan was having a terrible time. Without the seal of the 9 Yang and 5 Yin secret art, the divine statue's suppression of the desolate heaven shell had mostly vanished. The shell's power had recovered to over 70%. Even at its weakest, it could crush a great saint. Now that its strength had returned, It had reached the terrifying level of a peak Saint King. Jiang Xuan was struggling to hold it back alone. Boom! The desolate heaven shell threw a palm strike, breaking free from Jiang Xuan's grand Primordial Dao technique. Heavenly energy surged with a vast, crushing pressure. Jiang Xuan retreated repeatedly. Even with a body as strong as his, he shuddered as tiny cracks webbed across his skin. What on earth is Ying Sihai doing? Jiang Xuan's face darkened. He was worried about the changes in Xianxia, and the skyrocketing power of the desolate heaven shell filled him with unease. Ying Sihai had talked a big game about changing fate, but Jiang Xuan feared he would be the one killed by heaven instead. Stop joking around. Jiang Xuan felt the pressure mounting, but he couldn't afford to be distracted while facing the shell. He could only push back. He summoned the Yin-Yang diagram and the Reincarnation phantom, the Yin-Yang millstone, the order of reincarnation, and the grand primordium. The techniques of 3 Supreme Daos were unleashed one by one toward the desolate heaven shell. He had no choice. The pressure was too great. He had to explode with power to wound the shell, and buy Ying Sihai more time. The Yin-Yang diagram evolved into the Taiji fish, circling end to end. They swam in a sea of yin and yang, generating a massive amount of law energy to power the Yin-Yang millstone. The sky became yang, the earth became yin, and the millstone began to turn, slowly grinding away at the desolate heaven shell. The reincarnation phantom reversed, and the laws of the hell path poured out to support the order of reincarnation. A corner of the cycle opened, chaoticizing time and space to force the shell's strength back toward its previously sealed state. The grand primordium finger pressed down once more, stripping away as much of the shell's heavenly energy as possible. Roar! The desolate heaven shell let out a violent scream. Heavenly power erupted like an exploding volcano. However, under the weight of Jiang Xuan's 3 Supreme Dao techniques, it was momentarily suppressed and struggled to resist. The two sides were locked in another stalemate. The massive, hazy form of the shell flickered with heavenly energy, looking as though it were fading one moment and being refueled the next. Jiang Xuan's face turned pale. He was clearly overexerted. His strength had grown exponentially after becoming a saint, but unleashing 3 Supreme Dao techniques at once was a massive burden. He couldn't maintain this for long. After all, these were Supreme Daos. Forget ordinary saints. Even the prodigies of the great ancient tribes might not master even one. That damn Ying Sihai. Helping him this time is a total loss for me. Jiang Xuan was fuming internally. If you don't succeed after all this, I'm going to hunt you down every time I see you. At the highest point of the head continent, the Daoist dog suddenly stood up. He stared blankly at Jiang Xuan, his small eyes wide with disbelief. He felt like he was hallucinating. The Dao of Yin-Yang? The Dao of Reincarnation? The Dao of Primordium? This kid has mastered 3 Supreme Daos? Snap! The Daoist dog pulled out several more whiskers by mistake. He murmured to himself, How is this possible? These are Supreme Daos. How can one person master 3 at the same time? Crazy. This is crazy. The Daoist dog shook his head, unable to accept what he was seeing. He would rather believe he had gone mad than believe Jiang Xuan truly wielded 3 Supreme Daos. Only the Supreme Heavenly Dao itself could explain what it meant to hold 3 such powers. He couldn't even begin to guess. It was beyond his knowledge and beyond his understanding. He knew what the 12 Supreme Daos represented, especially since he himself held the Dao of Karma. Because he understood their significance, he couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be? The Daoist dog seemed to think of something. His face turned deathly pale, and his body began to tremble with fear. Is the end that he prophesied really coming? No, it's impossible. The Daoist dog shook his head violently, trying to force the terrifying thought from his mind. Absolutely impossible. After a moment of silence, he cast the thought aside. His expression became firm. He had to step in now. Finding the method to change fate was no longer just an option, it was a necessity. Chapter 702. This day, I am heaven. The Daoist dog descended through the void, crossing spans of space in an instant to reach the Yin Continent. With a wide sweep of his sleeve, he reactivated the 9 Yang and 5 Yin heaven-locking secret art. The 14 divine statues, including Tai Kang, flared with renewed power as surges of heavenly energy converged to once again suppress and seal the desolate heaven shell. Unlike Guigu, who had struggled to manipulate the formation through a square array disk, the Daoist dog moved with effortless mastery. Guigu had only been able to exert a fraction of the secret art's true strength, relying on the disk as a mere medium for a technique he had not truly mastered. The Daoist dog, however, was the literal creator of this secret art. He had once used it to seize more than half of the desolate heaven's power. Even now, with the statues possessing only 1,000th of their primeval strength as heavenly saints, his casual intervention carried unimaginable weight. The desolate heaven shell was no longer the peak entity it had been 3 epochs ago. It let out a roar of pure agony. Within its hazy, translucent form, strands of heavenly energy were visibly being torn away. Its physical presence grew faint, and its soul-shuddering pressure withered. Caught between the Daoist dog's seal and the relentless assault of Jiang Xuan's 3 Supreme Dao techniques, its decline became an irreversible slide. Jiang Xuan watched the intervention with narrowed eyes. It was both a surprise and an inevitability. The shadow of the Daoist dog had loomed over Ying Sihai's grand gamble from the very beginning. This was clearly another one of the old man's experiments. A notification from his golden finger flickered across his vision. The Daoist dog has entered the fray because of you, resulting in karmic entanglement. Progress +1. Current progress 4/10. Jiang Xuan was stunned. He entered because of me? He felt like scoffing at the idea. The old man loved playing with fire, and now that he couldn't keep the lid on his own experiment, he had to step in. What did that have to do with him? Still, he was happy to see the Daoist dog doing the heavy lifting, especially if it brought them closer to finding a way to change fate. He hoped for success. In a way, this was a trial run for saving Nangong Minjiao. That was his wife, after all. Ever since that single kiss at the Great Qin banquet, they hadn't even seen each other. It was more than any man should have to endure. Suddenly, a massive, domineering pressure erupted across the old lands like a volcano. Golden light pierced through the shattered, turbulent sky. The aura rolled out in waves, crushing everything in its path. It felt as though a supreme emperor was stepping out from a distant shore, carrying an ancient kingdom upon his shoulders to look down upon the mortal world. It was a presence that made the soul tremble, and the heart skip a beat, forcing an instinctive urge to kneel and worship. Jiang Xuan looked up in shock. The intensity of this aura was staggering. Ying Sihai approached. Wearing his imperial crown and black dragon robes, he moved with a cold, majestic indifference. Each step crushed the void beneath him. His deep eyes held an unspeakable arrogance as he stared at the desolate heaven shell, viewing it not as an enemy, but as prey. Jiang Xuan's brow twitched. What happened to him? Did he succeed in changing his fate, or did he fail? Ying Sihai glanced at Jiang Xuan and gave a curt nod. Thank you for your trouble. You can leave the rest to me. Jiang Xuan hesitated, then stepped back. Ying Sihai swept his sleeve, and black laws shimmering with golden light took flight. This was the manifestation of absolute will, the Supreme Dao of Sovereignty. To be mandated by heaven is to live forever in prosperity. In this context, heaven was the orderly Heavenly Dao. By conforming to that order and forging a nation to carry the purple imperial aura, an emperor could educate millions, gather vast amounts of luck, and ensure the eternal survival of his reign. This was the path of a true sovereign. The Dao of Sovereignty was unique among the 12 Supreme Daos. It was the only one that could not be monopolized. Anyone with the resolve could attempt to comprehend it. Yet, while many had built nations throughout history, few had ever mastered the Dao itself. Even Tai Kang, who had forged a sacred court, had not truly touched its essence. Being the lord of a sacred court did not automatically make one a true emperor, but those who mastered this Dao, even if they ruled only a small kingdom, possessed the potential for immortality. Ying Sihai was born with the fate of a ruler and divine bones. After mastering his innate techniques, he had naturally grasped the Dao of Sovereignty. This was the foundation of his courage to defy fate. Suppress. Ying Sihai spoke, his voice booming like a thunderclap. The seal of state flew from his left hand, encircled by golden dragons of luck. Bolstered by the laws of sovereignty, it projected the image of a vast, ancient kingdom. Within that projection, countless millions of shadows raised their arms and cheered, their collective faith burning like a sun. A single person's faith is a flickering candle, easily extinguished. But the intertwined faith of millions creates a power that defies description. The sky shattered piece by piece. Laws were turned inside out, and the rules of the world were ground to dust. The only thing visible in the chaotic darkness was the brilliant, golden radiance of the seal of state. For a moment, all sound died. Everything seemed to freeze like a paused film, except for the seal. It moved with absolute dominance, shattering the stillness and crushing all opposition. It felt as though Ying Sihai's will alone determined reality. This was the supreme technique of the Dao of Sovereignty. Imperial Bestowal. All things between heaven and earth are only yours if I grant them to you. That was the essence of the technique. Under the wide heaven, all land belongs to the king. To the ends of the earth, all people are his subjects. An emperor's will stands above all else, even life and death. Ying Sihai mobilized the luck of his ancient kingdom, and the strength of its people to bestow one thing upon the desolate heaven shell: death. The shell, already weakened by the Daoist dog's seal, and the loss of its heavenly energy, had withered into a translucent ghost. Its power had plummeted from the peak Saint King level back down to a great saint. It stood no chance against Imperial Bestowal. Cracks spider-webbed across the shell's phantom body. Heavenly energy leaked out at an accelerating rate. Deep within the core of the shell, a hazy, chaotic object began to emerge. It pulsed with a pure, primal aura. This was the authority of heaven. This was the prize. The Daoist dog had stolen and sealed it epochs ago, only to return it recently. Now that the shell was too weak to hold it, the authority was being forcibly stripped away. The position of the Heavenly Dao in the old lands had seen many successions, but the desolate heaven had remained, because its authority was never fully taken. Whoever could hold this authority would become the new heaven. This was the Daoist dog's ultimate design. He had spent 3 epochs creating a weakened Heavenly Dao so that Ying Sihai could slaughter it and use its authority to forge a sacred court. Of course, he hadn't planned this specifically for Ying Sihai back then. He couldn't have predicted such a monster would appear. He had simply been running experiments based on the laws of karma, searching for a way to change fate. Ying Sihai was an accident, but also a statistical certainty of the times. The Daoist dog watched, breathing a sigh of relief. Despite Jiang Xuan accelerating the timeline, the result remained the same. The shell was broken, the authority was exposed, and the act of changing fate was almost complete. I found it. The method to change fate that even the great emperors couldn't solve. He could hardly contain his excitement. Quick, seize the authority and forge the sacred court. Ying Sihai nodded, directing the seal of state toward the shell to absorb the power. But is fate truly so easy to rewrite? Deep within the hidden origin space of the head continent, Luo Xinglan suddenly opened her eyes. A ghostly blue light shone with world-shaking brilliance as heavenly energy surged around her. She spoke softly to the empty space. From this day forward, I am heaven. Chapter 703. Fate cannot be defied. From this day forward, I am heaven. The voice was a mere whisper, yet bolstered by the power of the Heavenly Dao, it manifested as a divine decree. It rolled through the skies of the land of divine revelation, booming with the force of 1,000 thunderstorms. Rumble. The shattered firmament began to knit itself back together. Strands of heavenly rules grew wildly like new life, crawling across the pitch-black void of the world. The web of rules had returned. In the eyes of Ying Sihai, he had been manipulating the seal of state to devour and merge with the authority of heaven. But abruptly, the authority floating within the desolate heaven shell vanished into thin air. Then, the whisper of Luo Xinglan echoed through the world. Ying Sihai looked up in shock. He could not believe it. The prize was right there, yet it had flown away. The Daoist dog's expression shifted even more violently. His earlier excitement was completely replaced by stunned confusion. How was this possible? Everything had been proceeding according to his plan. The desolate heaven had not been completely annihilated, and he had successfully suppressed the cycle of succession. How could anyone have stepped in to seize control of the authority and become the new heaven of the old lands? And to do it right under his nose. It was a slap to his face. It makes no sense. The Daoist dog's eyes grew dark. He could not understand it. He had total confidence in his strength and his arrangements. No one should have been able to snatch the authority without him noticing. Not even a great emperor could do it, because this was the authority of heaven. Its transition had to follow the strict rules of the orderly Heavenly Dao. He believed that only he, with his unparalleled talent, could have created the 9 Yang and 5 Yin secret art to manipulate the succession. No one else should have been capable of this. Yet, an accident had happened anyway. Where did it go wrong? His face flickered between shadow and light as he mentally reviewed the entire process, searching for a leak. After thinking it over, he still couldn't find the root of the problem. Is it because of this kid? He instinctively glanced at Jiang Xuan. This youth mastered 3 Supreme Daos, which broke every objective law and common logic. Jiang Xuan had significantly accelerated the historical timeline of various events: the unsealing of the profound heaven realm, the arrival of the Great Age, the revival of the myriad worlds, and now this. No, that is not right either. He tried to use Jiang Xuan as an anchor for a karmic deduction. After a moment, he still couldn't find the flaw. This boy accelerated the process, but he did not change the overall result. His presence was merely a catalyst. He is not the root cause. The Daoist dog felt increasingly uneasy. But then why did it fail? The authority was sealed, the succession was blocked, and it was only just released. No one besides the desolate heaven should have been able to merge with it so quickly. Unless, the desolate heaven is not dead? He froze. That was a possibility. When he set the ambush and had the 14 heavenly saints drain the desolate heaven's energy, his goal was to squeeze it dry and force it away. In his plan, the desolate heaven could not die. If it were truly annihilated, the cycle of succession would begin immediately, and a new heaven would be born. That was why he had exercised restraint 3 epochs ago. He didn't kill it outright. He used a blunt knife to slowly carve away its flesh. He wanted to force the will of heaven to flee while leaving the shell behind. Everything was under his control. The will of the desolate heaven fled the old lands, leaving behind an empty vessel. He had even kept a silent eye on that escaped wisp of will. It had exhausted everything to escape to the profound heaven realm, and used its remaining foundation to establish the desolate heaven cult. He knew exactly what it wanted. It intended to use the cult's luck and the faith of its followers to nourish itself, hoping to one day return to its peak and reclaim the old lands. If that failed, it would choose a successor to reclaim everything on its behalf. The Daoist dog hadn't interfered, because the first path was impossible. A mere wisp of will with no foundation could never return to its peak. That was a pipe dream. As for the second path, Luo Xinglan, the Daoist dog lowered his gaze. He had paid some attention to the desolate goddess in his spare time. She possessed the profound Yin Saint body. Not only was she a rarity in the million-year history of her cult, but even in the miraculous profound heaven realm, she was a top-tier talent. Historically, she could easily rank in the top 10 geniuses of all time. It was only because she was born in this chaotic era, alongside the freakish great demon king Jiang Xuan, and the phoenix-fated Nangong Minjiao, that her radiance was somewhat overshadowed. But he knew she was extraordinary. She was definitely qualified to be the successor. He had even performed a deduction using her as an anchor before. The result showed she was destined for a great tribulation that would destroy her cult. Within 100 years, she would fall and the cult would perish. It was because of that deduction that he stopped worrying about her. If she was destined to die, how could she interfere with his grand plan? He didn't expect this. His eyes grew deep as the laws of karma flickered within them. He performed another deduction using her as an anchor. After a moment, his face turned ugly, filled with shock and frustration. It really was because of her? Why? The Daoist dog felt his sanity fraying. Just because of one moment of carelessness, his entire experiment had failed. It made no sense. He mastered the Dao of karma. His deductions never failed. Why was there such a massive blunder this time? She was supposed to die in that tribulation. For the first time, he doubted his own abilities. Wait. His eyes widened as he looked back at Jiang Xuan. A sudden guess floated into his mind. Based on this hunch, he began a new deduction. The laws of karma surged around him like rising mist. Light and shadow intertwined with an incomprehensible mystery. It felt like standing before the vastness of destiny itself. Snap. The laws suddenly shattered into a chaotic mess. The Daoist dog's eyes were bloodshot and frantic. A bitter smile hung on his lips. It really was because of this kid. Jiang Xuan was the embodiment of a variable. Because of him, many processes had accelerated. Most notably, the shackles of the profound heaven realm were broken early, leading to a surge in the younger generation. The arrival of the Great Age and the revival of the myriad worlds had been moved forward by at least 300 years. Luo Xinglan's original trajectory had been altered by Jiang Xuan. Her tribulation was supposed to be 100 years away, but because of Jiang Xuan's influence, it arrived within a single year. This indirectly caused her growth to accelerate at an extreme pace. She grew fast enough to claim the desolate heaven's inheritance before the tribulation could kill her. She became the successor and came here. At this moment, the Daoist dog understood everything. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He wasn't foolish enough to blame Jiang Xuan entirely. As a master of karma, he knew Jiang Xuan was only the trigger. Luo Xinglan interfering today to block Ying Sihai's fate was an inevitable result. Even if it wasn't Ying Sihai today, it would have been some other ruler. And even if it wasn't Jiang Xuan, there would have been some other catalyst to push Luo Xinglan, or some other successor to stand in the way. So, this is fate? He murmured in a daze. Only now did he truly witness the terror of fate. It wasn't a gap in power. It couldn't be fought or resisted with strength. Fate was right there, invisible, untouchable, and utterly unavoidable. Fate cannot be defied. At that moment, the web of heavenly rules had completely recovered. A brilliant, ghostly blue light shot out from the head continent, standing at the very center of the web. The authority of heaven that had vanished from the shell now rested in the palm of this blue figure. Luo Xinglan had mastered the desolate heaven's secret techniques and successfully reclaimed everything. At this moment, she had truly become the new desolate heaven, the Heavenly Dao of the old lands. She lowered her gaze, taking in everything on the Yin Continent. Having grasped the authority, she understood exactly what had happened. She knew Ying Sihai had been fighting her for this power. Defying fate to change your life? Luo Xinglan murmured softly. She gave a faint smile that carried a hint of disdain and mockery. Her cold gaze landed on Ying Sihai, scrutinizing him. Ying Sihai's face darkened. He had lost. Was there truly no chance at all to change his fate? Luo Xinglan shifted her gaze away from him. She turned her attention to Jiang Xuan, who was standing off to the side. She broke into a brilliant, world-shaking smile. Even the dim land of divine revelation seemed to brighten at her expression. My lord, it has been a long time. Chapter 704. Fierce Battle. My lord, it has been a long time. The voice was soft and gentle, yet it carried the weight of a divine decree, echoing through a firmament that was transitioning from shattered ruin to healing. Against the backdrop of an apocalyptic landscape, the brilliant laws of the Great Dao and the magnificent rules of heaven and earth served as a foil to this stunning, ghostly blue figure. She was the Heavenly Dao of the old lands and one of the rare, peerless women of this era. She was the desolate goddess, Luo Xinglan. Jiang Xuan stood in a daze, his mind reeling with shock. He had imagined many scenarios. He knew that Ying Sihai's attempt to change his fate would not be easy, and that the weight of an unyielding destiny would bring endless hardships. But he never expected it to happen like this. The person blocking Ying Sihai was an old acquaintance. His history with the desolate goddess went back 2 years to the moment he first activated his system. In fact, her presence was partially responsible for the activation of that strange power. Had she not proposed a marriage alliance, he never would have had the opportunity to reject the engagement with Nangong Minjiao. Should she not be at the desolate heaven cult, managing her grand designs? Especially with the great Luo sacred ground, and their alliance with the demon race watching from the sidelines. Back in the true god secret realm, she had personally set a trap, using the realm as bait to slaughter the geniuses of various hostile forces, including the great Luo sacred ground. She had effectively held the entire southern province in check single-handedly. If Jiang Xuan had not appeared to disrupt the situation, that secret realm would have been her solo stage, a feat of planning enough to shake the profound heaven realm and leave her name in the annals of history. Why was such a woman here, and in this manner, seizing the authority of heaven from Ying Sihai to become the Heavenly Dao of the old lands? This entrance was far too spectacular. Is this not the land of divine revelation? Jiang Xuan wondered, filled with doubt. Why has it become a stage for the geniuses of the profound heaven realm to show off? Is it because the profound heaven was originally a part of this land? Or is it simply that these geniuses are so extraordinary that they are destined to shine wherever they go? Jiang Xuan fell into deep thought. Seeing that Jiang Xuan did not respond, Luo Xinglan's eyes flickered. She tactfully refrained from further conversation with him and turned her gaze toward Ying Sihai. She gave a faint smile. Ying Sihai, Emperor of the Great Qin? My apologies. This is my path, and I cannot yield the authority of heaven to you. On the contrary, I carry the legacy of the desolate heaven, and so I must strike you down. Ying Sihai's imperial eyes narrowed as he stared at Luo Xinglan. He recognized her identity, feeling both surprised and impressed. He could not help but marvel. Even the small profound heaven realm is truly a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Luo Xinglan chuckled softly. You wish to defy heaven and change your fate. Now that I am the Heavenly Dao of the old lands, you have only one path to success. Kill me. Do it now, while I have not yet fully merged with the authority of heaven. Ying Sihai nodded. He knew exactly what he had to do. Today, he would either seize the authority, forge his sacred court, and change his fate, or he would be swallowed by the memories of the first emperor and vanish forever. However, the difficulty of slaughtering the empty desolate heaven shell compared to killing Luo Xinglan, who now wielded the authority of heaven, was like night and day. Ying Sihai's expression darkened as the pressure mounted. He scanned the surrounding battlefield. The fight between Guigu, Lord Wu'an, and the others against their own fates was still ongoing. The situation there was favorable. Whether it was Zhang Changshao and his companions or the 12 golden men, they were all losing ground. It was only a matter of time before Guigu and the soldiers slaughtered them to help suppress the emperor's memories. This meant the only obstacle remaining was Luo Xinglan. It is not impossible, Ying Sihai thought. He turned his attention back to Jiang Xuan and spoke in a heavy voice. I know you and Luo Xinglan have always been on good terms. I do not ask you to help me, but I ask that you remain a bystander. Do not interfere in my struggle with her. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Why was the narrative shifting so quickly? Since when were he and Luo Xinglan on good terms? This man was slandering his reputation out of thin air. Jiang Xuan was actually counting on Ying Sihai to succeed, so he could gain some experience from the process. He found Ying Sihai's sudden shift in tone difficult to understand. Then, Ying Sihai turned to the Daoist dog and bowed. Senior, please assist me. The Daoist dog nodded and said calmly, since I have already entered the fray, I cannot remain an outsider. I will help you. With a wave of his sleeve, he unleashed the 9 Yang and 5 Yin heaven-locking secret art, taking control of the 14 divine statues, including Tai Kang. The power of suppression and sealing flared again, covering the sky. It felt as if the grand feat of sealing the original desolate heaven was being reenacted. Seeing this, Ying Sihai felt a wave of relief and renewed confidence. The Daoist dog was an entity capable of plotting against the desolate heaven itself. With his help, there was still a great chance. Ying Sihai began to walk toward Luo Xinglan. He summoned the seal of state back to his palm. The golden dragon of luck roared and circled him, and the laws of the Dao of Sovereignty followed in his wake, radiating a brilliant golden light. His majestic and terrifying aura rolled out in waves, crushing everything in its path. He moved to face Luo Xinglan directly. Ying Sihai seeks a lesson from the Heavenly Dao of the Old Lands, he declared, his voice booming with authority. Luo Xinglan's eyes were full of smiles, and the ghostly blue light within them was dazzling. She nodded slightly. Please. Her voice fell like thunder. The web of rules covering the sky pulsed with mysterious heavenly energy. A supreme aura filled the world, heavy and crushing like a massive divine mountain. It pressed down on the souls of every living being, making the air thick and stifling, as if they were all on the verge of suffocation. Suddenly, 12 streaks of ancient light shot out from the head continent, carrying a desolate and savage aura. Each figure wore a blood-red cloak, and possessed a burly frame with eyes full of murderous intent. Huang 1 through Huang 12 kowtow to the goddess. The 12 desolate divine generals had arrived. They made no effort to restrain their powerful auras, which spread out like a rising tide. Every single one of them was in the saint realm. While Luo Xinglan was inheriting the legacy of the desolate heaven, these 12 generals were rapidly restoring their strength. After devouring a massive amount of energy from the Sea of Blood and the Heavenly Dao, they had finally returned to the saint realm. They were now strong enough to follow and fight for their goddess. They had been forged by the desolate heaven using its own essence blood and the bodies of gods and demons. In a sense, they were high-level zombies. As long as they had enough energy, their strength could skyrocket. The Saint Realm was only the beginning. With their foundations, they could eventually reach the Saint King level if they grew to their peak. These heavenly saints are yours to handle, Luo Xinglan said, glancing at the Daoist dog and the 14 divine statues. A flash of anger crossed her eyes as she gave the order to her generals. The desolate heaven had created these 12 generals specifically to counter the Daoist dog's secret art. Having been outmaneuvered by the old man in the past, the desolate heaven had remembered that grudge in every moment, waiting for the day it could repay him in kind. As you command. The 12 generals roared. They immediately activated the divine arrays carved into their bodies. An ochre light erupted around them as they merged into a single entity, filling the world, and instantly transforming the landscape into a desolate, ochre wasteland. They dragged the 14 divine statues, including Tai Kang, into this separate space. The Daoist dog was pulled in as well. Cold slaughter, ancient forbidden techniques, and secret methods that reversed life and death were unleashed one after another. The killing intent was infinite. The Daoist dog looked up. In the sky above this ochre world, there was a familiar eye. Its pupil was deep, cold, and indifferent. It was the desolate heaven. Though the desolate heaven was dead, this eye was a manifestation of a sliver of its will. The eye turned to look at the Daoist dog, and a monstrous fury erupted from it. The fire of its rage took form, and a silent roar seemed to echo throughout the entire wasteland. The Daoist dog gave a faint smile, remaining unperturbed. He had plotted against the desolate heaven and forced it to abandon everything and flee. It was only natural for it to hate him this much, even in death. He looked around at the divine array, realizing that the desolate heaven must have gone to great lengths to create this specifically to deal with him. To be able to create such a formation while at death's door is not bad at all, the Daoist dog remarked, not holding back his praise. Of course, praise was one thing. He still had to break the array. Since he had committed himself to this fight, Ying Sihai's attempt to change his fate had to succeed. He flicked his fingers, sending out strands of the law of karma into the 14 divine statues. Boom! The statues of Tai King and the others suddenly swelled to 10,000 feet in height. Their massive forms stood between heaven and earth, each body bound by thick laws of the Great Dao. They looked savage and fierce, like primeval gods and demons with the power to create worlds. Rumble. A world-shaking battle had begun. The 12 generals clashed with the 14 statues in a fight that resembled the slaughter of gods and demons. The Great Dao crumbled, rules were shattered, and blood flowed in an endless sea. On the other side, Ying Sihai charged forward. Wielding the Dao of Sovereignty and the Seal of State, he moved to strike Luo Xinglan. Suppress. The Seal of State manifested an ancient kingdom. The Dao of Sovereignty gathered the strength of millions of lives, empowering the seal for a strike of absolute suppression. It carried a will that was undeniable and irresistible. Luo Xinglan met the attack without a hint of fear. She seemed almost indifferent. With a casual wave of her hand, heavenly power manifested into thousands of heavenly punishments. Lightning raged violently, intercepting Ying Sihai and striking at his physical body. Then, she pointed a single finger. She mobilized the endless mountains and rivers of the old lands, delivering a strike that felt as if the entire world were overturning. It collided head-on with the Seal of State. In the moment of impact, a shockwave rippled out from the two of them, sweeping across the entire land of divine revelation in an instant. All things fell into a strange silence, as if sound itself had been lost and time had stopped. Then, the sound of cracking filled the air. Like a mirror being struck, the world began to shatter. Chapter 705. You cannot be too much like. The sky, which had only recently begun to show signs of recovery, shattered once again into deep darkness and void. An apocalyptic aura of destruction spread out in rolling waves, striking fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. At the center of this terrifying storm stood Luo Xinglan. Bathed in a ghostly blue divine radiance, she remained motionless and unaffected, as if existing in a different dimension entirely. In contrast, Ying Sihai was in a dire state. Cracks snaked across his massive frame, and his magnificent dragon robes had been shredded by the gale, leaving him looking battered and worn. Only the protective barrier formed by the laws of the Dao of Sovereignty saved him from fatal injury by absorbing the brunt of the storm. With a single exchange, the disparity in their power was clear. Even though Luo Xinglan had only recently claimed the authority of the Heavenly Dao, and had not yet fully merged with it, the might she wielded reached an unfathomable height that no ordinary mortal could hope to match. Not even Ying Sihai, the bearer of the first emperor's destiny, could bridge that gap. Holding the destiny of a powerful figure does not make you that ancient powerhouse, Luo Xinglan said. Her voice was cold and indifferent as she looked down upon him. You should understand the depth of that gap better than anyone. Changing fate is nothing more than an extravagant hope. Having seen through Ying Sihai's foundation, she raised her right hand. Her slender jade finger descended once more, accompanied by the power of the Heavenly Dao. Forbidden punishments manifested as thousands of destructive lightning bolts, roaring down like vicious dragons directly toward Ying Sihai. Ying Sihai's expression turned grim, his eyes clouding with a dark haze. He knew her words were true, but the bluntness of her statement stung his pride. He believed himself to be no weaker than the original emperor, for he possessed everything the emperor once held. He looked up again, his eyes burning with fury. His voice boomed with imperial authority, each word resolute. I will not lose. He summoned the Seal of State back into his palm, and used his will to stir the golden dragon of luck. Through this connection, he sent a decree to all the people of Great Qin. I, Ying Sihai, am fighting the Heavenly Dao of the Old Lands this day. I ask you all to lend me your strength and aid me in defying fate. The golden dragon of luck soared and roared, carrying his voice into the minds of every citizen. From the million soldiers on the Yin Continent, including Gui Gu, Lord Wu'an, and Meng Tian, to the descendants of the Qin family and former subjects now living in the North Province of the Profound Heaven Realm. In the North Province, at the new side of the immortal Qin family, fewer than 10,000 members remained. Upon hearing the call, they did not hesitate. Every one of them raised their right arms and shouted, "We are willing to lend our strength to the Emperor. Aid the Emperor in slaughtering heaven and changing fate. Long live Great Qin." They opened their minds and released their energy, using the luck of Great Qin as a medium and the Golden Dragon as a hub. Their power crossed the barriers of infinite space to reach Ying Sihai. Even those former citizens scattered across the North Province, practicing in solitude or leading their own sects, stepped forward without hesitation to offer their strength. On the Yin Continent within the land of divine revelation, Gui Gu was locked in a duel of formations against the tortoise god of longevity. Hearing the call for strength, he looked up in shock and gave a helpless smile. So it has finally come to this. He had been ordered to follow the late emperor's decree and help Ying Sihai change his fate. Now that Ying Sihai had chosen to take this path, Gui Gu could not refuse. He believed that even if the original emperor were to revive, he would not blame them for this choice. Gui Gu opened his mind and shouted his response. Your servant prays for the emperor to successfully change his fate. Long live Great Qin. As he released all his energy to support his ruler, he became incredibly weak. He could no longer maintain his formations, let alone fight his opponent. Seeing the opening, the tortoise god of longevity struck, destroying Gui Gu's killing arrays and driving a palm into his forehead. Deep mysterious light surged. Gui Gu instantly fell unconscious. Strangely, the tortoise god of longevity collapsed into a coma as well immediately after the strike. A deep light enveloped them both as if they were undergoing an ancient and mysterious ritual. The scene repeated across the battlefield. Long live Great Qin. Lord Wu'an cried out as he surrendered his strength. He fell into extreme weakness as Jiang Xuan lunged forward, piercing his brow with a bronze longsword. Blood flowed, accompanied by the same mysterious light that flowed between them through the blade. Both fell into a deep sleep. Meng Tian, Su Fu, and the other Great Qin powerhouses met similar ends, falling unconscious alongside Zhang Qingtian, Bei Qing, and the 12 golden men. The million soldiers followed suit, collapsing as they were wrapped in the same strange radiance. The battlefield, once filled with murderous intent and chaos, fell into an eerie silence. The combatants were all unconscious within the glowing light. Only the shattered sky, the shifting web of rules, and the violent tremors of the ochre wasteland remained to tell the tale of this world-shaking event. With the strength of countless souls added to his own, Ying Sihai's power surged to a terrifying level. His body swelled to 1,000 feet in height, bursting his dragon robes. Only the manifestation of imperial law served as clothing, preserving his majestic image. The Dao of Sovereignty coiled around his body like a divine dragon, and shimmering rules surrounded him, giving him the aura of a supreme god or demon. His presence rolled out in waves, a tide of power that inspired awe and dread. In this moment, his strength had increased more than 100-fold. Luo Xinglan narrowed her eyes. She was surprised that he possessed such a method. Using the luck of a nation to borrow the strength of its people is truly remarkable, she admitted. But in the end, this power is not your own. How long can you hold it? She smiled faintly as she stepped toward him, wielding the power of heavenly punishment. She unleashed a series of Supreme Dao techniques, bringing forth ultimate slaughter and destruction. The battle for the end of the world began anew. With his borrowed strength, Ying Sihai reached a level that allowed him to suppress Luo Xinglan, gaining a clear upper hand. This was evident as the web of rules covering the sky shattered repeatedly under his assault. However, killing her to reclaim the authority of heaven was still a daunting task. They were locked in a fierce stalemate. Nearby, the ochre world created by the 12 generals was beginning to show massive craters. It appeared it would not be able to hold the Duist dog and the 14 statues for much longer. The only reason the old man hadn't broken out yet was that he wasn't personally attacking. With his terrifying cultivation, shattering that world would be an easy feat. Living by the laws of karma, the Duist dog was holding back. He was afraid of getting too deeply involved and being targeted by fate. Standing within the wasteland, he kept his eyes on Ying Sihai. He calculated that with the borrowed strength of his people, Ying Sihai was now as strong as a Saint King at his peak. There should be no reason for him to fail against Luo Xinglan. I should keep playing it safe, the Duist dog murmured to himself. He felt a sense of palpitations, as if a great disaster were looming over him. He knew fate was watching him, issuing a warning through the Heavenly Dao. If he interfered any further, Ying Sihai's tribulation might become his own. He did not yet have the courage to face that. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, who had been the primary fighter against the desolate heaven shell, found himself a mere spectator. He watched the world-shaking battle in the sky with a sense of bewilderment. He couldn't help but feel that Ying Sihai's attempt to change his fate was a complete mess. He had been told the preparations were thorough, but he couldn't see it. Even with Ying Sihai's current advantage, Jiang Xuan's intuition told him the man was going to fail. There was no logical reason for it. It was just a gut feeling. Where is the experience I'm supposed to be gaining from this? Jiang Xuan complained internally. Just then, Zhang Zhao sent him a telepathic message. Father, aren't you going to help Third Mother? Jiang Xuan snapped out of his thoughts and looked at her, confused. Third Mother? What are you talking about? Where did you get a third mother? Isn't that her? Zhang Zhao pointed toward Luo Xinglan in the sky. She remembered clearly that the woman had helped her father a lot in the True God's secret realm. She wondered why her father was suddenly acting like he didn't know her. She figured that since her father's first wife wasn't here, he shouldn't be so cold to her. Father, this is wrong of you, Zhang Zhao said with an air of self-righteousness. Even if you can't give her a proper title, you can't just abandon her and sit here doing nothing. She was so devoted to you back then. She must be heartbroken to see you so indifferent now. She sighed and added with a serious face, Father, you can't be too much like our ancestor Zhang Changxiao. Jiang Xuan was speechless. Zhang Changxiao was speechless. Chapter 706. Ying. It was a stroke of luck that Zhang Changxiao remained unconscious. Had he been awake to hear Zhang Zhao's commentary, he surely would have jumped up to deliver a sharp flick to her forehead. He would have lamented raising such an ungrateful descendant. Even if he had overheard her teasing, he likely would have kept his face grim and feigned deafness. After all, his ill-fated entanglement with Granny Seven Stars remained a permanent, unavoidable blot on his personal history. Jiang Xuan's mouth twitched. He had hoped that a year of cultivation with the dragon race might have helped the girl grow, or at least become a bit more sensible. Now, it seemed his hopes had been far too optimistic. Her personality had not changed in the slightest. Stop talking about such useless things, Jiang Xuan scolded her. Luo Xinglan is not your third mother. You do not have a third mother. Stop making trouble. If your mother hears this and decides to give you a beating, do not expect me to help you. Oh, Zhang Zhao responded reluctantly. She gave a small, private pout. She did not believe a single word her father said. She was no longer a child. She could see the reality of the situation perfectly well. However, since her father insisted on being secretive, she decided to be a dutiful daughter and not expose him. Do not worry, father. I definitely won't breathe a word of this to mother. I promise, she said with a cheeky grin. Jiang Xuan's face darkened. No one knew a daughter better than her father. He had already guessed exactly what was going on in her head. He felt utterly helpless. In the midst of this exchange, a visible shift occurred in the world-shaking battle within the shattered firmament. First, the ochre wasteland constructed by the 12 generals crumbled. The duelist dog walked out, manipulating the 14 divine statues. The internal energies of the statues remained intertwined, maintaining the flow of the 9 yang and 5 yin heaven-locking secret art. In contrast, the 12 desolate divine generals were riddled with holes and covered in wounds. Fortunately, they were zombies refined from the bodies of gods and demons, rather than living beings. Despite suffering what would be fatal injuries for others, they managed to cling to a lingering breath of existence. It was also possible that the duelist dog had intentionally held back. The struggle between Luo Xinglan and Ying Sihai had taken on an entirely different look. Ying Sihai pressed his palm down, sending waves of the Dao of Sovereignty forward. Thousands of laws formed a cage, suppressing Luo Xinglan instantly. No matter how she tried to activate her authority or mobilize the power of the Heavenly Dao, she could not break free. This development caught everyone by surprise, including Luo Xinglan herself. Even if Ying Sihai's strength had surged to the level of a saint king through borrowed power, she held the authority of heaven. How could she be so utterly powerless to resist? Even more baffling was the fact that during their earlier clash, she could feel his borrowed strength dissipating rapidly. There should not have been an opportunity for him to overpower her so decisively. Why had his strength suddenly leaped to another level? Quiet down for a moment, Ying Sihai said, looking at her with deep, tranquil eyes. I will not kill you. Luo Xinglan froze. She looked up at him, her eyes flickering with doubt and shock. She was not the only one. Jiang Xuan, Zhang Zhao, and the other spectators on the clouds all looked toward Ying Sihai. He felt like a different person entirely. It wasn't a change in appearance, aura, or mannerisms. It was a matter of pure temperament. The previous Ying Sihai had been overbearing and majestic, the very image of a reigning emperor. The current figure possessed those qualities but added something more. A vastness like the 100 rivers meeting the sea, and an indifferent equality, as if looking down upon all living things. Noticing this change, Jiang Xuan realized the truth. His face sank, and worry clouded his brow. Had Ying Sihai's attempt to change his fate ended in this confusing failure after all? The duelist dog, with his profound cultivation, saw the change immediately. His expression darkened, and he let out a long, sorrowful sigh. He felt a sense of dejection. After cycles of meticulous planning, and even entering the fray personally, he had still failed. Fate was not something to be defied so easily. I have failed, Ying Sihai said, shifting his gaze to the duelist dog. His tone was casual, like an old friend catching up. At this point, calling him Ying Sihai was no longer appropriate. He was now simply Ying. The duelist dog nodded silently, a flicker of frustration crossing his features. He felt as if the strength had left his body. The pride he took in his strategic brilliance withered in an instant. After a moment of silence, the duelist dog spoke in a heavy voice. If I had gone all out earlier, would there have been a chance? He was still unwilling to accept the outcome, blaming the failure on his decision to hold back, and not breaking through the ochre wasteland sooner to assist. Under the eyes of fate, the efforts of others are in vain, Ying said calmly. Ying Sihai lacked the power to slaughter heaven. The moment he decided to borrow strength, his failure was already sealed. After all, his great Qin originated from me. The duelist dog nodded thoughtfully, and let out a helpless sigh. So be it. If even this method does not work, it seems fate truly cannot be changed. Ying did not show any signs of discouragement. He simply smiled, neither sad nor happy. It was as if this failure had been within his expectations, or perhaps he simply had the courage to face it head-on. Failure was failure. It was nothing to dwell upon. His next words further proved this point. I have failed, but that does not mean the human race has failed. Ying looked at the duelist dog. There is still a little time before the end arrives. I believe the descendants of the human race will be able to turn the tide and succeed where I did not. The duelist dog was speechless. He didn't understand how Ying could remain so optimistic. An immortal emperor had sacrificed himself for an experiment and gambled his entire empire, only to meet with total defeat. Who else could possibly go further? Ying smiled faintly. You do not understand the human race. Because you do not understand them, you cannot believe in them as I do. The duelist dog remained silent for a long time before sighing. Perhaps. He then asked, now that the experiment has failed, what do you intend to do? The duelist dog thought for a moment. The progress of the heavens is accelerating. The fusion is unstoppable. I will likely leave this place and go to the river of fate to take a look. Ying nodded in understanding. It is time. You have wasted many eras in the ancestral realm, setting up experiments in search of a perfect solution. However, the situation is complex, and not everything can go as planned. It is the right path to go there early and contribute your strength. The duelist dog opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. Ying had been there before and had the right to lecture him. Since you wish to go, why not travel with me? Ying invited him. The secret art you created has its unique merits. It might prove effective there. My great Qin still needs time to recover. With your help, that time will be shortened significantly. The duelist dog was startled. You have only just revived, and you already wish to go there. Should you not wait until you have fully recovered? Time waits for no one, Ying said, shaking his head. The process is accelerating, and there is no time to lose. The great Qin must lead the way. Hearing this, the duelist dog felt a surge of respect. Truly, the human race is different. In the past, you sacrificed yourself to cooperate with my experiment. That created a karmic debt. Today, I will travel with you and assist in the recovery of Great Qin to repay that debt. Ying nodded and smiled. He said nothing more, turning his gaze toward the imprisoned Luo Xinglan. He lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Luo Xinglan felt a chill. Their conversation had not been hidden, and she had heard enough to piece together the situation. The man before her was likely no longer Ying Sihai, but an ancient, supreme emperor who had once ruled a vast empire. That explained his sudden surge in power, and the ease with which he had suppressed her. Are you the successor of the desolate heaven? Ying asked after a moment of hesitation. Luo Xinglan nodded tentatively. In the past, the duist dog plotted against the desolate heaven for the sake of this experiment. Though it was his experiment, it was closely linked to me. That is a karmic debt. It is only natural for you to inherit the legacy of the desolate heaven and seek revenge. I do not blame you, and I have no reason to. Ying continued. Today, Ying Sihai failed to change his fate, and I have returned. I will take on that debt and offer you compensation to settle the matter. I must tell you clearly, holding the authority of the Heavenly Dao and inheriting everything from the desolate heaven is a massive blessing, but it is also a lifelong shackle, because the old lands are coming to an end. As the Heavenly Dao of this place, you will perish along with it. Luo Xinglan was stunned, her mind filled with suspicion. The old lands were ending? She held the authority of heaven, yet she had sensed no such thing. Seeing her doubt, Ying laughed. I have no need to lie to you. Telling you this is to give you a choice. I possess the inheritance of the Dao of Destruction. It can help you shed your identity as the Heavenly Dao and free yourself from its shackles. If you are willing, I can give this inheritance to you. Luo Xinglan's eyes widened, glowing with ghostly blue light. The Dao of Destruction? One of the 12 Supreme Daos? Indeed, Ying nodded. The old lands are at the brink of termination. As their Heavenly Dao, you can easily comprehend and master it. Chapter 707. No Return. Nothing illustrates the logic of destruction better than the end of a place of origin. Ying looked down at the seal of state in his palm, his expression momentarily distant as if lost in memory. He eventually spoke in a calm, steady voice. If you are willing to abandon your high status as the Heavenly Dao of the old lands, you can set this world on its proper course toward its end. During that process, you will find it easy to comprehend the Dao of Destruction. You can use that Supreme Dao to seek the path of the immortal Emperor. Whether you choose to cling to the old ways or seek change is entirely up to you. I am simply giving you this inheritance to settle the karmic debt between us. With a flick of his finger, Ying sent a streak of deep light into Luo Xinglan's brow. He added a final warning. Do not let greed cloud your judgment. You cannot have it both ways. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to master this Dao even with the inheritance. You only have this chance because the old lands are facing their termination. Luo Xinglan stood in a daze, nodding instinctively. Ying smiled faintly. The karma is settled. Whatever you choose, I hope you achieve greatness. In the future, contribute your strength to the human race. The future needs you, and it needs us, but ultimately, it rests on your shoulders. Luo Xinglan fell into deep thought. Ying waved his hand to dissolve the cage and descended to the clouds. He looked around at the gathered crowd. His deep gaze seemed to pierce through every individual, seeing their origins and secrets with absolute clarity. Whether it was Zhang Zhao, Donghuang Tianyan, or Dejusha, every person felt a surge of instinctive reverence and awe. Ying gave a small smile before finally letting his gaze rest on Jiang Xuan. He watched the young man for a long time with a mix of nostalgia and wonder. In you, I see the shadows of Shening, Emperor Yu, Suenyuan, Zhuangzi, and Zhang Santung. It seems they have all acknowledged you, even the Emperor of Tang and... Ying shook his head slowly. You carry the hope of this generation of the human race. Jiang Xuan was stunned. After a moment of processing, he nodded silently. I know. It has been hard on you, Ying said. His words of comfort were delivered in such a flat tone that Jiang Xuan felt a bit awkward. Standing before him was his legendary ancestor, the first emperor. Based on everything he had imagined about the man, such gentle words felt completely out of character. The legendary image was crumbling. I have nothing else to help you with, Ying continued. Fate is difficult to defy. This path is treacherous. One wrong step leads to eternal ruin. Even I am merely a small boat tossing in a bitter sea. I have no experience I can pass on to you. Jiang Xuan's heart sank. He had seen the terror of fate many times, but hearing it from the first emperor made the weight feel even heavier. He felt a sudden, sharp intuition that saving Nangang Minjiao might be impossible. If changing her fate was hopeless, changing the fate of the entire human race seemed like a dream. This path was truly harder than climbing to the heavens. Suddenly, Ying raised the seal of state. A small golden dragon of luck flew out, accompanied by several imperial laws, and entered Jiang Xuan's forge. This contains my insights into the Dao of Sovereignty. I give it to you now in the hope that it will be of some use. The Dao of Sovereignty is different from other Supreme Daos. Anyone can study it, but very few can truly master it. This path is not about the Dao itself, but the tempering of one's character. Without the heart of an emperor, even one clad in dragon robes is merely a man in yellow skin. The heart of an emperor. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. In this era, the human race is weak. You must put in more effort, Ying said softly. Jiang Xuan looked at him, his mind filled with questions. Why did Emperor Yu disappear? Where did the ancient sages and the supreme powerhouses go? What about Emperor Zhuangzi? From his dreams as Zhang Santung, he knew Zhuangzi had not died. So where was he? The disappearance of Zhuangzi was as abrupt as that of the human sovereign, though Zhuangzi at least managed to pass down his throne first. If this was the case, it was likely that Suenyuan, the heavenly emperor, and the others were still alive. But where were they? I know you have many doubts, Ying said with a smile. But with your current cultivation, it is not yet time for you to know. Knowing too much is a burden. You only need to know that we are all standing before the end of the human race. As long as we are not all dead, there is still hope. You still have a chance. Jiang Xuan felt the pressure mount. This sounded incredibly grim. The graveyard of emperors? He asked, a sudden thought occurring to him. Ying's expression shifted slightly. You know of the graveyard of emperors? He laughed and shook his head. It seems you have already been beyond the heavens. Jiang Xuan nodded. They are indeed all in the graveyard of emperors. Once I am finished here, I will take Great Qin and go there as well. Ying did not hide the truth. We are there for all living beings, and especially for the human race, to hold back the end. Jiang Xuan frowned. What is the end? Ying shook his head with a smile. I do not know. You do not know? Jiang Xuan was confused. I do not know, Ying repeated firmly. He predicted the arrival of the end, but gave no clear guidance. The mysteries in Jiang Xuan's mind only grew. When your cultivation reaches the necessary level, you will naturally understand. Seeking answers now will only be a burden, Ying said, clearly unwilling to say more. Jiang Xuan nodded, though he couldn't help but complain internally about how everyone loved to speak in riddles. I will wait for you there, Ying said with a light laugh. He turned and stepped into the void. With a wave of his sleeve, Imperial law surged into the unconscious forms of Guigu, Lord Wu'an, and the others. The deep light faded. The generals and the million soldiers of Great Qin slowly woke up. Meanwhile, the 12 golden men and the Terracotta warriors shattered, turning into pure energy that flowed into the bodies of the waking soldiers. The air filled with a rolling, murderous aura as their strength skyrocketed. A glimpse of the ancient glory of Great Qin began to emerge. Your servant Guigu Bai Qi, Meng Tian greets the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live. The generals and soldiers knelt on one knee, their voices filled with excitement. Rise, my ministers, Ying said calmly. Thank you, emperor. They stood up and looked at Ying with burning eyes, their faces flushed with emotion. Although they had followed the late emperor's decree to help Ying Sihai, they were ultimately the first emperor's subjects. Their loyalty belonged to him alone. Though the attempt to change fate had failed, their emperor had returned. This was their true heart's desire. Ying scanned his former subordinates and smiled with nostalgia. My ministers, is your blood still hot? Do you dare follow me into one more battle to the death? The eyes of the soldiers burned with a fierce light. Their killing intent pierced the clouds. We swear to never return. They roared. Good. Ying laughed loudly. He reached out with one hand to lift the magnificent palace from below, and with the other, he threw the seal of state toward the sky. The firmament shattered, and the dark currents of the void rolled back to reveal a deep, infinite passage. Follow me into battle once more. As you command. Ying stepped into the passage. A million soldiers followed him in perfect unison, their dark aura surging like ink. Within moments, their figures vanished into the deep darkness. Jiang Xuan, Luo Xinglan, and the others watched with respect as the legendary emperor departed. They knew that for the Great Qin, there would be no return. The Daoist dog remained behind. Once Ying had left, he walked over to Jiang Xuan and handed him the 14 divine statues, including Tai Kang. I have already given Tai Kang the method to use the statues to assist in building a sacred court. You can use them whenever you need. Jiang Xuan glanced at Tai Kang, who had regained his consciousness, and nodded to confirm the old man's words. Thank you, Jiang Xuan said. Now that this game is over, our karma is settled, the Daoist dog emphasized. As a master of the Dao of karma, he needed everything to be clear. If the debts weren't settled, it could hinder his progress or leave him unsettled. This kid was strange, and the old man wanted to draw a clear line to prevent any more unexpected entanglements. Jiang Xuan chuckled. Senior, I think your math is wrong. Our personal karma might be settled, but the debt between my Jiang family and you is far from over. The Daoist dog froze. The Jiang family? What debt did he owe them? He couldn't remember. He instinctively began to calculate and trace the threads of karma. After a moment, he found the source and stared in shock. Jiang Santung? That is my ancestor, Jiang Santung. Jiang Xuan said with a grin. The Daoist dog's small eyes widened. He finally understood why he kept running into trouble with Jiang Haoshan and his son. Jiang Santung is actually still alive. The Daoist dog felt like crying. He deeply regretted using that boy for his experiments all those years ago. The massive debt of karma had finally come back to haunt him through the man's descendants. Chapter 708. Third Mother. It is a sin. The Daoist dog's expression shifted between sunlight and shadow as he wallowed in regret. Back in the primordial era, he had just finished an experiment involving the grafting of demon gods when he happened upon Jiang Santung seeking the Dao. Seeing the man stuck at the king realm with no way forward, he had offered a few pointers, guiding him toward the primordial Dao. In truth, he was using him as a test subject to see if a second person could master that exclusive, supreme path. He had nothing to lose. At the time, Jiang Santung did possess the raw talent to touch the fringes of the primordial Dao. The experiment was not exactly a success, but it was not a failure either. Jiang Santung was a freak of nature. When it came to talent and luck, he somehow stumbled through the process and used the solar demon god as a foundation to create the primordial art, a divine technique comparable to a natural-born talent. He was only a step away from mastering the primordial Dao itself. However, that supreme path was exclusive to one being and could never be held by another. Jiang Santung eventually failed, and amidst the chaotic tides of that era, he fell during the siege of the demon race's ancestral lands. Since he had perished, the karmic debt should have vanished with him. The Duist dog had put it out of his mind and forgotten the matter entirely. He did not expect that while he forgot, karma remembered everything. No wonder he had found Jiang Xuan. No wonder he had suffered at that man's hands and become entangled in his fate. And most of all, no wonder he was now suffering at the hands of this boy, Jiang Xuan. This was the debt he owed the Jiang family. The Duist dog's mouth twitched in pain. He had always prided himself on remaining an outsider, untouched by the threads of fate, only to realize he had been carrying a massive karmic burden all along without knowing it. Jiang Santung was supposed to have perished along with the Kangming demon emperor. How could he still be alive? The Duist dog muttered, baffled. For a king to take down an emperor was already a miracle. Could he have actually survived to walk a second life? What kind of monsters are in this Jiang family? Faced with reality, the Duist dog could only accept his lot with a helpless sigh. But how could he settle such a massive debt? He looked at Jiang Xuan with a complicated expression. Jiang Xuan chuckled softly. Senior, do not trouble yourself. Simply promise to act on my behalf 3 times when I have need of you. That shall settle the karma between us. It was a debt he had acquired for free, so Jiang Xuan knew better than to push too far. If he backed the old man into a corner, the Duist dog might decide to eliminate the karma physically by eliminating him. 3 favors felt like a fair trade. He was confident the old man wouldn't refuse. 3 times? The Duist dog nodded thoughtfully. So be it. I agree to your terms. With a wave of his sleeve, the Duist dog turned to depart. He could no longer stand to stay in this place. He needed to pack his things and follow Ying to the river of fate to see what awaited them there. Jiang Xuan watched him go, his eyes deepening as a smile touched his lips. A notification flickered across his vision. You have reached an agreement for the Duist dog to act 3 times. Karmic entanglement progress increased by 3. Current progress, 7 out of 10. Jiang Xuan froze, surprised by the sudden jump. A 3-point increase just like that? He couldn't help but wonder if the author was getting tired of writing and had decided to break the power scaling to wrap things up quickly. With the departure of Ying and the Duist dog, the grand spectacle quietly came to an end. Only the healing sky and the figure of Luo Xinglan, bathed in blue light and holding the authority of heaven, remained to prove that what the world had witnessed was real. Ying Sihai had sought to slaughter the Heavenly Dao and forge a sacred court to change his fate. The first half of his plan had gone smoothly, staining the banners of Great Qin with the blood of myriad saints and suppressing the shell of the desolate heaven. But at the final, crucial step, he had fallen short. Just as the authority was being stripped away, Luo Xinglan had seized it first, becoming the new Heavenly Dao of the old lands. The change in heaven's ruler confirmed the failure of Ying Sihai's quest, leading to the revival of the original emperor. It was yet another validation of the ultimate truth. Fate cannot be defied. Luo Xinglan walked down from the sky and stopped before Jiang Xuan. Xinglan greets the Lord, she said, her voice tinged with hesitation. I am faced with a difficult choice, and I hope for your guidance. Jiang Xuan was taken down. What is it? Luo Xinglan recounted everything Ying had told her. Based on your insight, how should I choose? Should I remain as the Heavenly Dao of these lands, or should I seek change and master the Dao of destruction? Why ask me? Jiang Xuan asked, genuinely confused. This is your path. What use is my advice to you? Luo Xinglan bit her lower lip, looking troubled, but speaking frankly. To be honest, due to certain encounters, I can glimpse fragments of the future. I know your future is limitless, and that you will become a supreme powerhouse at the very peak of existence. I believe that from your perspective, you can offer me the high-level guidance I need. Glimpsing the future? I become a supreme powerhouse. Jiang Xuan stared at her, his expression turning odd. So, the marriage alliance proposed by the desolate heaven cult, and your invitation in the secret realm to kill those geniuses. Yes, Luo Xinglan nodded, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. I hope to show my goodwill and establish a close relationship with you. To put it bluntly, I wanted to hide behind your strength. Jiang Xuan was at a loss for words. As the saintess of the cult, Luo Xinglan had been the object of affection for countless geniuses. She was brilliant and stood at the top of her generation. Now, she was the ruler of the old lands. To hear her talk about hiding behind his strength felt incredibly jarring. He wanted to tell her that her character was breaking, but he swallowed the words. He couldn't get a word in anyway, because Zhang Zhao was standing right there, watching them with wide, sparkling eyes. He was terrified the girl would blurt out third mother at any second. He had to keep a close eye on her. As the saying goes, what you fear most will surely happen. With a flash of movement, Zhang Zhao was suddenly at his side, her eyes curved like crescent moons as she smiled at Luo Xinglan. Jiang Xuan moved like a bolt of lightning, his hand clamping over Zhang Zhao's mouth before she could finish. He had been waiting for exactly this. MMPH. Zhang Zhao struggled, her eyes rolling in disdain at her father's cowardice. Behave yourself. Jiang Xuan sent a sharp telepathic warning. Do it, and you won't get a single one of these 20 saintly herbs. He had gathered a fortune from the divine palace. Most of it consisted of inheritances and artifacts, but he had managed to find 20 saintly herbs. They were somewhat damaged and lacked their original spirits, making them of little use to him at his current level. He had intended to give them to Zhang Zhao as a snack, a small gesture of fatherly affection after their year apart. To him, saintly herbs were a small price to pay for his daughter's happiness. Saintly herbs? Zhang Zhao's eyes went wide, and she stopped struggling immediately, nodding her head in agreement. However, she remained cautious. Are you sure it is 20? Jiang Xuan countered with his own question. Are you sure you won't say another word? She nodded. Jiang Xuan let out a sigh of relief. 20, he confirmed. He slowly removed his hand from her mouth. In the next heartbeat, she took a deep breath. Third mother, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Jiang Xuan stood frozen, his face darkening. Luo Xinglan's neck turned a visible shade of pink, her head dropping in shy embarrassment. The atmosphere became agonizingly awkward. After a long silence, Jiang Xuan spoke in a hollow voice. Excuse me for a moment. I have some family matters to attend to. Before Luo Xinglan could react, Jiang Xuan hooked an arm around Zhang Zhao and hauled her away. Once they were 100 yards out, he held her up by her shoulders and stared her down. We agreed on 20 herbs. Why can't you stay quiet? Zhang Zhao blinked her large eyes and smiled. Father, put me down first. Jiang Xuan felt his anger soften. He realized he shouldn't be so harsh after not seeing her for a year, so he suppressed his fury and set her on the ground. You cannot go back on your word, he said, trying to use a calm, educational tone. It is a bad habit. He had forgotten one thing. This daughter of his could not be judged by normal standards. From the moment she was born, she had defied all logic. He had briefly suspected she was some ancient monster reincarnated when they first met. Zhang Zhao reached into her storage ring and pulled out a smaller ring, holding it out to him. Here, father. What is this? This is the entire treasury of the dragon race. Zhang Zhao's eyes curved into crescent moons. There are over 100 saintly herbs in here. You said 20 herbs bought my silence once. Based on that, over 100 herbs means. She counted on her fingers for a moment before looking up with a firm nod. It means I can say it 5 more times. She turned back toward Luo Xinglan and shouted again. Third mother. Jiang Xuan was speechless. Chapter 709. Father and daughter. I really cannot keep this daughter of mine. Jiang Xuan's face darkened, his composure fully crumbling. At his side, Luo Xinglan looked equally uncomfortable. Ever since Jiang Xuan had declined her proposal for a marriage alliance, she had largely suppressed those thoughts. This was especially true after she regained her memories and realized the future achievements of his fiancé, Nangang Minjayua. She had buried her feelings deep in her heart, not daring to overstep. She never denied her admiration, of course. Given his talent and accomplishments, which woman in this world could remain unmoved? But feelings cannot be forced. She was not his equal. To pursue him now would only earn her a reputation as a sycophant. At her core, she was a proud woman. She could swallow her pride for the sake of the cult, showing him favor and paying any price necessary. But when it came to love, she refused to compromise herself. Furthermore, having been lucky enough to live a second life, her priority was the survival of the cult. Until they escaped their impending catastrophe, she could not allow personal feelings to distract her. And yet, why did his daughter call her third mother? She did not understand. A small, unrealistic hope flickered within her, though she possessed enough self-awareness to know it was likely just a fantasy. Jiang Xuan's reaction only served to confirm that. It is my fault for causing you trouble, Lord, Luo Xinglan said, biting her lower lip. She looked at Jiang Xuan's awkward face and forced a light smile. On a future day when it is convenient, I shall visit again. I hope you will keep me in your thoughts and offer me guidance when the time comes. With a graceful bow, she led the 12 divine generals and flew away, returning to the head continent. Jiang Xuan watched her depart, his mouth twitching. What a mess. Third mother is so gentle and understanding. Zhang Zhao followed his gaze, watching Luo Xinglan's retreating figure. She smacked her lips and sighed, then turned to Jiang Xuan with a wrinkled nose. Father, how could you bear to let her down? Be quiet. Jiang Xuan snapped, glaring at her. Oh, Zhang Zhao grumbled, looking unhappy. She turned her gaze toward the 14 dragon race experts, including Ao Jing. These dragons were perceptive. They had quickly found important tasks to attend to, focusing intently on their work. They acted as if they hadn't noticed anything unusual, or seen the stark contrast in Princess Zhang Zhao's personality. If they had seen anything, it must have been an illusion. Even Ao Jing, the clan leader from the land of divine revelation, understood this little ancestor's temper perfectly. You lot, Zhang Zhao said, her voice returning to a cold, indifferent tone. I give you 3 days to locate the temporary settlement of the Eclipse demon race and wipe them out. If you fail, bring me your heads. Ao Jing and the others trembled, their hearts filled with bitterness. When the little ancestor lost her temper, they were the ones who suffered. They could only bow and comply. We follow your command, princess. The 14 dragons transformed into their true forms and flew off into the distance. With the saints of the Eclipse demon race already dead, the clan was weak. 14 saints would have no trouble clearing them out once they were found. 3 days was a reasonable deadline. She was angry, but she wasn't being irrational. Jiang Xuan watched his daughter handle the dragons with the bearing of a young empress. It was a far cry from the mischievous child she had been moments before. It was hard to believe they were the same person. He felt a wave of conflicting emotions. He realized he had been negligent. As a pure-blooded true dragon descendant, her growth rate was staggering. It was a mistake to treat her like a normal child. He began to wonder if her solo trip to the dragon race, during the Earth Emperor secret realm, had been her own calculated move. The more he thought about it, the more it felt like the truth. He smiled, a mix of complexity and pride in his eyes. Once the dragons were gone, Zhang Zhao dropped her majestic act. She didn't need to maintain her domineering persona in front of her father. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she became a cute child again. However, she wasn't ready to forgive him for snapping at her just yet. Jiang Xuan patted her head and laughed. Quite impressive. Zhang Zhao pouted, trying to look stern, but she broke into a grin after a few seconds. She shook her fist boastfully. Of course. I am very powerful. Jiang Xuan smiled warmly. At that moment, Zhang Changxiao, Gui Shenxiao, Bei Qing, and Zhang Qingtian began to stir. They woke with splitting headaches, clutching their brows until the pain receded. They looked at each other with shock and surprise. I told you there was a great fortune inside. Zhang Changxiao grinned. Bei Qing and Zhang Qingtian ignored him, focusing on the legacies now etched in their minds. They had inherited the memories and experiences of the Great Qin powerhouses. Living through those lives would provide them with insights that would last a lifetime. Gui Shenxiao looked a bit unhappy and muttered, "You never said that." Slap. Zhang Changxiao caught the comment and smacked Gui Shenxiao on the back of the head. I said it, so I said it. He barked, his eyes wide. Gui Shenxiao rubbed his head, looking miserable. Jiang Xuan walked over, seeing the older little Xiao bullying the younger one. He knew Zhang Changxiao was just jealous of the younger turtle's potential. Jiang Xuan pulled Gui Shenxiao aside. Little Xiao, it has been a long time. The turtle's eyes lit up. Brother Zhang, you have become so powerful. He had been conscious while his body was controlled by the fate of Guigu, so he had witnessed Jiang Xuan's true strength firsthand. I am doing all right. You will be this strong one day too, Jiang Xuan said with a chuckle. I believe you. Gui Shenxiao nodded enthusiastically. Jiang Xuan's tone shifted. Little Xiao, you are still young and might not understand some things. But there is one thing I must tell you. What is it? The others looked over, wondering what Jiang Xuan was up to. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat. In life, one must be honest. One must never use their seniority to bully others. Ha, Gui Shenxiao looked confused. Was he talking about him? While the black tortoise race was known for longevity, he was still very young by their standards. Brother Zhang, I don't understand, he admitted. You don't need to understand. Just remember it, Jiang Xuan said, patting his shoulder. As he spoke, his eyes drifted toward the other little Xiao. The younger turtle was lost, but the three old veterans understood exactly what Jiang Xuan meant. Zhang Changxiao's face turned ashen. Bei Qing and Zhang Qingtian struggled to hold back their laughter, quickly walking away before they exploded. You've certainly grown bold, haven't you? Zhang Changxiao said, his voice dripping with mock pleasantry as he leveled his spear at Jiang Xuan. How could I be? Jiang Xuan calmly moved the spear tip aside with a finger. He looked innocent. I am just educating little Xiao. What does that have to do with you, ancestor? Zhang Changxiao was speechless. He knew he was being mocked, but he couldn't find a way to argue back without admitting he was little Xiao. Furthermore, his eyes narrowed as he realized how easily Jiang Xuan had moved his spear. He hadn't held back his strength. Even a god venerable would have been wary of that weapon, yet the boy had moved it with zero effort. In that one movement, Jiang Xuan had displayed his true power. The gap between them had closed. Zhang Changxiao sighed and put his spear away, his playful expression replaced by a look of genuine pride and a hint of complex emotion. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. Sensing the shift in his ancestor's mood, Jiang Xuan paused. Then, he grinned. It is only because you taught me well. Zhang Changxiao blinked, then burst into laughter, his face glowing with unmistakable pride. Chapter 710. 10 years to kinghood. The matter was settled. Jiang Xuan led the group back toward the Swiren tribe. In the wake of the grand gathering, where the heroes of the realm had converged, only Jiang Xuan and his companions were left to depart in peace. Even the solitary leader of the Golden Crow clan, Donghuang Tianyan, now followed at Jiang Xuan's side. Having submitted to Zhang Zhao, he understood that as Jiang Xuan's daughter, her authority was absolute. His demeanor before the human king was now one of profound humility. Dejusa and his demon queen, Qing Yuan, watched the proceedings with complex emotions. Unlike Donghuang Tianyan, they were more optimistic. Coming from the wider heavens, they understood the historical weight of the human race and its former glory. With a human king like Jiang Xuan leading them, the restoration of the ancient immortal court was no longer a distant dream. They saw an opportunity to earn merit by following the rising tide. Dejusa had abandoned his ambitions for the great Lu demon empire. He had once hoped to learn the art of forging a sacred court from Ying Sihai, but he now realized he had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. The idea of slaughtering the Heavenly Dao to establish a throne was madness. There simply were not enough heavens to kill to make such a path sustainable. Total submission to Jiang Xuan was the only logical choice, offering endless benefits and no apparent drawbacks. Furthermore, Jiang Xuan had granted him the inheritance of the White Tiger and temporary command over the Cave of Calamity. A wise leader or a wise tiger must know when to shift with the wind. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the Swiren tribe. There was little time for idle talk. Jiang Xuan quickly convinced Gui Shenxiao to accept the Black Tortoise inheritance of the Four-Image Palace, placing him in charge of the Cave of Misfortune. After a moment of reflection, he summoned the Phoenix clan genius, Nichen Dao. He instructed Nichen Dao to manifest the Phoenix flame to open the Cave of Auspice, and bestowed upon him the Vermilion Bird inheritance. Jiang Xuan preferred to keep such power within his inner circle. Nichen Dao was a genius of the Phoenix clan, and given his connection to Nangong Minjiao, he was practically family. Since the Vermilion Bird and the Phoenix shared a common origin, this was the most appropriate choice. In truth, there was an even better option. Jiang Xuan himself. Possessing the Vermilion Bird's sacred body, no one was more compatible. However, he was already burdened with too many legacies, and lacked the energy to cultivate another. Moreover, The four-image palace was a specialized treasure of immense destructive power. He intended to use it frequently in the future, and it would be beneath his dignity to personally man the battlements every time. It was far more impressive to wave a hand and have his subordinates sweep away all opposition. He imagined a scene where Tai Kang, Gui Xinxiao, Dejusa, and Nichen Dao stepped forward to manifest the azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and vermilion bird. Such a display would be breathtaking. Even if it did not match the legendary 9 dragons pulling a coffin, it would certainly overshadow any lesser techniques. As the human king, he had a reputation and a certain level of grandeur to maintain. He could not be like Luo Xinglan, letting his public persona crumble at every turn. With the 4 guardians chosen, the 4-image palace was officially awakened. This secret treasure, forged by the Earth Emperor, finally regained a spark of its ancient sharpness. Jiang Xuan felt a flicker of anticipation, wondering who the lucky soul would be to first taste the palace's terrifying might. Afterward, Jiang Xuan took what remained of his private treasury and handed a portion to the 3 ancestors. He told them with a smile that the land of divine revelation was now safe. They were free to continue exploring or enter seclusion within the Swiren tribe as they saw fit. He explained that he had many tasks ahead and might not be able to look after them personally. The 3 ancestors stared at him, feeling a bit stung. To them, his words were far from subtle. He was essentially telling them they were too weak and had fallen behind. Zhang Xianxia looked at the storage ring and huffed, his beard twitching. He declared that he didn't care for Jiang Xuan's handouts, trying to maintain an air of dignified defiance. But while he played at being stubborn, his actions were honest. His divine sense instinctively probed the ring. A moment later, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He stared at Jiang Xuan in disbelief, asking if he had robbed the Heavenly Dao of the old lands. Jiang Xuan sighed, telling the old man that if he was going to be like that, he could give it back. Before he could finish, Zhang Changxiao snatched the ring out of his hand, muttering that the boy finally showed some filial piety. He gave a quick look to Beiqing and Zhang Qingtian and immediately bolted, streaking away from the Swiren tribe like a bolt of light. He called back that they didn't need him to worry, and that he should focus on his own work. Beiqing and Zhang Qingtian looked at each other and shook their heads. They thought they were used to Zhang Changxiao's antics, but they had clearly underestimated him. Zhang Qingtian smiled at Jiang Xuan, telling him to go ahead without worry. They intended to wander the land of divine revelation a bit longer. Jiang Xuan nodded. These 3 were veterans of the world. They wouldn't be able to stay still in a land so full of opportunity. Forcing them to stay in the tribe would only make them restless, especially Zhang Changxiao. Beiqing looked at Jiang Xuan, his voice heavy with emotion. He told Jiang Xuan that he was entrusting his disciple to him. Jiang Xuan smiled and promised that the day he would marry Nanggong Minjaya was not far off. Though fate was a heavy burden and changing it seemed impossible, he chose to carry that weight alone. There was no need to make the others worry. Beiqing managed a small smile, hiding the bitterness in his heart. He patted Jiang Xuan on the shoulder and departed with Zhang Qingtian, following the direction Zhang Changxiao had taken. Jiang Xuan watched them go, then turned to continue his deployments. Following the events surrounding the Great Qin gathering, there were no major hostile forces left in the land of divine revelation. Most races had already been consolidated. Now was the time to rest, build strength, and prepare for the end of the trial. Once the gates opened, they would need to move quickly to support the various human worlds against the invading armies. Jiang Xuan knew the invasion was coming thanks to information from Dejusa. Specifically, the demon queen Qing Yuan had received a message from the main Fox clan branch outside their realm, telling them to prepare for a link-up. Dejusa had logically concluded that the Fox clan would not be the only ones descending. Combined with reports from Tuba Xinkai and Xianxia about the Eclipse demon race and the Shura race, the situation across the heavens was becoming clear. The danger facing the human race was imminent. Whether it was the Suantian realm or the Dao Saint realm, the human race was currently weak. High-level combatants were scarce, and saints were few and far between. It would be incredibly difficult for humanity to withstand the coming onslaught. A single mistake could lead to total annihilation. No one knew how strong the invading armies would be. If they were merely at the saint or great saint level, humanity stood a chance. But if they brought saint kings, saint monarchs, or even saint venerables, there would be no stopping them. They could not pin all their hopes on the legendary figures of old. It was unrealistic to pray for the human emperor or the emperor's Wangsa to appear and save the day. Ying had already hinted at the reality of the situation. The pressure on Jiang Xuan was immense. The only good news was that he still had time. While the land of divine revelation would only be open for 10 days in the outside world, the time dilation inside meant those 10 days were equivalent to 10 years. Only a month had passed so far. 10 years was enough time to help his allies and the geniuses like Tuba Xinkai and Xianxia reach a new level of power. The real challenge lay in the top-tier combat power. Since he could not predict the strength of the invaders, he had to prepare for the worst. 10 years to reach kinghood, Jiang Xuan whispered to himself, his eyes filling with resolve. It should be possible. Chapter 711. The Tomb of Brahma. The powerful warriors gathered at the Swiren tribe, whether they were the heads of subjugated races or the geniuses of the human clans, required little of Jiang Xuan's direct attention. Once the necessary resources and inheritances were distributed, their progress rested on their own shoulders. He could not act as a personal caretaker for every individual. Such an endeavor was both unrealistic and counterproductive. His primary focus remained on his own path. First, he had to lead a rescue mission to Sunset City. Every added human faction increased their collective leverage. Furthermore, since that city belonged to a branch of humanity from beyond the known heavens, a successful rescue could serve as a vital bridge, allowing him to shift from a reactive defense to a proactive offense. Knowing that the armies from beyond the void would soon descend, a strategy of simply waiting and fortifying positions was not a long-term solution. Using Sunset City as a forward base to strike first was the superior tactic. Due to the difference in time dilation between the two regions, the hour he had asked Luo Xinglan and her companion to wait translated to roughly 1 month. About half of that time had already elapsed. He had much to do in the remaining 15 days. Most importantly, Tai Kang's strength had to be elevated back to the Saint Monarch level. This was a non-negotiable requirement for the rescue. General Qiyu, the leader of the forces besieging Sunset City, was a half-step Saint Monarch. Without Tai Kang reaching that level, they would have no way to overcome such an obstacle. The solution rested entirely with the life spirit. If that creature cooperated and produced enough life essence, the task would be simple. However, the spirit was currently proving to be less than helpful. I have fed you so many saintly corpses, yet you only offer this much life essence? Jiang Xuan asked, dabbing the life spirit's shell between 2 fingers and staring at it with clear dissatisfaction. The life spirit looked as if it were on the verge of tears. Master, Old Green is truly doing his best. The blood and souls of those saints are long gone. To refine 400 strands of life essence from what was left required grinding those corpses into nothingness. I have used every ounce of my strength. Life essence is energy. I cannot simply conjure it out of thin air. Stop lying, Jiang Xuan said, rolling his eyes. You are an elemental spirit born of the Great Dao of life. Creating life essence is your innate talent. You are perfectly capable of drawing from the Dao to manifest energy. Do you really think I am ignorant of your nature? The life spirit froze, its heart racing. How could his master possibly know that? It quickly forced a flattering smile. Master is indeed the human king. Your wisdom is vast, and your knowledge is boundless. Jiang Xuan answered with a cold sneer. A shiver ran down the spirit's spine. Without a word, it transformed into a streak of green light, and of toward Zhang Zhao's shoulder. Little master, Old Green missed you so much. It wailed. The master was far too dangerous. Safety lay only with the child. Jiang Xuan watched the exchange, tempted to throttle the creature. He knew the spirit was pocketing resources for itself, and he wondered if it took his patience for weakness. However, life essence was a critical strategic resource. With enough of it, he could stabilize his forces, bolster high-level competence, and revive ancient warriors to quickly build a formidable middle-tier army. The primary threat facing humanity was the lack of top-tier power and a solid foundation of mid-level experts. Life essence could bridge that gap. This was why he tolerated the spirit's antics. Having experienced the memories of the ancestor Zhang Santung, he understood the creature's history. It bore no malice. It had simply been exploited so severely by the solar demon god in the past that it now hoarded resources out of a deep-seated fear of being left with nothing. Jiang Xuan shook his head as the spirit clung to Zhang Zhao like a shield. He decided not to press the issue further, but his voice remained firm. I do not care how you manage it, but I want another 100 strands of life essence within 15 days. What? The spirit's small eyes went wide. Master, relying on my own cultivation alone, 100 strands in 2 weeks is impossible. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed as he prepared to scold the creature, but Zhang Zhao beat him to it. She reached out, pinched the spirit's head, and glared at it. Enough nonsense, she barked. You will do exactly as my father commands. If you are useless, why should we keep you? 200 strands in 15 days. If you are short by even 1, I will peel you out of that shell. The life spirit was stunned. It had gone from 100 to 200. How had the price doubled? It lamented its fate, wondering why the daughter was even more ruthless than the father. It seemed there was no one left to protect him. Do you have a problem with that? Zhang Zhao asked, her voice icy. The spirit trembled. No problem at all. Good, Zhang Zhao said, patting the spirit back onto her shoulder. She turned to Jiang Xuan with a bright, crescent moon smile. See, father? All handled. Jiang Xuan could only stare. His daughter was certainly efficient. With his deployments in place, Jiang Xuan moved to his next objective. He took Tai Kang, Gui Shenxiao, Dejusa, and Nichindao, along with Zhang Zhao and Donghuang Tianyan, toward the Primordial Gold Tower. He intended to spend these 15 days climbing the Primordial Gold rankings. Even if he couldn't take the top spot immediately, he needed to clear as many levels as possible. The rankings would only remain open for a year, and he had to secure the first position to claim the special heavenly blessing. Only then could he upgrade the Swiren torch into an item of origin and bring the flame of the human race back to the wider heavens. The schedule was tight. He had brought Donghuang Tianyan, the Golden Crow, at Zhang Zhao's insistence. Her logic was that as a human king, he needed to travel in style, and a carriage pulled by a Golden Crow was the bare minimum for his status. Jiang Xuan decided to indulge her, though he told himself it wasn't because he agreed with her. He preferred to remain low profile, after all. Thus, the proud leader of the Golden Crow clan became a beast of burden. This arrangement allowed the others to enjoy the ride as well. Being descendants of great calamities, they were technically of equal bloodline status, but Donghuang Tianyan had been a saint for a long time, and was significantly more powerful. Gui Shenxiao, who had yet to reach the saint realm, was particularly overwhelmed by the prestige of their transport. He realized that following Jiang Xuan meant living a life of luxury and power. Donghuang Tianyan was frustrated, but he was wise enough to bow his head. He recognized Jiang Xuan's limitless potential and knew that following him would lead to unimaginable opportunities. If he had to serve as a horse now, he would surely become a legendary figure in the future. Half an hour later, the golden flames of the golden crow scorched the void as they arrived at the ancient runes marking the location of the tower. Donghuang Tianyan reverted to his human form and stood respectfully to the side. Despite his regal golden robes and intimidating presence, his attitude was entirely humble. "Well done," Zhang Zhao said, tossing him a metaphorical bone. "The princess's guidance is peerless," he replied. Dejusa and Dao exchanged a wary look. This golden crow was a dangerous rival. He was a clan leader, yet his ability to flatter was seamless and professional. Zhang Zhao nodded in satisfaction and looked at her father. "I picked a good one, didn't I?" Jiang Xuan rubbed his forehead. He couldn't understand why the people around him were becoming increasingly eccentric. He wondered who was responsible for this shift in tone. The answer came to him instantly. Zhang Changxiao. Ever since that ancestor had appeared, his life as a serious protagonist had slowly devolved into a surreal comedy. Meanwhile, at a ruin on the Yin Yi Continent, Zhang Changxiao let out a loud sneeze. He rubbed his nose, wondering which of his descendants was talking behind his back. He turned his attention back to the handsome youth standing before him. He looked the boy up and down with a strange expression. "You say you are my junior brother?" Zhang Feng nodded and smiled at the two older men. "Master told me that if I encountered any problems in the land of divine revelation that I couldn't solve, I should seek out my senior brothers for help. This is the tomb of Brahma, the previous Heavenly Dao of the old lands. It contains his inheritance, which is perfectly compatible with my life force, and will greatly improve my potential. I hope you two will help me open it." Zhang Changxiao and Zhang Qingtian looked at each other. Had their master really taken another disciple? Nearby, the Saint Bei Qing and the dog race expert, Zhu Shen, watched the trio with uncertainty, wondering if these three truly shared the same lineage. In the next moment, Zhang Changxiao made a decision. "Retreat," he barked, turning to leave immediately. "Senior brother?" Zhang Feng asked, confused. This was not what his master had told him would happen. Was Zhang Changxiao really his senior? Chapter 712. The Strength of Zhang Zhao. The group entered the Primordial Gold Tower, finding themselves in a world of endless, blinding white. This was the White Realm. Before they could even draw close to the center, the current situation became clear. In the heart of this space, a white-clad version of Jiang Xuan stood suspended between heaven and earth, sword in hand. A mocking smile played on his lips as he looked down at a battered, bloodied figure below him. "You are persistent," the white Jiang Xuan said calmly. "But in the face of absolute power, persistence is just a synonym for a futile death struggle. Give up. This pointless resistance does not temper your will or prove your courage. It only proves, over and over again, that you are a weakling who cannot see reality or recognize his own limitations." Diming Huang's face was dark with fury. He stared back with eyes full of resentment and unyielding pride. He could not accept this. Jiang Xuan had been crowned the human king, so he could accept being inferior to the man himself for a time. But there was no reason he should be unable to defeat a mere manifestation inside this tower, especially since his opponent was only at the noble realm. "Defeating you is only a matter of time," Diming Huang roared. The white Jiang Xuan laughed, his contempt unconcealed. "Perhaps. But time is something you do not have much of." From a distance, Zhang Zhao watched the exchange, her head tilted in curiosity. "Father, that person looks exactly like you." Jiang Xuan chuckled and offered a simple explanation. "That is the will of the White Realm. After I cleared this floor, it took on my appearance." "I see," Zhang Zhao said, tapping a finger against her chin thoughtfully. Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Then if I win, will it turn into me?" "It should," Jiang Xuan replied with a hesitant nod. He couldn't be entirely sure, as no one else had succeeded since the tower changed. When the guardian was by Dao, the difficulty was already immense. Now that it had become a reflection of Jiang Xuan, the difficulty had surged tenfold. Still, he had confidence in his own strength. After all, even Diming Huang was being crushed, and he was the great-grandson of a human emperor and a verified saint. "I want to try," Zhang Zhao said, her excitement growing. She was curious about her father's true strength, but her status made it awkward to challenge him directly. This manifestation was the perfect test subject. Even if this version only possessed a fraction of her father's true power, it would be enough to gauge his current level. If he was already as strong as she suspected, she wouldn't have to rush to undo the final 3 seals on her bloodline. Those last seals would grant her a massive power boost and allow her to fully return to her ancestral form as an ancestor dragon, but the process was quite painful. "Go ahead," Jiang Xuan said, patting her head. He turned to Tai Kang and the others. "I am going to continue climbing the rankings. You may train here or try the challenges on the other floors. We will meet back here in 12 days. Tai Kang and the others bowed. "Understood. Good luck, father." Zhang Zhao cheered, waving a small fist. Jiang Xuan smiled and vanished into the void, heading for the bronze space of the 3rd floor. As soon as he was gone, Zhang Zhao's expression shifted. Her playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, majestic indifference. She swept a gaze over Tai Kang, Donghuang Tianyan, and the others. "You have 12 days. Use them as you wish, but do not be late. If you delay our departure, do not expect me to be merciful. The 5 men exchanged looks, marveling at how naturally she switched between a child and a ruler. They didn't dare show any disrespect, simply bowing their heads in unison. Satisfied, Jiang Xuan turned and walked toward the center of the White Realm. She needed to fight this shadow to decide if she should unseal her bloodline early to aid her father. Senior, I still have questions regarding the Vermilion Bird inheritance, Nichen Dao said, approaching Tai Kang with a respectful bow. Tai Kang looked at him, thought for a moment, and nodded. Since they were all serving Jiang Xuan, helping a colleague might earn him some favor with the human king later. Meanwhile, Dijisa, Gui Shenxiao, and Donghuang Tinyan conferred briefly before following Zhang Zhao. They wanted to attempt the rankings themselves and see exactly how they measured up against the shadow of Jiang Xuan. They knew they were not his equal, but they wanted to know how large the gap truly was. At the center of the realm, the wounded De Minghuang sat cross-legged, using several saintly herbs to heal his battered body. Over the past few days, he had lost nearly 1,000 times. He refused to give up. He came from a powerful lineage and could afford to burn through resources to heal his injuries. He wouldn't leave until he succeeded. This was no longer just about a trial. Jiang Xuan had become a mental block. If he didn't defeat this shadow, his cultivation might stall forever. Zhang Zhao arrived and glanced at him with mild interest. She had kept an eye on this prince who had fled from the ancient era to the present day. His status could potentially interfere with her father's role as the human king and his future rule over humanity. When she first entered the old lands, she had considered killing him to remove the obstacle. But given that the human race was already weak, she decided that even an arrogant prince was a valuable asset for their survival. Looking at him now, she realized she had overestimated him. A man who couldn't even beat a shadow of her father was no rival at all. Even if he had another 100,000 years, he wouldn't stand in her father's way. De Minghuang noticed her arrival but paid her no mind. She was just a little girl, dragon blood or not. No matter how pure her lineage was, it didn't matter. As the great-grandson of a human emperor, his blood was more noble than anyone's. He had failed 1,000 times. This dragon girl would be no different. He hated to admit it, but Jiang Xuan had turned the first floor into an impassable wall. He was certain that no ordinary saint could clear this challenge now. The white Jiang Xuan looked at Zhang Zhao, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. I am Jiang Xuan. I wish to grant you my inheritance. What do you say? He was following the standard protocol of the tower, leading with the temptation of power. Zhang Zhao looked at the shadow with a strange expression. The fake even sounded like her father, but it wasn't nearly as handsome as the real thing. Her fist moved before the thought even finished. Third form of the true dragon art. The heaven-seizing claw. Golden divine light erupted, forming a massive dragon claw that lunged for the white Jiang Xuan. The void crumbled wherever the claw passed, leaving behind nothing but chaotic darkness. The true dragon art. De Minghuang's eyes snapped open. He possessed enough knowledge to recognize the dragon race's supreme technique, which rivaled the arts of emperors. It was a sign of the highest dragon lineage. For this girl to use it so easily meant she was a high-level dragon, perhaps even a pure blood. He felt a twinge of unease. He had heard the dragons had declined and gone into hiding, yet they could still produce a descendant with this much potential. Back when his grandfather was alive, the human race was at its peak, and even the dragons had to bow their heads. But humanity was in a different position now. If the dragons produced another monster like this, they might not stay peaceful for long. If the other races invaded again, would the dragons stand by, or would they take the opportunity to strike at a weakened humanity? De Minghuang grew worried. Wait, he realized, looking at the white Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan actually did us a favor. By taking over this floor, he created a barrier that prevents other races from climbing the rankings. He felt a surge of relief. He knew how strong the shadow was. Even a saint of the third tribulation would struggle against it. This dragon girl was doomed to fail. Suddenly, as the dragon claw reached him, the white Jiang Xuan didn't even try to dodge. He stood still and took the hit full force. An explosion rocked the space. The shadow was shattered into dust. Within seconds, the white mist surged and coalesced into a new version of the Guardian. You win, the white Jiang Xuan said. De Minghuang's jaw dropped. What? That worked. Chapter 713. Success is all about connections. Zhang Zhao stood in the center of the White Realm, feeling a profound sense of confusion. Was her father's manifestation really this weak? Was this a reflection of his true power, or was the Guardian simply unable to replicate his full strength? She couldn't be certain. I should prepare for the worst, she thought to herself. It seems necessary to unseal the final 3 layers of my bloodline after all, just in case. If my father actually needs the help, I cannot afford to be lacking. Meanwhile, Dijisa, Donghuang Tianyan, and Gui Shenxiao arrived at the heart of the realm. They had just witnessed Zhang Zhao shatter the white Jiang Xuan with a single strike. They were stunned. This little ancestor was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The proof was right in front of them. De Minghuang, the great-grandson of a human emperor, sat nearby with a slack jaw and wide eyes. His shock spoke volumes. One couldn't exactly claim that a prince of his stature was merely a decorative fighter. If he was struggling this hard, then the girl's feat was truly extraordinary. Congratulations, you have passed the first trial, the white Jiang Xuan said to Zhang Zhao. You may proceed to the next floor. Zhang Zhao gave him a skeptical look. Her father had told her that once a challenger succeeded, the world's will would take on that challenger's form. Why hadn't the Guardian turned into her? Why did it still look like her father? Father lied to me again, she thought, her nose wrinkling in frustration. She let out a dissatisfied huff and followed the invisible pull of the tower toward the next floor. She planned to clear as many levels as possible. Breaking her final seals would require a staggering amount of energy, far more than the resources she had brought from the Dragon Clan. Claiming rewards from the higher rankings of the Primordial Gold Tower seemed like the perfect way to fill that gap. The white Jiang Xuan breathed a secret sigh of relief as he watched her go. At least he had managed to see that little ancestor off without any incidents. He could feel the deep, undeniable connection between her and the true Jiang Xuan. As a manifestation that was now essentially shaped by Jiang Xuan's own will, what choice did he have? He had to go easy on her. What else could he do? What else did he dare to do? If he accidentally scratched her, and Jiang Xuan decided to settle the score, 10,000 versions of him wouldn't be enough to pay the price. He knew exactly what had happened to the Black Realm. It will had high ambitions and refused to be a caged bird within the tower, eventually choosing to abandon its realm entirely. The White Guardian didn't share those lofty goals. Even if he did, he doubted Jiang Xuan would bother taking him along. At the center of the floor, the three followers looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, Dejusa stepped forward and bowed respectfully toward the white Jiang Xuan. "Please, guide me," he requested. The white Jiang Xuan looked at him with indifference. Now that the little girl was gone, he didn't feel the need to be overly cautious. He was prepared to uphold the rules of the tower and fulfill his duty. Did they want to pass? Not a chance. Since being re-educated by Jiang Xuan, he had vowed that no one else would succeed on this floor. Wait, he thought, adding a mental footnote to his vow. That girl didn't count. As he glanced at Dejusa, the Guardian felt a sudden twitch in his spirit. Something felt wrong. He stared at the tiger warrior, exerting the immense pressure of a world's will. Dejusa felt his heart tighten, as if he were facing an entire universe alone. In that moment, Dejusa truly understood why Deminghuang had lost so miserably. This guardian was monstrously strong. By comparison, he began to realize that Zhang Zhao and Jiang Xuan were on a level that defied imagination. Does this guy have a connection to Jiang Xuan too? The guardian wondered, his expression souring. He could detect a trace of Jiang Xuan's aura on Dejusa. If he wasn't mistaken, this was one of Jiang Xuan's retainers. He felt like pulling his hair out. It was bad enough that Jiang Xuan had conquered the tower, but did he have to bring his entire entourage along? Deminghuang watched from the sidelines, still reeling from Zhang Zhao's effortless victory. Now he saw a powerful member of the White Tiger clan stepping up. He was curious, but mostly he was looking forward to seeing someone else get thrashed. His eyesight was sharp enough to see that while Dejusa possessed the blood of the White Tiger, his lineage wasn't nearly as pure as the Dragon Girl's. This tiger was likely at 80 or 90% purity, while she was likely a pure blood. Though they were both in the Saint realm, that difference in blood meant a world of difference in power. Deminghuang calculated that this tiger was definitely weaker than himself. Then he looked at the other two, a golden crow and a black tortoise. Why were so many top-tier descendants of great calamities appearing at once? That golden crow should be decent, at least as strong as a saint of the third tribulation, Deminghuang noted, sensing the heat from Donghuang Tianyan. Then his gaze fell on Gui Shenxiao, and his expression turned strange. A quasi-saint, who wanders around the land of divine revelation as a mere quasi-saint, let alone tries to challenge the Primordial Gold Tower. The courage was commendable if misplaced. Deminghuang forgot about his own injuries, eager to watch the entertainment. He had been humiliated nearly 1,000 times. It was finally time for someone else to feel the pain. He knew the white Jiang Xuan was a freak of nature. If he couldn't pass, no one of the same generation could. Except for that mysterious dragon girl, of course. But as Deminghuang prepared for the show, the guardian had other plans. With a casual wave of his sleeve, the white Jiang Xuan summoned a portal of milky white light. He pointed to it and looked at Dejusa. "I admit defeat," the guardian said flatly. "You pass." Dejusa froze. The others were equally stunned. "Is that even allowed?" Dejusa asked, looking between the guardian and the door. I passed?" The white Jiang Xuan nodded, looking bored, but hiding his inner anxiety. "Just go. Head to the next floor." Dejusa didn't dare ask more questions. He gritted his teeth and stepped through the portal. He had actually cleared the floor faster than Zhang Zhao. Once he was gone, the guardian turned his gaze toward Donghuang Tianyan and Gui Shenxiao. "You too as well. You possess the bloodlines of great calamities, and your combat power is peerless. I am no match for you. There is no need for a trial. Pass through and don't waste any more time here." The golden crow and the tortoise looked at each other, completely baffled. Weren't the trials of this tower supposed to be impossibly difficult? "Move it," the guardian urged, his face like stone. Internally, he was suffering. He had just sworn that no one would pass, yet here he was, opening the back door for everyone. He was lying through his teeth and slapping his own face. It was torture. How many retainers did Jiang Xuan have? And why were they all legendary beasts? Donghuang Tianyan and Gui Shenxiao couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, but they weren't about to turn down a free pass. They stepped into the portal and vanished. The light faded and the portal vanished, leaving the expressionless guardian alone with Deminghuang. The prince's eyes were twitching so hard he looked like he might explode. He jumped to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at the guardian's nose. "You can't do this," he screamed. "This is blatant discrimination. Who are you trying to disgust here? I demand an explanation. Why do they get a free pass without fighting?" The white Jiang Xuan looked down at him, his face remaining a mask of indifference. "Their combat power is higher than mine. There was no point in wasting time. Bullshit. Diming Huang roared, his fingers shaking with rage. That tortoise was only a quasi-saint. I could crush him with one palm. You're telling me his combat power is higher than yours. Combat power is combat power. Cultivation is cultivation, the guardian said calmly. Low cultivation does not equal low power. Diming Huang's eyes went wide. He wanted to scream that the guardian was talking nonsense, but the words died in his throat. He realized the guardian was right in one annoying way. The guardian himself was only a noble, yet his power far exceeded Diming Huang's own. Having justified his actions to himself, the guardian ignored his own self-betrayal and looked at the prince with a mocking tilt of his head. Are you going to continue your challenge now? Diming Huang's anger suddenly deflated. He sat back down with a huff. Let me finish healing first. He pulled out another saintly herb and went back to his meditation. The white Jiang Xuan smiled and stood silently in the void, waiting for the next round of the prince's inevitable defeat. He sighed inwardly, as if answering the prince's unspoken question. It couldn't be helped. In this world, success was all about who you knew. Chapter 714. The Bronze Kingdom and the Rat Immortal. On the other side of the tower, Jiang Xuan returned to the bronze space. This was the third floor, the site of his previous failure. Once more, he stood within the enclosed room wrapped in high bronze walls to face the challenge. During his last attempt, he had exhausted his repertoire and still could not withstand the crushing pressure of the shifting walls. He had been forced to use the secret arts of the Black and White realms to escape into the core of the tower. Now that he had achieved sainthood, his strength had undergone a world-shaking transformation. He would not be so easily overwhelmed this time. Standing in the center of the silent space, Jiang Xuan surveyed the bronze walls engraved with mysterious runes. As his divine sense brushed against the metal, an ancient aura rushed over him, making him feel as if he were glimpsing the tip of an iceberg belonging to a long-lost civilization. The sensation was overpowering. Is it possible that this floor was once an entire world? Jiang Xuan considered the possibility. According to the will of the Black Realm, that place had once been an independent world. Facing total destruction, it was saved by the Heavenly Dao of the Old Lands and brought into the tower to preserve its existence. If the Black and White realms followed this pattern, it was logical to assume the bronze space had once been a complete world with its own unique civilization. The sound of grinding precision machinery echoed through the room. The bronze walls on all 6 sides above, below, and all around activated once more. They began to advance, pushing inward with a suffocating pressure that felt like a rising tide. Jiang Xuan focused. He activated his physical power and slammed his hands against the advancing walls. This time, the result was different. The pressure felt significantly lighter. Though the machinery groaned and clicked, the walls could not move another inch against his palms. The difficulty has decreased. Feeling more confident, Jiang Xuan unleashed his full physical strength. Ancient Dao runes flickered across his skin as he exerted a force comparable to a god or demon. He pushed outward, forcing the 6 walls back until deep cracks spiderwebbed across the bronze. The sound of shattering metal filled the room. The bronze walls collapsed. In their place, a flood of liquid-like ancient divine light poured out, instantly filling the space and submerging Jiang Xuan. Pure Dao energy began to pour into his body. The primal realm, which had replaced his Danshan, trembled with a sense of joy. A profound vortex formed within him, acting like the maw of a gluttonous beast to swallow the flowing golden light and harvest its energy. Jiang Xuan felt a strange sensation. This energy possessed a specific sense of rules and order, as if everything in this space had been constructed upon a blueprint of strict logic. Bronze. Machinery. As the primal realm consumed the light, these 2 words surfaced in his mind, becoming so vivid they felt etched into his consciousness. A lost civilization? Subconsciously, Jiang Xuan activated the Reincarnation art and his spatial divine abilities. Using the local energy as a tether, he entered a deep dream state, intercepting a node in time to trace the history of this vanished world. His mind went blank for a brief moment. When consciousness returned, his vision was saturated with the grand, solemn colors of bronze. This was a metal kingdom, the ancient Bronze Kingdom. Jiang Xuan looked down at his hands, examining the character he was portraying in this dream. He saw dark green hands that looked as though they had been cast in molten bronze, covered in etched runes that hummed with the Dao. Memories belonging to this body began to surface. My name is Yin Yi Dao. I am the 3rd prince of the ancient Bronze Kingdom. I was born disabled, lacking the twin horns of my race. Because of this, I could not master the art of bronze smelting or forge my own bronze vessels to carry the Dao. My father refused to acknowledge me, and the people of the kingdom despised me. Jiang Xuan was stunned. He had expected a lost civilization, but he had not expected it to be so literal. Everyone here was a minotaur, at least in appearance. In this kingdom, the cultivation system centered on smelting. The inhabitants practiced the bronze smelting law to forge unique vessels that served as the foundation for their path to immortality. The kingdom was ruled by the Bronze Emperor Niu Ji, who happened to be Niu Yudeo's father. Since Niu Yudeo lacked horns and the ability to smelt, he was essentially a useless cripple in their eyes. To make matters worse, the Bronze Emperor had died 3 years ago, while attempting to forge the heavens. The kingdom was now leaderless. 8 of the 9 princes were currently leading factions and waging war against one another to seize the throne. For 3 years, the kingdom had been fractured by constant civil war. Niu Yudeo was the only one not involved. Lacking power or supporters, he had fled the capital to avoid the chaos. A battle for the throne? Jiang Xuan found the plot strangely familiar, even cliché. Whether by luck or hidden protection, Niu Yudao had escaped the capital unharmed and arrived at his current location. The Golden Divine Pond. This was a ruin on the outskirts of the kingdom. It was a pool roughly 1,000 feet wide, filled not with water, but with liquid gold. At the bottom of the pond sat a golden palace. His master was buried there. To be precise, Niu Yudao had stumbled into the palace and awakened the consciousness of an ancient powerhouse. He had then become his disciple to learn his ways. It was a classic falling off a cliff to find a secret master scenario. The ancient powerhouse was known as the Rat Immortal. Whether it was a title or a name, he claimed to be an old friend of the first Bronze Emperor. Because his own path was flawed, he had buried himself here. Seeing Niu Yudao, he decided to pass on his legacy to help the boy reclaim the throne. For 3 years, Niu Yudao had trained under the Rat Immortal's guidance, fueled by the desire to return to the capital and trample those who had looked down on him. Today, Jiang Xuan's consciousness had taken over. This is a bit absurd. After processing the memories, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but criticize the narrative. However, the cultivation system was genuinely fascinating. Using smelting as a base to transform one's body into bronze machinery to carry the Dao was a unique concept. Jiang Xuan tested his new form. With a thought, the runes on his hands glowed. His bronze arms emitted a mechanical clicking sound as they shifted and restructured themselves into a pair of sharp battle blades. It really is like a mechanical transformation. How is your progress? The voice of the Rat Immortal echoed through the hall. Jiang Xuan looked up. Golden light flickered as a figure stepped out of the void. The Rat Immortal wore a white robe and carried an air of celestial grace. He was small, barely 6 feet tall, with a pair of exaggeratedly long, pointed ears that resembled those of a rodent. Master, I have successfully mastered the Heaven Scar, Jiang Xuan said, adopting the persona of Niu Yudao. The Heaven Scar was the technique the Rat Immortal had taught him. Supposedly, it was a branch of a Supreme Legacy connected to a Primordial Dao. It was meant to be more effective for Niu Yudao than traditional bronze smelting. After 3 years, he could feel its power. It indeed seemed superior to the kingdom's standard arts. To master the Heaven Scar in less than 3 years proves your talent is among the best in the royal bloodline, the Rat Immortal said with a nod. This confirms my suspicion. Your lack of horns was not a natural defect. It was man-made. Jiang Xuan blinked. Man-made? So the betrayal by siblings trope was being added to the pile. He suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. The Rat Immortal was observant. He noticed a subtle, sharp difference in his disciple's demeanor. He frowned, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Jiang Xuan. Suddenly, his pupils contracted in shock. You carry the karmic aura of the dog duist. Who are you? Chapter 715. The past is set, the future follows. Jiang Xuan felt his heart skip a beat. Was he really exposed? It seemed impossible. He had spent 10,000 years in a dream state as the ancestor, and even the dog duist had never sensed a single abnormality. Judging by the Rat Immortal's tone, he was an acquaintance of the dog duist and likely occupied the same echelon of power. How could this figure notice what the dog duist had missed? Was he even stronger? Jiang Xuan remained silent, feigning a look of bewilderment. What are you saying, master? I do not understand. The Rat Immortal shook his head and laughed. There is no need for masks. You carry the karmic aura of the dog duist. My senses do not deceive me. My disciple, Niu Yudao, could never have encountered such a being. Be open with me. I have no intention of harming you. Besides, given your current state, I doubt I even could. Jiang Xuan felt the awkwardness of being completely seen through. To keep playing dumb now would be truly foolish. Jiang Xuan of the later generations greets Senior Rat Immortal. He straightened his posture and bowed. I have mastered a secret art that allows me to dream back into the past and trace history. By a twist of fate, I have taken on this form. I hope Senior can forgive the intrusion. Dreaming back to trace history? The Rat Immortal narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. That explains much. Jiang Xuan was puzzled by the response. Sensing his confusion, the Rat Immortal smiled. Since you possess such divine abilities, you will encounter these secrets soon enough. I might as well tell you now. According to the laws of order, the dog duist will not be born until Niu Yudao has completely vanished. Jiang Xuan snapped his head up in shock. The dog duist is born only after Niu Yudao vanishes? What did that mean? Were they not contemporaries? Did the Rat Immortal possess the power to foresee the future with such terrifying clarity? The Rat Immortal explained gently. You can view this as a unique inheritance that requires constant reincarnation. Like the flame of civilization, the sage guarding the fire must find a successor before they pass, ensuring the light endures. Jiang Xuan nodded, though the depth of the mystery still eluded him. It is enough that you know this. The specific secrets will become clear once you encounter them directly. The Rat Immortal smiled. Since you have arrived here and taken Niu Yudao's place, I suspect you are guided by the rules of order. Perhaps you are the successor of a future civilization. Jiang Xuan had a sudden realization. Senior, are you saying Niu Yudao is currently receiving the flame of civilization from your hands? You are quick to learn. The Rat Immortal nodded. The Heaven Scar technique I taught him is a branch of the Dao of creation. It is the vessel for the source of life of the ancient Bronze Kingdom. The Rat Immortal paused. I assume you already understand the connection between the Supreme Dao and the source of life. Believing Jiang Xuan to be a successor of a future age, the Rat Immortal seemed determined to share everything. Jiang Xuan confirmed he knew a little. The bronze smelting law of this kingdom is a cultivation system derived from the Dao of creation. You should have felt its unique nature. Jiang Xuan nodded. He had certainly felt it. If this system reaches completion, one masters the power of creation itself. 3 years ago, the Bronze Emperor died because he failed to seize that power during the Forge the Heavens ritual. Jiang Xuan asked about the ritual. In Niu Yudeo's memories, it was a vague event, but now he suspected something grander. Forge the heavens. Forge what heaven? Could it be? You are correct. The rat immortal chuckled. To forge a heavenly Dao. The ancient Bronze Kingdom is a civilization, but it is also a complete world. Yet, it lacks its own heavenly Dao. The sole mission of its emperors is to forge a bronze heavenly Dao, thereby mastering the Dao of creation and the source of life. Only then can the entire kingdom achieve transcendence. Transcendence. The word sounded strangely familiar to Jiang Xuan. He fell into deep thought. Could it be changing fate? The rat immortal's eyes lit up at the term. Yes, changing fate. It seems your era has explored the nature of destiny from a much higher dimension. I am heartened to hear it. He laughed with genuine joy. Jiang Xuan felt the urge to retort. If the rat immortal knew about the dog duist, how could he not know about changing fate? Jiang Xuan sighed. But our progress in changing fate is. Before he could finish, the rat immortal waved him into silence. Do not tell me the results. I do not need to know, nor should I. I exist in your past. Do not leak the events of my future to me. He looked at Jiang Xuan with sudden gravity. The past must be set so that the future can follow. Jiang Xuan was shaken. He understood the situation. He hadn't truly traveled through time. He was using the reincarnation art and his spatial abilities to construct a specific kernel illusion. Like the scenes he witnessed in the Shening Pill realm, this was an echo. His actions here likely couldn't change the actual course of history, unless, one day, his mastery over these powers became absolute. How long can you maintain this state? The rat immortal asked. I cannot control it precisely yet, Jiang Xuan admitted. Will your presence here harm Niu Yudeo? I do not believe so. Good. Then continue this path in his place. Time is running out. Jiang Xuan understood the subtext. If the dog duist only appears after Niu Yudeo vanishes, then Niu Yudeo only appeared after the rat immortal vanished. Senior, you. Do not worry for me. This is the guidance of order and the necessity of history. Besides, I am already dead, buried here in this golden palace. This fragment of my consciousness existed only to wait for my successor. That successor is you. He emphasized the word you. Jiang Xuan accepted the role, bowing low. This disciple thanks the master. The rat immortal smiled and helped him up. Chaos has come to the kingdom. It is an omen of a great calamity. As the third prince, you must steady the falling kingdom, end the civil wars, and unite the people to face the storm. I will remember, master. You have mastered the heaven scar. Go now. The rat immortal patted his shoulder. Niu Yudeo knelt and kowtowed 3 times before turning to leave the golden palace. The liquid gold parted for him. As he stepped out of the golden divine pond, the liquid evaporated instantly, leaving a parched, cracked basin behind. The golden palace vanished as if it had never existed. From the dry earth, thousands of pointed-eared rats with golden fur began to crawl out into the light. Chapter 716. The Flame of Civilization. Niu Yudeo watched the mindless rats scatter in every direction, a deep sorrow flickering in his eyes. He understood the silent language of their departure. His master had completely vanished from existence. Shaking off the weight of his grief, he composed himself and turned to leave. A grand drama of vengeance was about to begin. His first destination was Golden Bell City, the nearest stronghold, and the domain of General Golden Bell. The geography of the ancient Bronze Kingdom was structured into 3 distinct tiers. The first heaven was the Bronze Imperial Capital, a massive continent floating at the highest altitude. The second heaven comprised 36 upper cities, governed by the kingdom's various lords and princes. The third heaven, situated at the base, consisted of 72 lower cities overseen by bronze generals commissioned by the late emperor. Golden Bell City was one of these lower cities. While Niu Yudeo had previously lacked the resources to contend for the throne, he understood the political landscape perfectly. General Golden Bell was a staunch supporter of the fourth prince, Niu Xingdao. In truth, the city was merely an extension of his brother's power. The reasons for choosing this city as the first strike were numerous. Simply put, Niu Yudeo was born without horns, a physical defect that prevented him from practicing traditional bronze smelting. He suspected this was no accident of birth, but a deliberate act of sabotage orchestrated by his dear brother, the fourth prince. Within a single month, Niu Yudeo used his absolute strength to crush General Golden Bell, turning him into a war slave and seizing control of the city. He had secured his first piece of capital for the long road ahead. Over the next 15 days, he used Golden Bell City as a base to conquer 3 neighboring lower cities. The banner of the third prince was finally raised. The 8 competing princes, who had been locked in their own civil wars, finally took notice. However, their concern was minimal. Niu Xingdao viewed the move with pure contempt, certain his brother was simply rushing toward his own death. The brothers had tolerated Niu Yudeo's escape to the fringes of the third heaven as a gesture of sibling mercy. Now, after 3 years, it seemed the cripple had grown tired of living. Niu Xingdao dispatched 3 powerful warriors to the lower realm to bring him his brother's head. The result was predictable. Niu Yudeo revealed a level of power that shocked the world. Using his hands, which he could now restructure into razor-sharp blades, he personally decapitated the 3 assassins. In the unique cultivation system of the ancient Bronze Kingdom, there are 3 major realms. white stone, black iron, and bronze. These correspond to the spirit, god, and saint realms. Within the bronze realm, there are 5 stages: tool refinement, object refinement, body refinement, spirit refinement, and Dao refinement. These align with the 5 levels of sainthood: saint, great saint, saint king, saint lord, and saint venerable. At the level of a saint venerable, one masters the great Dao. Dao refinement implies that the Dao itself can be forged. Niu Dao had reached the body refinement stage, equivalent to a saint king. This allowed him to restructure and transform his physical form at will. In a kingdom where he was once a powerless outcast, he was now a top-tier predator. The news that a useless man had reached such heights in only 3 years sent shockwaves through the kingdom. The 8 princes, finally recognizing the threat, launched a coordinated and frantic campaign to eliminate him. Human nature is complex, and even in the Bronze Kingdom, these brothers were no different. They could accept losing to one another, but they could never accept being surpassed by the failure. To them, the throne was a birthright for the strong. If a cripple sat upon it, they might as well end their own lives in shame. And so, a war began that would last for 10 years. Niu Dao flew against the wind, shattering every conspiracy and ambush set in his path. Moving north from Golden Bell City, he spent 3 years unifying the third heaven and forcing 5 lords to join his cause. Another 5 years were spent conquering the second heaven, until his banner flew over 20 of the 36 upper cities. In the final 2 years, he employed a policy of soft power, systematically dismantling the factions that remained loyal to his brothers. For those who refused to yield, he granted them the death they sought. It took a full decade, but Niu Dao completed his revenge. He rose from the abyss of a powerless exile to reclaim everything he had lost. As his 8 brothers knelt in submission, he returned to the imperial capital. He reached out, took the bronze crown, and placed it upon his own head. He was now the sovereign of the ancient Bronze Kingdom. Having reached the spirit refinement stage during the war, the sudden influx of the kingdom's destiny triggered a final, explosive breakthrough. He stepped effortlessly into the realm of Dao refinement, becoming a saint venerable. Immediately upon taking the throne, Niu Dao issued a national mandate. The entire country entered a state of war readiness. Every resource was diverted toward a singular goal: the rapid elevation of the kingdom's strength to survive the coming great calamity. The kingdom entered its final period of hypergrowth, a golden age that lasted 99 years. By the end of this century of cultivation, Niu Dao had perfected the Heaven Scar technique and touched the threshold of the Heaven Forging realm, the level of a great emperor. The bronze artifact he forged using the Heaven Scar was nearing perfection. However, it was not a traditional weapon, bell, or tripod. Instead, it took the form of 6 bronze walls, a sealed, cubic space. Niu Dao's ambition was staggering. According to the records of past emperors, he should have forged a tripod to carry the kingdom's destiny and the source of life. A heavy tripod was the ultimate symbol of a nation. If he successfully forged a heavenly Dao, it would reside within that tripod to oversee the laws of the world and the lives of the people. But Niu Dao refused. No emperor before him had succeeded. Even his father, who gathered 100,000 years of destiny, had failed and died on the spot. Why should he follow a path that led only to failure? He felt the previous rulers had been fundamentally wrong. His artifact was not a vessel for the Dao, it was a prison. He intended to forge the heavens, yes, but he also intended to cage them. The years have grown long, and my memories are blurring, Niu Dao whispered to himself. I vaguely remember my master saying that the Heavenly Dao is the absolute, supreme will of a world. But I rule this kingdom. My will is the absolute supreme. Why should I create a being that sits above me? He raised his right hand, and bronze light surged. A square artifact hovered in his palm, covered in cryptic runes of the Great Dao. Most striking were 8 runes on one of the walls that resembled faces distorted by terror, anger, and pain. They were the souls of his 8 beloved brothers. In that year, the great calamity arrived. In that same year, Niu Dao attempted to forge the heavens. He failed. Despite the century of preparation and the emergence of 100 new masters, they could not withstand the world-ending cataclysm. The ancient Bronze Kingdom met its end, buried under the weight of the disaster. Yet, in another sense, he succeeded. He forged a heavenly Dao, mastered the Dao of creation, and stepped into the heaven-forging realm. But his cage did not work as intended. With the kingdom gone, the heavenly Dao had nowhere to exist except within his artifact. He wasn't caging the heavens, he was saving them. As for the elusive source of life, he never had the chance to touch it, let alone master it. As the kingdom fell, and was buried in the dust of history, Niu Dao's own life force, though theoretically eternal, was drained away to sustain the remains of his people. He fell into the long river of history, his consciousness fading into nothingness. Eons passed. Then one day, in a place without a name, before a ruined and forgotten temple, a wounded black dog limped through the gates. It collapsed before a shattered Buddha statue, moaning in pain, its dull eyes filled with the trauma of a recent disaster. The shattered statue vibrated, emitting a faint, divine glow. Niu Dao's consciousness stirred from the void and manifested into the air. Looking down at the battered dog, he smiled. In that moment, he finally understood the true meaning of the flame of civilization. Chapter 717. Taking the dog Duist as a disciple. I was misled after all. Niu Dao shook his head and laughed. According to the rat immortal, every civilization produces a successor guided by the rules of order. This successor carries the heavy responsibility of passing on the flame of civilization. The rat immortal was followed by Niu Dao. After Niu Dao came the dog duist, the dying black dog lying before him. But at this moment, as his consciousness returned from the void to hand over the torch, Niu Dao finally understood. The so-called flame of civilization was actually the prelude to the end. The appearance of a successor meant that a civilization was about to meet its conclusion. As a successor himself, Niu Dao taking the flame from the rat immortal was a declaration that the ancient Bronze Kingdom's days were numbered. Now, the appearance of the dog duist signaled that this current civilization was also approaching its demise. If the old civilization does not end, how can a new one be born? This was the true meaning behind the inheritance. The flame of civilization. What a name for it. Niu Dao sighed. The rules of order had scripted everything. These successors were merely messengers tasked with managing the transition and replacement of eras. Is this too an unavoidable fate? Niu Dao lowered his gaze, his mind heavy. After a moment, he cleared his thoughts and waved his hand. He drew upon the power of heaven and earth to treat the black dog. The animal's horrific wounds began to heal at a visible rate. Half an hour later, the dog opened its eyes. Awareness returned to its dark pupils. Seeing Niu Dao, it looked up with joy and bowed its head repeatedly. It began to bark anxiously, clearly pleading for something. Niu Dao smiled faintly. He pointed a finger, sending a mist of laws into the dog's body to reconstruct its skeletal frame and grant it the power of human speech. If you have a request, speak plainly. The black dog froze, then spoke tentatively. I beg the high god to grant me the method of cultivation. Why do you wish to cultivate? Niu Dao asked with a smile. Revenge. Against whom? The ancestor of the 3000 Buddha worlds, Tathagata. The dog spoke the name through clenched teeth. Oh, Niu Dao looked at him with interest. Your enemy is the lord of the Buddha realm, yet you come to this ruined temple to pray? Do you not know that every ancient temple in this world chants Buddhist sutras and worships Tathagata? The dog's expression stiffened. He answered honestly. I have nowhere else to go. Yes. You have reached the end of your rope, so you must grasp at any possible chance. Niu Dao nodded, but his tone shifted. But why do you believe I will agree to teach you? The dog's eyes darkened with bitter pain. There was a brief, heavy silence. He struggled for words, unsure how to beg further. Niu Dao shook his head and spoke softly. I can teach you. However, once your cultivation is successful and your revenge is complete, you must do 3 things for me. Thank you, high god. Overjoyed, the dog kowtowed repeatedly. I swear, if you teach me, I will go through fire and water for you once my debt of blood is paid. I care not if I live or die. Niu Dao laughed. He gestured for the dog to rise, then channeled thousands of Great Dao rules into its body to help it take human form. With another wave of his hand, he wove the surrounding laws into a set of Duist robes. From this day forward, your name is the dog Duist. Remember this well. The Dao and the Buddha cannot coexist. The dog Duist nodded urgently. Yes. Satisfied, Niu Dao followed the rules of order and passed on the flame of civilization the inheritance that rightfully belonged to the dog Duist. It was the secret technique of the law of causality, a method of mastering the Dao of karma. This was the same process as when the rat immortal taught him the heaven scar. Focus on your cultivation. Revenge is not the work of a single day. Yes. This disciple thanks the master. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During his spare time, the dog Duist had renovated the ruined temple, turning it into a modest but spiritually vibrant Duist retreat. He had asked Niu Dao for a name, and Niu Dao called it the Longevity Temple. Inside the temple, Niu Dao appeared once more. He could feel the anger of the rules of order. He was scheduled to vanish today. He could no longer delay the inevitable. He called the dog Duist to his side. Your cultivation is complete. You may go and seek your revenge. The dog Duist was elated. His master was finally allowing him to leave. In truth, he had mastered the law of causality 900 years ago. He was only one step away from fully controlling the Dao of karma. His strength already surpassed the Buddha of the 3000 worlds, yet his master had restrained him, insisting he needed more time to settle his spirit. Though he hadn't understood, he hadn't dared to disobey. Thank you for your blessing, master. Niu Dao shook his head. Once you step out of this temple, I too will depart. You must strive hard in the days to come. Revenge is a hurdle in your life, but it is not the whole of it. You received the flame from my hands and learned the laws of karma. Remember the heavy burden on your shoulders. It will take a lifetime to fulfill. The dog Duist nodded solemnly. I will remember. Over the last decade, his master had spoken of the flame of civilization constantly. He still didn't fully grasp what it represented, but since it was his master's command, he would spend his life seeking its meaning. Also, when I took you as a disciple, I asked for 3 things. The dog Duist straightened his posture. Without master, I would be nothing but a pile of bleached bones. I hold your kindness in my heart, and will never forget it. Not just 3 things, I would do 30,000 for you. Niu Dao smiled. That is not necessary. Listen well. The disciple is listening. First, until the day we meet again, you must not prove your path to the immortal emperor realm. Niu Dao held up one finger, his expression grave. The dog Duist was stunned. Master, why? Do not ask why. Just remember, do not violate this. The dog Duist hesitated, then nodded firmly. Yes. Niu Dao's expression relaxed slightly. Second, after your revenge is complete, I need you to go to the newborn world. A newborn world? The dog duist was confused. What are the characteristics of this world? Niu Yudao paused, his eyes deepening as if he were recalling something from a dusty, future memory. After a moment, he smiled. Once you have destroyed the 3,000 Buddha worlds, fate will guide you to that place. Fate will guide me? What does that mean? Niu Yudao shook his head, unwilling to say more. The dog duist took the hint and moved to the final request. And the third thing? The third thing. Niu Yudao chuckled. Once you have leveled the Buddha realm, build a grave for me there. Build a grave? The dog duist was distraught. Master, please. Niu Yudao cut him off with a wave of his hand. Life and death are small matters. Do not let them weigh on you. I died long ago. My awakening 1,000 years ago was merely a stroke of luck and a shared destiny between us. If you can fulfill these 3 promises and build my tomb in the Buddha realm, our time as teacher and student will have been worth it. The dog duist bowed his head in sorrow, struggling to process the request. Finally, he gave his word. Rest assured, Master, I will do everything in my power to complete these 3 tasks. Then it is well. Niu Yudao nodded and waved him away. Our business here is done. Go. The dog duist knelt and struck his head against the floor 3 times. This disciple thanks the master. He stood and walked out of the longevity temple. Outside, the yellow sands were already swirling and rising. When he turned back to look, the temple was gone. The building he had meticulously renovated was buried under the dunes, lost to history. Tears fell. The dog duist took flight, carrying his resolve for vengeance toward the 3,000 Buddha worlds. Another era of world-shaking chaos was about to begin. Niu Yudao vanished completely. The dream ended. Jiang Xuan's mind returned to his body. He opened his eyes within the shattered bronze space. An ancient, lonely aura lingered around him, refusing to dissipate. It took several minutes for Jiang Xuan to process the massive amount of information from the dream. He exhaled a long breath, feeling a profound sense of exhaustion. Transcendence, changing fate, the flame of civilization. He whispered the words, his gaze heavy with complexity. The higher he stood, the smaller he felt. He had just entered the Saint Realm. He was still just an 18-year-old. Was it a bit cruel to burden him with these ultimate secrets so soon? Could things not be a little simpler? He thought. A mindless story about leveling up and showing off would be much less tiring. A notification from his golden finger flashed across his vision. You have dreamed for 10,000 years as Niu Yudao, and taken the dog duist as a disciple. Karma entanglement progress +1. Current progress, 8/10. Jiang Xuan wasn't surprised. He simply shook his head. The past must be set so that the future can follow. It seemed his entanglement with the dog duist was a mathematical certainty of history. Chapter 718. The Descent of the Immortals. Yet, as to this sense of inevitability, Jiang Xuan did not know if it was the combined miracle of the reincarnation art and the domain art truly altering the past, or if he had merely tampered with a localized temporal illusion created by the technique. He hoped for the former, yet feared it just as much. He hoped for it because it would mean he possessed the terrifying power to influence history and change the future. Such a force would be an ultimate trump card, whether he was helping his fiancée, Nangong Ming, change her fate, or leading the human race toward its own destiny. He feared it because it implied the existence of a great hand working behind the scenes, a hand capable of manipulating all things and correcting any deviation. To put it simply, it would mean that every event behind the scenes followed a pre-written script, directed by an unspeakable filmmaker, who had arranged everything from birth to annihilation. If he truly changed the past, was that act of change itself not a predetermined part of history? Then the future he altered would still be a future that had been arranged. Is this the nature of fate? Jiang Xuan felt a chill crawl down his spine. The closer he came to the truth, the more fear took root. How can fate be changed? He lost his composure for a moment, feeling as though his Dao heart might collapse entirely. He shook his head and exhaled a long breath to force the negative emotions down. No matter how difficult the path, there was no retreating. Having stepped onto this road, he could only press forward. Life or death, success or failure, these were not matters for the present. The Heaven Scar. Jiang Xuan recalled the details of the dream. Information regarding the technique flooded his mind. He instinctively activated it, and a thin layer of ancient bronze light surged in his right palm, naturally diffusing an archaic aura. The shattered bronze walls vibrated as the light pulsed, restructuring themselves before his eyes. Within moments, the bronze space reappeared, shrunk rapidly, and flew into his palm. Niu Yudao's artifact. Jiang Xuan stared at the object, feeling a momentary sense of displacement. This was the bronze tool Niu Yudao had forged to cage the heavens, yet it was now in his hand, refined and ready without a hint of resistance. It was beyond comprehension. Had he truly returned to the past and become Niu Yudao? Had he truly changed history? Or was the period he inhabited as Niu Yudao always meant to be part of the set past? He could no longer tell the difference. I will have to ask the dog duist for clarity the next time I see him, Jiang Xuan murmured. He should know something. And those 3 tasks Niu Yudao gave him. As he thought back on the dream, he wondered, had his own consciousness prompted those commands, or had the original Niu Yudao sensed the truth himself? Time and space. The more he thought about the implications, the more unsettled he became. One step at a time, he told himself, forcing his mind to go quiet. Doing what was right in front of him was the only true path. Looking around, he felt the guiding pull of the Primordial Golden Tower. He walked toward a specific direction and entered the next level of the challenge space. A wave of ferocious aura crashed over him. This was a beast nest. Thousands of great calamities crouched there, their blood-red eyes glowing with a tyrannical, murderous light. They stared at him, their heavy breathing suggesting he was little more than a delicious meal. Finally, something normal, he muttered. Perhaps because the dream had left his heart so heavy, facing tens of thousands of monsters felt strangely relaxing. As long as it was not some bizarre metaphysical trap, he was content. It was just a matter of killing. Besides, he was running low on life energy and needed raw materials for his life spirits. Jiang Xuan summoned the broken Suenyuan sword and transformed into a streak of divine light, charging into the mass of beasts. Many among them were at the Saint Realm, but in his current state, they were all finished with a single strike. Screams of agony and terror filled the air as beast blood rained across the chamber. In the Kangyuan realm, at the border of the ancestral world, lay a void consumed by chaotic storms. It was a place where all things were extinguished and no laws existed. Even a great saint could not survive here for long, much less cross it physically. Suddenly, a long, narrow crack appeared in the void. A pair of hands reached through and tore the opening wide like a piece of cloth. The dog duist stepped through. Standing in the void, his deep gaze seemed to pierce through space, taking in the entire world. He seemed to be trying to recognize his surroundings, until his eyes fixed on one spot. His gaze turned cold. The Poshuo Buddha Kingdom? The 3,000 Buddha worlds can actually rise from the ashes? And they came here. He realized the connection immediately. Jiang Tathagata? He pinched his fingers, performing a calculation as the law of causality pulsed. He frowned in surprise. They started their rise from the ancestral world as well? He pondered the situation and came to a conclusion. I did not expect you to also touch the end. He gave a cold laugh. What of it? I admit you managed to shed your shell and escape everything to come to this world, but I killed you once, and I can kill you again. Tathagata. However, the dog duist was in no rush. He had promised Ying he would go to the River of Fate, and he intended to keep that promise. But before he went there, he had to pay his respects to his master. Without his master, the dog duist would not exist. He sped through the void. After traveling for a long time, a lonely bluestone grave floating atop the chaotic void came into view. He knelt before the grave and kowtowed 3 times. Master, the 3 tasks you gave me are complete. But when will I see you again? Do not blame me, Master. I do not seek the path of the immortal emperor for power. I simply miss you. He kowtowed 3 more times, then stood and left, heading toward the River of Fate where countless secrets and immortals were buried. In the ancestral world, the myriad realms outside the Dao Saint realm, a massive army from 5 races approached, carrying a wave of killing intent. 14 saints from the Nether race, Shura race, and others led the way. They looked toward the missing corner of the Dao Saint realm, the misty forest of the chaotic domain. Specifically, they looked at the black-robed figure sitting in the chaotic void before the domain. The chaotic saint. You have coveted the Dao Saint realm for nearly 10 million years, yet your armies stayed here, too afraid to move. I thought you had given up, the chaotic saint said, his eyes scanning the massive force. His gaze landed on the 5 saints as he gave a contemptuous smile. What gave you the courage? The 5 saints stared back at him. The red-robed Shura saint laughed. Emperor Song. The world ring has collapsed, and the myriad races are descending. In this era, the human race will be destroyed. The Dao Saint realm is the first stop. The chaotic saint shook his head. With just you. The red-robed saint's expression turned cold. Kill, he barked. The army surged forward with a roar. The chaotic saint remained calm. Facing billions alone, he felt no fear. He had guarded the end of the realm for 10 million years, waiting for this very day. He raised his right palm, and a beam of chaotic light surged deep, silent, and capable of annihilating all things. The saint transformed into a streak of light and met them. The slaughter began. At the immortal gate, the radiant ascent stage hovered above the entrance, its light connecting to the void and forming an ancient gateway. Immortal Lord Minghong stood at the front with his elders, bowing low. We welcome the arrival of the immortal generals. Great figures clad in celestial armor stepped through the gate. A majestic, roaring immortal pressure spread for millions of miles, weighing down upon the immortal gate. By the order of the Shanghai Immortal Sovereign, we have come to assist this gate in destroying the Dao Gate and unifying the Dao Saint realm, the leader said. Make your plans quickly. We march on the Dao Saint in 3 days. Yes, Lord Minghong replied. At the Dao Gate, a streak of light cut through the sky and returned home. Dao Lord Zhang Zhong sat upon a roll of Daoist scriptures, looking down at the sprawling organization he had founded. His calm expression was now strained. The 2nd and 3rd Dao Lords sensed his presence and emerged from their small worlds to greet him. Zhang Zhong composed himself and nodded. Where is everyone? He asked. The two looked at each other awkwardly. Finally, the 3rd Dao Lord spoke. The 13 elders of the council have all resigned. They joined the Suenyuan Gate. Zhang Zhong was stunned. After a moment, he looked back at the 2 men. Then why did the 2 of you stay? The 2nd and 3rd Dao Lords stared at him in total confusion. Chapter 719. Ninth brother, did you miss me? The profound sky realm. Boom. The barrier shattered with a deafening roar. The sky above profound sky split open, revealing a terrifying, pitch-black void that drew the eyes of billions. Every living soul watched in stunned horror. Kill. The demon race was the first to breach the realm. A massive army of 1,000,000 demons poured through the rift, centered around an ancient sacrificial altar. They marched with overwhelming momentum, aimed directly at the desolate heaven god sect in the southern province. However, halfway to their target, a voice boomed out. Stop. The great priest of the demon race raised a hand to halt the advance. He stared at the demonic artifact in his palm, his clouded eyes filled with suspicion and confusion. The aura of the desolate heaven had vanished. How could this be? The great priest felt a surge of panic. They had invaded profound sky to imprison the desolate heaven and seize its authority over the Heavenly Dao. If the desolate heaven had already perished, what was the point of this invasion? Great priest, a demon powerhouse asked, puzzled by the sudden hesitation. But before the priest could issue a new order, the air began to hum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From all directions, more than a dozen armies appeared. They arrived with killing arrays already active, carrying a wave of murderous intent that suggested they had been waiting for this exact moment. The desolate heaven god sect, the Jiang family, the Great Qin immortal dynasty, every top power in profound sky had gathered. At the head of the combined force stood the Blade Ancestor. In recent months, the Blade Ancestor had recovered significantly, returning to the Saint Realm. He now led the charge, with the Jiang family coordinating the various factions to repel the demon invaders. Long ago, 8 human kings led an army into your ancestral lands, shattered your court, and struck down the Dark Sea Demon Emperor. Was that lesson not enough? The Blade Ancestor held his war blade, staring coldly at the demon priest. Today, you come here to seek death? Kill. At the Blade Ancestor's command, he struck first. A single slash sent a blade of chi stretching for 100,000 feet, cleaving the sky in two. The strike rolled out like a tidal wave, decapitating tens of thousands of demons and staining the earth with blood. The great priest's face paled. There was a saint remaining in the profound sky realm. Kill. The powerhouses from all sides charged forward. A long-awaited battle had finally begun. In the Devil's Den, a series of thunderous rumbles echoed. The long-sealed cavern suddenly burst open. The deep barrier of devilish energy shattered, and thick, black mist rolled out, painting the world in darkness. The true devil stepped out into the light. The violent aura of a saint weighed down on the surrounding lands. After nearly 2 years of recovery, he had finally achieved a full resurgence, returning to the saint realm. Behind him followed 5 devil generals. Though they had not yet reclaimed their saint status, their power was at the level of god sovereigns. The true devil looked up at the sky. With his vision, he could see the battle unfolding over the southern province with perfect clarity. He considered it for a moment but chose not to intervene. There was no need. The Jiang family had a saint leading them. They didn't need him to go and offer help. A small favor like that would be meaningless. As for helping the demons unless he had gone mad, that would never be an option. Those demons had been hiding in their holes for so long that they had become narrow-minded. It was natural they couldn't see the big picture, but he could see it. He wasn't a fool. The human race was to be befriended, never made into an enemy. The true devil narrowed his eyes, recalling the young prodigy he had fought for so long. Jiang Xuan of the Jiang family. By now, you should have entered the saint realm as well, he whispered. To an ordinary person, those words would sound like the ramblings of a madman. How could a youth in the heavenly Yuan realm cross 2 major cultivation tiers in less than 2 years to reach the saint realm? Even for an emperor's reincarnation, it sounded like a fairy tale. But the true devil believed it. Jiang Xuan was his rival. He had confidence in himself, and therefore, anyone he deemed a rival had to be that exceptional. Let's go. We should see that other world, the true devil said. In his previous life, he had used the hands of the innate gods to fake his death in this realm. He had waited for this grand era to explore the secrets of this world. He had caught glimpses of a legend, a world-shaking treasury hidden within the profound sky realm. However, the waters here were far too deep. Even a cannon fodder-level organization, like the Yin-Yang Holy Land, possessed ancient inheritances like the Spirit Pact. That said nothing of the sects with deep lineages or the hidden powers that had yet to show their faces. Not to mention the royal Jiang family. To reach the deep secrets of profound sky, these were obstacles he could not avoid. Since he couldn't go around them, he chose to give up on that path entirely. He didn't want to waste his life in one place during such a magnificent era. He knew there was more to the universe than these myriad worlds. He had to see it for himself. Those unfilial descendants of the Eclipse Devil clan actually believe they can become the orthodox lineage of the devils just by stealing the rebellious Devil Sutra? The true devil gave a scornful laugh. In this life, I will show you the meaning of a true devil. With that, he and his 5 generals departed. At the ruins of the great Nether Immortal Dynasty, the area had become the domain of the Ming family, after Ming Fan issued his decree of self-reproach and disbanded the dynasty. The original ancestral lands had been leveled by Ming Fan's order and replaced with numerous killing arrays. This was because the space portal constructed by the Nether race was located here, a black divine monument carved with the image of King Chejiang. Ming Fan, dressed in white, sat cross-legged before the monument. His 7 apertures exquisite heart beat visibly as he drew the power of the scholarly Dao from the heavens and earth. He guarded this place, never forgetting his cultivation. Those born with the exquisite heart were often hailed as natural sages. Ming Fan was a prime example, having achieved the rank of great sage during the expedition to the Devil's Den. However, he was not Jiang Xuan. He lacked god-defying talent, extraordinary encounters, and his resources were meager by comparison. To this day, he had only reached the virtual god realm. In truth, this was not slow. Compared to the rest of the younger generation, excluding the demon king Jiang Xuan and the anomaly Nangang Minjiao, even top talents, like Xiao Fuiao and Lu Fengqi, were only at the true god realm. But the grand era had arrived. The barrier was broken, and the calamity everyone spoke of was descending. Being young was no longer a shield. In the grand scheme of things, the virtual god realm was simply not enough. Suddenly, the black monument vibrated violently. Deep, eerie light erupted from it, forming a swirling vortex. Ming Fan snapped his eyes open, his expression heavy. What was meant to come had finally arrived. The nether race was descending. Dong, dong, dong. Ming Fan waved his hand, painting a bronze bell in the air using the rules of the scholarly Dao. 3 chimes echoed through the Ming territory. This was the warning they had practiced countless times. The portal was open. Every member of the Ming family was to assemble immediately at the first line of defense to stop the invasion. The Ming powerhouses gathered instantly. The killing arrays were fully activated. 3,000 clansmen stood ready, with the Saintess of Wenchang among them. The Ming family had committed a grave sin by conspiring with the nether race. They had nearly allowed an invasion that would have brought ruin to the humans of Profound Sky. This was a debt they could never fully repay, so they chose to wash it away with their own blood. They didn't ask for the world's forgiveness. They only hoped the sins of their ancestors would not fall upon their children. They wanted to live with their heads held high. Reporting to the Patriarch, 3,012 members of the Ming family over the age of 18 are in position. A voice called from the array. Ming Fan looked back and nodded. Today, we fight to the death, he shouted. The 3,000 clansmen roared their agreement. Ming Fan bit his lip and turned back toward the monument, waiting for the portal to open fully. This was a channel built by the strongest of the nether race. Even a saint could not destroy it by force. That was the conclusion reached by the Blade Ancestor. The portal would open. The nether race would come. And Ming Fan had to lead his family as the first line of defense. This was his fate. He looked at the black stone without a hint of fear, even knowing it meant his certain death. 2 years ago, when he vied for the throne against Ming Kong, he had sensed this day would come. He had spent a long time preparing himself. No one is truly unafraid of death. Facing it with resolve requires great courage. To an outsider, his actions might have seemed naive. The Saintess of Wenchang walked up to stand beside him. She gave a small smile. Do you regret it? Ming Fan glanced at her. Why would you ask that, sister? Don't play dumb, she teased. If you had accepted Jiang Xuan's offer to study under the master and rebuild the Xianxia Academy, you wouldn't be here now. Sister, Ming Fan interrupted. Let's not speak of that. He turned his gaze back to the monument, his eyes deep and calm. I chose this path. There is no regret. I could have accepted Brother Jiang's request to rebuild the academy. I could have asked him to use the Zhang family's name to wipe away my family's crimes. I could have moved the clan under their protection to avoid this entirely. But I am Ming Fan. He looked at her seriously. I know my fate, and I know the fate of the Ming family. Some people refuse to accept their lot, complaining that life is bitter or cheap. But I accept mine. My family exists because of the nether race. We are tied to them. We either serve them, as Ming Kong wished, or we stand at the front lines to stop them. Just then, a voice rang out. Ninth brother, did you miss me? Ming Kong was the first to step out from the monument. He rubbed his bald head and flashed a wide, predatory grin. Chapter 720. The Ancient Devil. Ming Kong, Ming Fan, and the Saintess of Wenchang stared with wide eyes. Their expressions were filled with shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. More than a year ago, had Ming Kong not fallen under Jiang Xuan's sword? Why was he walking out from the Black Divine Monument now? Was it possible he had never died, and had secretly defected to the nether race? The thought seemed impossible. What is this? Ming Kong looked at Ming Fan, and smiled with practiced interest. It seems my ninth brother is not particularly happy to see his big brother return. You are actually alive. Ming Fan's expression darkened. I died, Ming Kong chuckled. But I lived again. And now, I have become the third imperial son of the nether race. As the words left his lips, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Accompanied by a strange and supreme pressure, it instantly blanketed the entire Ming family territory. The surrounding killing arrays began to tremble and sway, seemingly unable to withstand the overwhelming power Ming Kong radiated. This was the pseudo-saint realm. The Saintess of Wenchang felt her heart sink in horror. What level had Ming Kong reached? Why was his aura so suffocating? Ming Fan also looked grim, his heart filled with unease. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. You certainly came prepared. Ming Kong scanned the area, his eyes piercing through the void to see the hidden killing arrays. He looked back at Ming Fan and shook his head with a laugh. But did you really think this meager strength could stop the armies of the nether race? Ninth brother, you are still too naive. These arrangements are trivial before a high-level combatant. I alone am enough to crush everything here. Ming Fan remained silent. He sensed that Ming Kong was telling the truth. The man's strength was likely approaching the Eternal Saint realm. To someone of that caliber, the Ming family's defenses were nothing more than children playing house. And this was just Ming Kong alone, to say nothing of the nether army that was about to descend. Was I truly that naive? Ming Fan felt a wave of bitterness. Ming Kong stepped closer to Ming Fan, ignoring the Saintess of Wenchang's defensive stance. Like a big brother comforting a younger sibling, he patted Ming Fan's shoulder. It is all right. Your big brother is here now. I will help you. The Saintess looked on in confusion. Ming Fan stood frozen, his eyes filled with doubt as he stared at Ming Kong. What did this mean? Was this some new form of psychological torture? Ming Kong let out a soft laugh and casually raised a barrier to prevent any sound from leaking out. Only then did he reveal a portion of the truth. He told them plainly that he had joined Jiang Xuan's ranks and was acting under the orders of Jiang Xuan and the Chaos Saint. He had infiltrated the Nether race to dismantle them from within. The story he told was a blend of truth and fiction, but the core message remained the same. He was a spy. However, in his own telling, a role that began as a forced necessity became a noble sacrifice for the future of the human race. He painted himself as a paragon of virtue and a hero. Naturally, he omitted his original name, Wang Su. In the Nether race, he was the rising star with unlimited potential, the third imperial son. He carried the royal bloodline and secret techniques of King Qin, and he held the crest of the Song Emperor. The Nether Emperor placed great hopes in him, viewing him as a strong contender for the throne. To the humans, he had been the top of the hidden dragon list, the first among the youth of Profound Sky, and the divine son of the great Nether Immortal dynasty. Even if those glories belonged to yesterday, no one could deny he was a brilliant genius of his generation. He was Ming Kong, and Ming Kong was him. As for that bald rogue cultivator, who once carried a heavy sword to the gates of Copper Devil City, hoping to challenge Zhang Bei and win fame, that man was buried in the currents of history, turned to dust. No one would remember his true name. Perhaps in the future, when Ming Kong was old and successful, he might look back, open a jar of aged wine, and lose himself in a dream of who he once was. You are saying you are a spy planted by Brother Zhang? Ming Fan frowned, instinctively doubting the story. It sounded far too ridiculous. Ninth brother, you are a great sage now. You should not use such crude language, Ming Kong said, sounding offended. I have endured hardships for the sake of humanity, risking my life to go deep into the enemy heartland. I live in constant fear and danger. How can you call me a spy? Ming Fan was speechless. Was that really the point? Are you truly doing this for humanity? Did Jiang Xuan really send you? Ming Fan questioned him directly. Ming Kong shook his head and laughed. Do you think that with my current strength, I have any need to lie to you? Ming Fan fell silent. It was true. With Ming Kong's current power, he could simply wipe them out. There was no reason to waste breath talking, let alone weave such a complex and bizarre tale. Ming Kong had once been obsessed with the Nether race, acting as their loyal dog in hopes of ruling Profound Sky. To see him pull such a total reversal was staggering. If Jiang Xuan were here, he would surely mock him for acting out a role in a double-agent drama. If you are telling me this, what do you want me to do? Ming Fan asked. This is why I love talking to smart people like you, Ming Kong said with a grin. It saves so much time. I need you to help me put on a performance. Over the next half hour, Ming Kong detailed his plan to Ming Fan. In Ming Kong's view, the Nether race had coveted Profound Sky for a long time, and their deployed forces were massive. Profound Sky could not win a direct confrontation. They had to use strategy. With him acting as the internal mole, they could lead the Nether army into a trap and destroy them. First, you do this, and then, we do that. Half an hour later, on a desolate planet outside the Profound Sky realm, Ming Kengqing led a group of Nether powerhouses. They were lying in wait under the Emperor's orders, expecting the third Imperial Sun to descend and coordinate with them for the invasion. A message arrived. Ming Kengqing's eyes lit up. The third Imperial Sun has landed. He shouted, follow me to Profound Sky. Across the myriad realms, from the Dao Saint realm to the Profound Sky realm, the armies of various races were appearing. The great war of antiquity that once swept through the worlds was showing signs of returning. It was fueled by long-standing hatred, but also by a deep-seated fear of humanity. The Nether race, the Shura, and the Eclipse Devils had all witnessed the power of the human celestial court. They refused to experience those dark years a second time. They could not tolerate a human resurgence, and they certainly would not allow another entity like the celestial court to rise. Humanity had to be extinguished. In the Eclipse Star sector, the devil armies were descending. In the Dao derivation sector, Shura powerhouses were awakening to lead their forces against the Ji family. In the Hanyao sector, the White Tiger and Nine-Tailed Fox tribes were showing signs of arrival. Inside a restricted zone of life in the Profound Sky realm, Jiang Xuan slowly stood up. His gaze pierced through the void, taking in the state of the heavens. His expression was grim. The world ring was collapsing faster and faster. The various races from outside the ancestral realm were descending in full force. With the awakening of the myriad realms, the unavoidable calamity of the human race had begun. Boy, you cannot stop it, a voice rasped. A pitch-black eye surfaced in the palm of Jiang Xuan's hand. This was the ancient devil he had been struggling to suppress. The results had been decent so far. He had originally been invaded by the devil and nearly possessed, but he had managed to drive it into his palm. It would not be long before it was fully neutralized. However, that did not mean he had won. In fact, he was on the verge of failure. As the Guardian, seeing the world ring collapse was a failure in itself. This was the momentum of the era. The end was coming, and the ancestral realm merging with the greater world was an unstoppable certainty. Still, there were degrees of speed. If the ancient devil had not invaded his body to distract his mind, and if it had not used its scattered remains to feed on the world ring while driving other races to attack, he could have held the line. He could have delayed the collapse for at least another 3,000 years. If humanity had 3,000 more years, they could have faced the invasion with far more composure. I indeed cannot stop it, Jiang Xuan admitted. He looked down at the black eye in his palm. But when the ring collapses and my duty is done, that will be the moment you die. You could have recovered and lived a second life, yet you chose to use your own life to accelerate this destruction. What benefit is there for you? Benefit? The ancient devil laughed. Boy, you have reached such a high cultivation level, yet you still haven't seen through it. You are still weighing things in terms of profit and loss? If so, I truly overestimated you. Jiang Xuan's expression did not flicker. I simply do not understand why you would do this. Why? The black eye narrowed, flashing with a savage and frenzied light. It was as if the question touched a hidden nerve, causing the devil to shriek hysterically. This is fate. Fate. Jiang Xuan's pupils drifted. He was about to touch upon a deep, hidden mystery. This myriad realm should have ended back in the era of Shening. Humanity should have left the ancestral realm for the greater world long ago. This is the natural cycle of civilization, and the necessity of order. The black eye flashed with a bloody light as it spoke of ancient secrets. But that madman actually dreamt of changing the fate of the entire human race. He forged the Shening Ding, and tried to refine that cursed fate pill. Madman. He was a madman. Flame Emperor Shening. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of curiosity, yet he was confused. What is the connection between the end of the myriad realms and changing the fate of humanity? The myriad realms originated from the old lands. That is where the source of fate resides. Only with the source can fate be altered, the ancient devil hissed. But in the greater world, the source returns to the river of fate. There is no way to change it there. You mean to say, Jiang Xuan mused, that if the myriad realms end, humanity will lose its chance to change its fate. Chapter 721. Old Acquaintances. Even if Shening could stop the end of the myriad worlds, he could never change the fate of the human race, the ancient devil said coldly. Fate cannot be defied. Shening was merely indulging in delusions. Even if the worlds do not end, he could never have succeeded. The replacement of civilizations and the reincarnation of worlds are matters of order and law. They are not to be questioned, much less provoked. Jiang Xuan smiled, clearly disagreeing with the ancient devil. Whether one succeeds or fails is up to human effort. Even if the ending is predestined, one cannot simply sit back and accept it without doing anything, can they? Besides, if you have never tried, how do you know success is impossible? The ancient devil laughed, mocking Jiang Xuan's ignorance. If I did not know, why would I have repeatedly pushed to accelerate the process and welcome the arrival of the end? Jiang Xuan's expression tightened. He felt even more confused. What did the ancient devil mean by that? I might as well tell you directly. I am the successor of the flame of civilization, the ancient devil stated plainly. The civilization of these myriad worlds was meant to perish by my hand. What? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Everything the ancient devil was saying went far beyond his previous understanding of reality. What was the flame of civilization? Why must the myriad worlds end? Could this, too, be a part of fate? As you say, during the era of the Flame Emperor Shening, the myriad worlds should have already perished by your hand. Why did things change in the middle, and why has it continued until now? Jiang Xuan asked, his mind full of questions. Because of the dog duist, the ancient devil answered without hesitation. Since everything is being set right now, these secrets are no longer hidden. The dog duist, like me, was originally a successor of the flame of civilization. The flame was supposed to be passed down and continued through him. However, the dog duist did not achieve immortality. The source of fate for the civilization of his era did not perish, so the flame could not be passed on. This caused the cycle of reincarnation for civilizations to be interrupted. Over endless time, many civilizations that should have ended continued to exist, pushing the burden to its limit until the order could no longer sustain it. The ancient devil continued, this civilization of the myriad worlds is the same. I should have received the flame of civilization from a predecessor, and followed the guidance of the laws of order to welcome the end. I should have presided over the annihilation of this world, but because of the variable known as the dog duist, things could not proceed normally. Thus, the end has been delayed until now. Jiang Xuan was stunned, struggling to digest this massive amount of information. He found it difficult to comprehend. If the end cannot arrive, isn't that a good thing? If the end cannot arrive, civilizations that should have perished continue to exist. Order cannot carry the weight. In the long run, the balance will inevitably be broken, and everything will only get worse, the ancient devil sneered. Once order collapses, it will bring about total destruction. Absolute destruction. Space and time will collapse, and nothing will exist anymore. That price is far greater than the natural end of a single civilization. Jiang Xuan felt a sense of daze, finding it hard to grasp the scope of the ancient devil's words. When the civilization of the myriad worlds ends, the human race still has a path to survival. They can leave this ancestral realm and head to that world. This is the lifeline given to humanity by the order, or rather, it is the fair and equal chance at life given to the creatures of every civilization. But the Flame Emperor Shening was overconfident. He insisted on abandoning the path of life and tried to change the fate of the human race. The ancient devil gave a cold laugh. He didn't realize he was leading the human race into a fire pit. He was seeking his own death. I cannot let the vast human race follow that madman Shening blindly down a path of destruction. Therefore, I used my devil body to consume the world ring and drove the myriad races that had already left to return. I am pushing to accelerate the process to welcome the end. He wants to change fate, so I will force him to give up on that path. Ah, Jiang Xuan looked at the devil's eye in his palm with a strange expression. The ancient devil's tone sounded odd. To use Jiang Xuan's words, there was a hint of bashfulness in it. Was it possible that the ancient devil and the Flame Emperor Shening were once rivals, with a complex history? It felt incredibly abstract. Who are you exactly? Jiang Xuan asked, his curiosity about the ancient devil's identity growing. Is it important who I am? The ancient devil replied with a smile. Give up. The world ring has collapsed, the myriad races are descending, and the end will inevitably arrive. Taking the human race to that world is the correct path, and the only choice. Trying to change fate will only push the human race toward total destruction. Inside the Earth Emperor's secret realm, the Earth Emperor sat beneath the old locust tree. He looked up, his deep gaze piercing through the void to look upon the heavens. It was as if he could see the state of the myriad worlds in their entirety. He gave a long, slow sigh. What is meant to come has finally arrived. Memories surfaced in his clouded eyes as he whispered to himself. Back then, you father and son held different opinions. Your father agreed with my thoughts, and was willing to pay any price to change the human race's fate, even if it meant being ground to dust. You, however, insisted on following the order, stating that fate cannot be defied, and that our actions would only bury the entire human race. At that time, I had absolute confidence. I made a grand vow, traveled through the heavens, and forged the Shening Ding, certain I could refine the fate pill, and change our destiny. So, the position of human emperor was given to your father, the Yellow Emperor, and not to you. The Earth Emperor shook his head and sighed. Indirectly, that created the person you are today. Long years have passed, and I have failed. Even after reincarnating as the Earth Emperor, I still cannot change the rapid decline of the human race. And you are still practicing your own ideas, not hesitating to consume the world ring to welcome the end. Just to force me to give up? The Earth Emperor gave a helpless smile. I hope you are right. That way, even if the human race cannot change its fate, there is still a path to survival so we do not walk toward destruction. I hope you are doing this for the human race, and not, because of a personal grudge, for me not giving you the title of human emperor. Chu. In the land of divine revelation, inside the Primordial Golden Tower, the fourth challenge space was a swaying sea of blood. The severed limbs of thousands of great beasts floated in the crimson tide. Jiang Xuan held the broken Suenyuan sword, his expression cold. The murderous great Dao of slaughter surrounded him like a terrifying god of death. Beneath his absolute calm lay a hair-raising ferocity. The challenge was a success. To the Jiang Xuan of today, these terrifying Saint Realm beasts were a minor task. It was just a matter of moving his hand and wasting a bit of time. It was a pity the life spirit was currently with Zhang Zhao, so he couldn't immediately convert the beast corpses into useful life energy. He had to summon the human tablet to store the bloody remains first. The process was simple enough, if a bit disgusting. The ferocious space slowly faded away, revealing a hazy tunnel. Presumably, this path led directly to the next challenge space. Jiang Xuan stepped onto the tunnel and moved forward. He traveled quickly for about 15 minutes before a small world filled with the laws of the 5 elements appeared. It pulsed with 5-colored divine light, and was remarkably beautiful. A 5-element space? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, curious about the challenge that awaited him here. I hope there aren't too many complicated things this time. The events in the bronze space still left him with a lingering sense of unease. He only wanted to finish the 99 challenges quickly, and claim the rewards from the Primordial Golden Tower. The best scenario was a simple battle, without any extra nonsense. Jiang Xuan took a step forward and crossed the barrier of 5-colored light. The barrier rippled as he entered. Inside the space, a brilliant 5 elements divine tablet hovered high in the air. It seemed to be constructed from the law power of the 5 elements Dao, radiating a holy and inviolable aura. It carried an unspeakable, supreme power. Oddly enough, a graceful woman sat cross-legged atop the tablet. She had beautiful features and a cold, aloof temperament. Dressed in elegant silk robes, she looked like a fairy descended from a heavenly palace. She was stunningly beautiful. Jiang Xuan looked directly at the woman, his eyes narrowing. He felt no sense of admiration. Instead, he frowned in surprise. Why was this old woman here? Indeed, she was an acquaintance. Someone Jiang Xuan had almost forgotten. Fairy Xianxia. During the Ascension Banquet in the Dao Saint Realm, Jiang Xuan had wanted to kill her, but circumstances never provided the opportunity. After entering the land of divine revelation, so many things happened that he had pushed her to the back of his mind. He hadn't expected to run into her here. It seemed like a loose end was being tied up. But wasn't this space the 5th level of the challenge? How could Fairy Xianxia be here? Was she faster than him? That seemed impossible. The first level alone featured White Jiang Xuan. Unless he went easy on someone, how could they pass? Furthermore, as the world's will, White Jiang Xuan had no sense of human sentiment. Why would he ever go easy? Fairy Xianxia suddenly snapped her eyes open. 5-colored light flashed in her pupils with a sharp intensity. The aura of an eternal saint rolled out, causing ripples throughout the space. She focused on Jiang Xuan and narrowed her eyes in surprise. Jiang Xuan, you managed to come here? She let out a mocking sneer. That is for the best. It saves me the trouble of wasting time looking for you. Today I grant you death. She struck the divine tablet beneath her with her jade-like hand. The 5-colored light erupted, and the tablet transformed into a 5-colored divine sword that flew into her hand. Fairy Xianxia gripped the sword and activated the 5 elements Dao, charging directly at Jiang Xuan. Her killing intent was absolute, and her immortal power was magnificent. In that moment, she looked like a celestial being from beyond the heavens, breathtakingly brilliant. Chapter 722. The Master of the 5 Elements. Half a month ago, Fairy Xianxia suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of White Jiang Xuan. Unable to pass even the first level of the challenges, she was forced to retreat. She abandoned her initial plan to build her saint foundation through the Great Dao of the 5 Elements, deciding instead to achieve longevity first. Her goal was to charge onto the Primordial Golden list before attempting to comprehend the method of merging Great Daos. Fortune, however, was on her side. By a stroke of luck, she stumbled into a lost ruin where she obtained the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse known as the Master of the Five Elements. According to his records, he was once the sovereign of a Five Elements world. He had wielded the Great Dao of the Five Elements with overwhelming power, ruling as a supreme being who stood only a single step away from the realm of immortality. Fate was cruel. Before he could reach immortality, the end of his world arrived. The civilization of his realm lacked the power to withstand the catastrophic destruction. Everything was annihilated, and the Master of the Five Elements perished in that ultimate disaster. Yet, in his final moments, he refused to let his legacy vanish. He burned his entire being to turn his inheritance into a Dao imprint, casting it into the river of time so that a destined successor might carry on the civilization of the Five Elements in another form. After receiving this inheritance, Fairy Xianxia successfully comprehended the Great Dao of the Five Elements. She used it to achieve longevity and forge a saint foundation of the sovereign grade. Her strength underwent a total transformation, increasing her combat power more than 1,000-fold. Emboldened, she re-entered the Primordial Golden Tower to resume her challenge. To her surprise, the Dao imprint of the Master of the Five Elements resonated with this specific space. A unique passage opened, drawing her directly here. As it turned out, this Five Elements space was formed from the fragments of that ancient fallen world. The Five Elements Divine Tablet was the world's primordial core, which the Master had refined into a quasi-emperor weapon to suppress the world's luck and delay its end. History shows his efforts were in vain. The tablet failed to stop the inevitable destruction. However, the tablet survived and was collected by the Heavenly Dao of the Old Lands. It was refined along with the world fragments into this space, serving as the fifth level of the Primordial Golden Tower. Having inherited the Master's legacy, she refined the Five Elements Divine Tablet with ease, making it her natal treasure. A genuine quasi-emperor weapon was a treasure of unimaginable value. Even in her home world, such an item was considered a supreme rarity, held only by superfactions like the Celestial Clan. They were so scarce that even those powers hesitated to use them. Despite her high status as the ninth imperial child of the Celestial Clan, she normally would never have been qualified to wield a quasi-emperor weapon. Her three masters favored her, granting her resources that ranked her in the top 3 among the 9 imperial children. She carried a king-grade saint armor bestowed by her eldest master, which had already sparked envy and resentment within the clan. Given that a king-grade weapon caused such a stir, the value of a quasi-emperor weapon was truly beyond measure. To Xianxia, this was a legendary stroke of luck. This journey to the land of divine revelation had proven its worth. Even if she gained nothing else from the Primordial Golden List, this encounter alone would allow her to crush the other 7 imperial children upon her return. She would even have the standing to challenge the first imperial child. Originally, she planned to track down Jiang Xuan once she had fully mastered the tablet. As a member of the Celestial Clan, she could not allow a potential future human king to grow unchecked. Her previous defeat by White Jiang Xuan taught her that Jiang Xuan was progressing at a terrifying speed, far beyond what she could handle as a pseudo-saint. She had retreated to avoid him, but now, she was confident she could kill him with ease. She had not expected him to deliver himself directly to her door. One sword strike sent out 10,000 feet of 5 elements sword chi. The brilliant light illuminated the world, and the entire space began to crack and dissolve, returning to the basic state of the 5 elements. As the light enveloped Jiang Xuan, a strange sensation filled his body. He felt as if he were being purified, losing control of his cultivation, his realm, and even his physical form, as they were broken down into their primordial components. The Great Dao of the 5 Elements? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, genuinely interested. The effects of this Dao were similar to his own Primordial Dao, as both could return things to their original state. However, compared to the Primordial Dao, this was like comparing a small spark to a great sun. He laughed softly, remaining perfectly calm despite the attack. He was surprised the old woman had such luck to master this Dao and reach the saint realm. He knew how much he had suffered to achieve his own breakthrough. Comparing lives could truly be frustrating. Still, he held onto his core belief. Cultivation level was the least useful metric of power. Though both had just entered the saint realm, he knew he could crush her with a single finger. And so he did exactly that. Jiang Xuan pointed a finger forward, activating the primordial technique. His Danshan, the primordial realm, trembled slightly as a surge of ancient energy spread from his fingertip. Without even manifesting Dao laws, the void beneath his finger began to boil and ripple with dense folds. In an instant, the rules and laws of the 5 elements space began to waver. The magnificent sword chi was consumed by these ripples, vanishing like a pebble dropped into the ocean. The light surrounding Jiang Xuan dissipated just as quickly. The strike she thought would take his head ended with a whimper. If she weren't still holding the glowing sword, she might have doubted she had even attacked. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. Her heart filled with an inexplicable, intense unease. She could see that Jiang Xuan was also a new saint, just like her. How had he neutralized her attack so effortlessly? It made no sense. With the boost from a quasi-emperor weapon, that strike should have killed even a four-tribulation saint. Did Jiang Xuan already possess power beyond that? Was he comparable to a great saint? You are strong, she said, her voice heavy with caution. She did not strike again immediately, perhaps trying to lower his guard or formulate a new plan. Jiang Xuan shrugged and smiled. I know. Xianxia froze. He didn't even bother to be humble. In that moment of hesitation, Jiang Xuan blurred forward with lightning speed. He struck with the broken Suenyun sword. The Great Sun Sword chapter flared to life, burning through the heavens and incinerating the laws of the void. He had no affection for this woman from the celestial clan. If he could kill her quickly, he wouldn't waste another word. His time was valuable. Xianxia gasped, shocked by his directness. She swung the five elements sword in a desperate defense. The five-colored light collided with the burning sun in a massive explosion. The energy stormed tore the space apart, revealing the deep void of nothingness. In that chaos, she triggered her hidden trap. The entire five elements space began to collapse rapidly. Like a vast ocean, the laws of the five elements gathered and stacked, forming a towering figure 100,000 feet tall. It looked like a god-fiend that held the sun, moon, and stars. Without hesitation, Xianxia threw her sword into the chest of the massive figure. An ancient, nearly immortal aura erupted, pressing down on everything and shaking the void. An absolute, unspeakable will locked onto Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan's expression darkened. His hair stood on end. In that moment, he felt as if he were being watched by a supreme powerhouse, who held his life in their hand. The pressure was no less than when he had faced the husk of the desolate heaven. What was this? Who was this figure? This was the master of the five elements. While they spoke, Xianxia had been secretly manipulating the space. By sacrificing the entire realm, and using the tablet as a foundation, she manifested an avatar of the master. Though it possessed less than a 10,000th of his true power, it was more than enough to slaughter Jiang Xuan. She had realized from their first exchange that Jiang Xuan was stronger than her. "You are powerful," she said with absolute confidence, "but my methods are beyond your imagination." Chapter 723. Heart bleeding. Jiang Xuan shrugged. He was long used to the meaningless rhetoric used by people like Fairy Xianxia. Brainless villains always acted this way. He wondered if the creator of such characters simply lacked vocabulary, or if their mental capacity was just average, as the antagonists he faced were almost always of this caliber. They really offered very little in the way of entertainment. Only the towering, muscular figure she had summoned held a bit of interest. It gave him a sense of déjà vu, much like facing the husk of the desolate heaven. Reasonably, he could infer that the true body of this projection must have once been a top-tier powerhouse who shook the ancient world. As for just how powerful they were, that was hard to estimate. After all, this was merely a shadow, possessing not even a fraction of its original strength. Unwilling to waste any more time, Jiang Xuan's form flickered as he charged forward. He pointed a finger once more. His Danshan, the primordial realm, trembled as he summoned the primordial Great Dao. He unleashed the divine technique, beginning of all, sending a wave of pure, ancient energy surging forward like a dark tide. The energy drifted through the air like mist. Everywhere it touched, everything was instantly annihilated and decomposed, returning to its most primitive and pure form. To put it simply, it returned to chaos and nothingness. A deep darkness, like a herald of an eternal night, spread out without restraint. The five elements space, which had already been sacrificed and shattered, had reverted to pure, chaotic darkness. Now, it manifested as an ultimate void, as if even the primordial chaos itself no longer existed. It looked as though an invisible beast, lurking outside the bounds of time and space, had opened a gaping maw to swallow every existing thing. The massive body of the master of the five elements was torn by invisible forces. Shards of five elements law seeped out of the figure like brilliant, multicolored blood, dripping away into the void. A silent roar echoed from the figure's mouth. Its near-tangible fury manifested in a dazzling display of five-colored light. Inside the figure, the five elements divine tablet, which served as its core, shook violently. It seemed unable to sustain the manifestation any longer. Linked to the tablet by her soul, Fairy Xianxia's face flushed with an unhealthy redness. As the projection was torn apart, she suffered a powerful backlash. Even though she had built her saint foundation using a sovereign grade Dao, she struggled to endure the sheer terror of the rebounding energy. Her aura fell into disarray, her Dao laws flickered, and the glow of her power dimmed and flared erratically. "This is impossible," Xianxia screamed, her face contorting in disbelief. No one knew the terrifying combat power of this projection better than she did. With the support of the five elements divine tablet, a quasi-emperor weapon, it even had the potential to slay a great saint. Yet, before Jiang Xuan, it seemed to have no power to fight back at all. They had entered the land of divine revelation at nearly the same time, and both had only recently entered the saint realm. How could his combat strength exceed hers by such a staggering margin? She was the ninth imperial child of the celestial clan. She possessed a foundation built on the five elements and the inheritance of an ancient master. What kind of divine technique is this? She glared at Jiang Xuan, her eyes bloodshot and wide with a mix of fury and madness brought on by the massive gap in their power. "Take a guess," Jiang Xuan replied with a casual smile. "Who decided that I have to answer every question you ask? Don't be so naive. It is a bit beneath you." With a flash of movement, Jiang Xuan appeared directly in front of her. With a thought, the yin-yang grinding stone descended, pinning her in place. Simultaneously, he swung the broken Suenyun sword upward. A streak of yellowish-brown sword chi flashed, followed by a spray of blood. Her head rolled away. The look of disbelief on her beautiful face was frozen forever. She had been an imperial child of the celestial clan, possessing both stunning beauty and exceptional talent. She might have had a bright future ahead of her. However, from the moment she arrived in the Dao Saint realm, and chose to become Jiang Xuan's enemy, or more accurately, From the moment she chose to continue the sordid practices of the celestial clan, her fate was sealed. Death. And a messy, hurried death at that. A hasty end with no one to witness it. With Fairy Yuexia's death, the projection of the Master of the Five Elements collapsed. Only the Five Elements divine tablet remained, returning to its original form, and floating in the shattered space, radiating the brilliant light of the Five Elements Dao. Jiang Xuan watched her body fall. After a moment of thought, he suppressed his internal discomfort and activated a mental divine technique. Using her body as a focal point, he constructed a simple spacetime illusion to extract her memories. The effect was similar to a soul search, but the form was much more humane. He still maintained some level of moral standards. More importantly, searching the soul of a woman who had lived for thousands of years felt disgusting to him. He had a particular kind of mental fastidiousness. As he browsed through her memories, the situation was largely as he had suspected. She was indeed a genius of the Celestial Clan. The only thing that surprised him was that she was one of the 9 Imperial children. An Imperial child? Of this caliber? Then again, what could one expect from a group of filthy traitors who had grandiosely declared themselves a new race? Compared to powerful opponents like the Eclipse Devils or the Nether race, the so-called Celestial Clan was nothing more than an insignificant joke. Jiang Xuan smiled. He used the human tablet to pull her body into its internal space. While he held her in tactical contempt, she was still a saint. It would be a waste to leave her there. One saint corpse equaled 5 strands of divine life chi. Frugality was a fine tradition rooted in his very bones. After the kill was confirmed and the body collected, the human tablet trembled. The spirit of the tablet, Ling Yi, stepped out. She looked at the 5 elements divine tablet, hesitated for a moment, and then bowed to Jiang Xuan. Master, Ling Yi needs this quasi-emperor weapon. A quasi-emperor weapon? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He looked at the tablet, shocked that the woman had dropped such high-level equipment. Although he was wealthy, especially after plundering 12 divine palaces, and his assets had reached a staggering level, he was still a bit short on weaponry. Most of the weapons he had taken from the palaces were king or sovereign-grade saint weapons that were either broken or had lost their spirits, leaving them with very little power. Even the human holy items he held were battle-damaged versions. He didn't have a single quasi-emperor weapon as intact as this one. Jiang Xuan hesitated. It actually pained him a little to let the human tablet consume a quasi-emperor weapon. After a moment of doubt, he waved his hand and allowed it. A quasi-emperor weapon was good, but it was still far inferior to the human tablet. The sooner the human tablet was fully repaired, the sooner his combat power would skyrocket. How many more weapons like this do you need to be fully restored? Jiang Xuan asked. The human tablet surged with an ancient, vast energy. It wrapped around the 5 elements divine tablet and began to break it down and consume it. The entire process took less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Ling Yi gave him a bright smile. Master, it will be very soon. Jiang Xuan's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Tell me exactly how many. Well, 20 more should do it. Ling Yi gave him a playful wink. Jiang Xuan's face went dark. 20? Quasi-emperor weapons? His chest felt tight, and his heart felt like it was bleeding. He completely ignored the fact that the usually regal, goddess-like Ling Yi had just winked at him. The shock of the cost drowned out everything else. After a moment of internal agony, he let out a long breath. He accepted the reality that he had just wasted a quasi-emperor weapon. He looked around the broken 5-element space. There were still 5 or 6 irregular world fragments floating there, glowing with the light of Dao laws. However, since Yuexia had sacrificed the space, these fragments could no longer be reassembled into a complete world. True to his principle of not letting anything go to waste, Jiang Xuan summoned the world tree. It consumed the fragments, integrating them into the misty, developing world at its base. Every little bit helped. Of course, this made things difficult for the first generation of inhabitants, like the Sage of the Ancient Sea and Daoya. It was no simple task to merge these foreign fragments into the existing land. Each world had its own independent and incompatible source. The sages had to lead the other inhabitants to set up arrays and work tirelessly to neutralize the dangers radiating from the fragments, slowly refining them so they could become part of their continent. Despite the hardship, it gave them a sense of participation and pride in building their home. They looked forward to the day when this illusory world would become real, and they might regain their destinies and become true living beings. Jiang Xuan ignored Ling Yi's pouting expression as he drew her and the human tablet back into the spiritual palace between his brows. He set off for the next level. Time was short, and his tasks were heavy. In truth, now that the cursed totem had been removed, the human tablet no longer needed to stay in his spiritual palace. He could have kept it in his dantian alongside the Reincarnation shadow, the world tree, and the Swiren torch. However, whether out of habit or a special attachment to the tablet, he kept it in his brow. This gave the human tablet a unique status. Perhaps this was also why Ling Yi's personality was changing. The spiritual palace was close to his sea of consciousness and his very soul. Once the human tablet is fully repaired, I can finally transform into a real human body. Deep within the source of the tablet, Ling Yi rested her head on her hand and smiled sweetly. Her eyes were full of bright expectations for the future. Chapter 724. The 6 paths of reincarnation are in your dreams. 10 days passed in a flash. Jiang Xuan had cleared more than 50 challenge spaces. His harvest was substantial. He had collected a vast mountain of Saint Realm corpses, enough for the life spirit to manufacture nearly 10,000 strands of divine life chi. As for saint weapons, inheritances, and various divine artifacts, they now filled several storage rings. While these gains lacked the sheer quality of the items from the 12 divine palaces, they exceeded them in quantity by nearly 100-fold. His only regret was that he had not found another quasi-emperor weapon. Jiang Xuan felt a pang of disdain toward the Primordial Golden Tower. Was this legendary tower truly so destitute that it couldn't provide a second quasi-emperor weapon? At this rate, when would he ever fully repair the human tablet? The agreed-upon meeting time with Tai Kang and the others was drawing near, and Jiang Xuan was forced to accelerate his pace. It seemed unlikely that he would reach the top of the tower and claim the top spot on the golden list before heading to the Kangyuan domain. But any progress he could make now was better than none. Jiang Xuan arrived at the 59th challenge space. It was a world saturated with the scent of death and decay. A heavy, yellow mist of death hung over the horizon, pressing down with the crushing weight of mortality. Stepping into this realm, one couldn't help but feel a hollow sorrow and a creeping fear, as if their own life were on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. He landed by the bank of a nearly dried-up river. Looking down at the turbid water and the white flower petals floating within it, his expression turned strange. He looked up and surveyed the world. In the absolute silence, he saw visible fractures. It looked as if this world had once faced a final ending, shattering into pieces, only to be stitched back together by some mysterious force. This place feels so familiar, Jiang Xuan whispered, his brow furrowed with confusion. The feeling of familiarity seemed to stem from the depths of his soul. It was a persistent sensation that took root in his heart, reminding him over and over to recall the memory belonging to this place. It felt as though he had stood here before in person. A cold wind howled, sounding like the wailing of ghosts in his ears. Jiang Xuan felt a jolt in his mind as a vague sense of guidance manifested within him. After a moment of hesitation, he followed the pull, walking along the bank of the parched river. The guidance grew anxious, urging him forward. His pace quickened from a walk to a run, and finally to a low-altitude flight. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Jiang Xuan stopped. He looked up, his expression freezing in shock. Before him stood a dilapidated wooden bridge spanning the dry riverbed. He recognized it instantly. This was the Nehi Bridge. He had seen this bridge before. During the dream state where he explored the secrets of his marriage karma with Nangang Minjiao, he had traveled from the bottom of the East Sea, reversed through the Yellow Springs, and reached the underworld to save her life. Was that not just a dream? Was it real? Jiang Xuan felt a sense of bewilderment. Is this world truly the underworld? Then, a voice drifted from the far side of the bridge. It was faint and exhausted, sounding as if the speaker might stop breathing at any second. You have come. In such a desolate setting, the sudden voice made Jiang Xuan shiver. A chill ran down his spine. This was a proper cultivation world. He didn't need this kind of eerie atmosphere. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes, maintaining a cautious stance as he stepped onto the bridge. He moved slowly until he reached the other end. A thin, translucent silhouette of a man slowly materialized before him. It was King Chejiang. Because Jiang Xuan had interacted with King Chejiang in that dream state, he could just barely identify him by his outline. I have been waiting for you for a long time, King Chejiang said. His silhouette trembled, as if he were overcome with emotion. Waiting for me? Jiang Xuan asked, his voice filled with doubt. Yes, King Chejiang nodded. First, I must thank you. If not for your guidance in the past, I would not have foreseen the arrival of the end, nor would I have been able to preserve this sliver of consciousness through that catastrophe. The end. The catastrophe. Jiang Xuan's heart sank. Did the underworld, the very place that governed the reincarnation of life, also have to endure the cycle of civilization replacement? My time is short, and I cannot answer all your questions, King Chejiang said quickly. Listen and remember. What I am about to say is vital to you. When the great calamity struck the underworld, the 6 paths of reincarnation were shattered. Because I held the title of King Chejiang, I was able to glimpse a fragment of the underworld's fate amidst the collapse. I used that chance to preserve this consciousness. Through that glimpse of fate, I learned that the underworld will be rebuilt in a completely new way. The catalyst for that reconstruction lies with you. Me? Jiang Xuan was stunned. King Chejiang did not answer. Instead, he continued, as for why it is you, or how you will rebuild the underworld, I do not know. I only know that my remaining consciousness must assist you and guide you to obtain the complete path of hell reincarnation. Jiang Xuan's expression tightened. Obtain the complete path of hell? He had obtained a fragment of the path of hell in the ghost city of Fengdu and integrated it into his reincarnation shadow. Then, he had reached the underworld in a dream where he met King Chejiang. Now, this same King Chejiang was appearing like a guide to lead him to the complete version. Was this all a prearranged sequence of events? King Chejiang seemed unaware of Jiang Xuan's inner turmoil. In his current state, merely remaining conscious was a struggle. Noticing Jiang Xuan's subtle reactions was far beyond his capability. The rest of the path of hell is located in. King Chejiang's silhouette suddenly began to burn away like a flicker of pale ghost fire. It is in. His eyes widened in a look of sudden, extreme terror, as if he had touched upon a forbidden secret. As the flames consumed him, he let out a piercing shriek. It is in your dreams. A flash of pale fire illuminated Jiang Xuan's face for a brief second before vanishing. His face looked sickly white in the fading light. His back was now drenched in cold sweat. Loud cracks echoed through the air as the gloomy world began to fracture with jagged, terrifying tears. It started to collapse in an incredibly bizarre manner, appearing like a clay shell peeling away layer by layer under the scorching sun. Inside Jiang Xuan's dantian, the reincarnation shadow began to vibrate and reverse violently. It struggled and roared like a maddened beast. Disturbed power of reincarnation erupted, instantly flooding his entire internal world. It was chaotic, violent, and out of control. Jiang Xuan was pulled into the agitation. His eyes snapped wide, bloodshot and fierce. Inside the dantian, the world tree and the Swiren torch were shocked. They couldn't understand why the reincarnation shadow had suddenly gone berserk. The third brother actually has some real skill, the world tree thought as it swayed its leaves to block the rampaging power. It felt a hint of fear. Even now, it could only barely protect itself, and lacked the power to suppress the shadow. If the world tree felt this way, the Xianxia seal was even worse. It huddled in a corner, trembling and shivering. In this storm of reincarnation power, it felt like a tiny boat about to be torn apart. The storm raged on, threatening to shred Jiang Xuan's deep, dark dantian. At that critical moment, the primordial realm trembled. An ancient, pure energy spread out like a warm, giant hand, pressing the storm back into the reincarnation shadow. It stroked the shadow like one would soothe a startled kitten, calming it down. The reincarnation shadow stopped its violent shaking, but the speed at which it was reversing did not slow down. Jiang Xuan had not yet recovered from his trance-like state. Sensing that his condition was critical, the primordial technique activated itself. The primordial Dao hovered before him, and the eldest brother of his powers began to show its true strength. It commanded the spacetime illusion to activate, joining forces with the reincarnation shadow to pull Jiang Xuan into a new, 10,000-year dream. The underworld. He was a scholar. For the sake of the woman he loved, he had traveled backwards through the Yellow Springs to find her soul and bring her back to the land of the living. But he had arrived too late. His lover's soul had already drunk the soup of oblivion and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation to begin her next life. The scholar asked Grandmother Meng if he could follow his lover. She refused, stating that his lifespan was not yet over, and he could not pass on. Those were the rules of the underworld and the laws of order. The scholar gave a bitter smile. He asked Grandmother Meng if he could see the 6 paths of reincarnation, as he had questions he needed to ask. For some unknown reason, she agreed to his request. Standing before the 6 paths, the scholar bowed and asked, "I seek to know, what are life and death?" "Young man, you are deluded," the voice of reincarnation echoed in his mind. "Life is life, and death is death. I do not understand. Could you show me? If you understand, you understand. If you do not, you do not. How else can I show you?" "Very well. I will give you 30,000 years. See for yourself." The 6 paths of reincarnation turned. The Heavenly Dao of the underworld manifested, and the laws of heaven and the power of reincarnation descended upon him. The scholar was transformed, becoming the judge of life and death. Chapter 725. Everything is within reincarnation. For 30,000 years, the scholar watched the dance of life and death. He witnessed countless souls pass into the next life and personally shattered the new beginnings of countless beings. In these long ages, his words dictated birth and his thoughts delivered death. The number of souls that passed through his hands was enough to fill the entire river of forgetfulness. The blooming spider lilies were his silent witnesses. During this vast stretch of time, the scholar's cultivation soared. One hand reached toward the supreme realm of immortality that remains hidden to common men. He mastered secret methods of life and death, and finally touched the true meaning of reincarnation. After 30,000 years, the scholar resigned from his post as the judge of life and death. At the head of the bridge, he bid farewell to Grandmother Meng. "I thank you for allowing me to face reincarnation that day," the scholar said with a deep bow. Grandmother Meng did not stop her work. She continued ladling the soup of oblivion without looking up. She gave a faint smile and spoke words that left the scholar baffled. "This is what I owed you." The scholar was confused and opened his mouth to ask more, but Grandmother Meng issued a dismissal. "You should go now." The scholar hesitated, then nodded and asked no more. He bowed again, and turned to walk off the bridge into the waters of the river of forgetfulness. He waded against the current, letting the turbid water wash over his body and soul. Perhaps this was a form of cultivation, or perhaps it was his way of forcing himself to forget the past. He had to forget the woman he loved. His lover had already entered the cycle. Even if he found her reincarnation, she would no longer be the woman he knew. Time passed like a flickering shadow. The scholar lost track of how many years he spent in the river. It felt as though ages had passed, and the world had changed. His memories, eroded by endless time, became as murky as the water surrounding him. Eventually, he reached the source of the river, the very start of the Yellow Springs. There, a single, pure white spider lily bloomed. Unlike the common flowers which had 5 petals, this one had 6. The white petals seemed to hold a profound mystery, and it looked as if the river itself flowed from them. The scholar stared at the flower, lost in thought. Suddenly, an inexplicable urge took hold of him. He reached out, plucked the flower, and swallowed it. The true meaning of reincarnation he had studied for ages exploded within him. The Great Dao of Reincarnation manifested quickly, appearing as a phantom of the 6 paths behind him. The waters of the river surged toward the phantom, filling the cycle. Years later, the scholar opened his eyes and held out his right palm. The phantom of the 6 paths, now nearly solid, shrank and flew into his hand. It spun slowly, radiating the profound aura of the cycle. Notably, this reincarnation was spinning in a forward direction. So that is how it is, the scholar whispered with a sudden smile. He tucked the cycle into his palm and reached into the air, tearing open a deep rift into the void. He stepped into the darkness and walked slowly through the nothingness, searching for something. Long years passed, beyond any calendar. He experienced much, yet it felt as if he had experienced nothing at all. His memories were sealed away by the cycle. Whether this was intentional or accidental, only he knew. Unless he wished to recall them, they would stay forgotten. Suddenly, the scholar stopped. His drifting eyes regained their focus, and he gave a low laugh. Found you. He tore the void open again, and stepped back into reality. In a place of utter nothingness within the heavens, the cycle opened up and the scholar emerged. He raised his eyes and looked toward a specific direction. He was looking at the Dao Saint realm. Not bad, he murmured with a faint smile before stepping back into the void. The dream ended. Jiang Xuan snapped his eyes open, drenched in cold sweat and his heart still racing. Inside his internal world, the reversal of the reincarnation shadow finally slowed down. It began to solidify at a visible rate. Within moments, it stood vast and majestic. The shadow now clearly resembled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Like a 6-petaled spider lily, 1/6 of it had turned a pure, brilliant white. This portion represented the complete path of hell. Jiang Xuan felt the change. He held up his right hand, and the shadow appeared in his palm. The solid white 6th was striking as it spun in reverse, carrying a mysterious aura. The scholar, the judge of life and death, the reincarnation emperor, the reincarnation technique. Jiang Xuan recalled the dream and finally understood. He gave a knowing smile. So everything truly is within reincarnation. He had guided Grandmother Meng, and she had returned the favor by letting the scholar see the 6 paths. The scholar achieved enlightenment and returned the favor by making it easier for Jiang Xuan to master the reincarnation technique. Later, the scholar would help him stabilize his divine techniques and successfully reverse spacetime to seize the Yin-Yang Dao. It was a perfect cycle. Everything, including the remaining part of the path of hell, was part of it. The scholar must have left it for him. Cracks suddenly spread through the collapsing space around him. The world was finally giving way, breaking into fragments. Jiang Xuan looked at the dying world and activated the cycle in his palm. The cycle turned, creating a powerful, invisible pull. The peeling fragments of the world rushed into the reincarnation, like children returning home. Half an hour later, the patched-together underworld was gone, completely stored within the cycle in Jiang Xuan's palm. I suppose this is the first step toward rebuilding the underworld. Jiang Xuan wasn't entirely sure, but his strength had certainly taken a massive leap forward. He now controlled the complete path of hell, and his mastery over the Great Dao of Reincarnation had improved significantly. He would have to test his combat power soon to see the full extent of the progress. It is about time to head to the Kangyuan domain, he whispered to himself. I hope I can still make it to the city of Luo Kang in time. He withdrew the cycle into his internal world and headed back to meet Tai Kang and the others. Somewhere in an untraceable void, the traveling scholar paused. He turned his head and looked back, a light flashing in his deep eyes. He held up his hand, letting his own reincarnation cycle spin forward. He looked at it and laughed softly. Our debts are settled. The next time we meet, we shall be enemies. Half a day later, in the White Realm, the group had gathered. Tai Kang, Nichen Dao, Gui Shenxiao, Dijusha, and Donghuang Tianyan were all present. They were only waiting for Zhang Zhao to return so they could pass through the ancient gate in the core of the tower to reach the Kangyuan domain. White Jiang Xuan actually went easy on you? Jiang Xuan asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise after hearing the others talk. The group looked at each other. They finally realized why White Jiang Xuan had surrendered so decisively. They had been riding on Jiang Xuan's coattails the whole time. You really are the man, Brother Jiang, Gui Shenxiao said with a thumb up and genuine admiration. Jiang Xuan just smiled. What was that about Deminghuang losing to White Jiang Xuan over and over? He asked. He kept a close eye on the human emperor's great-great-grandson. Since Jiang Xuan intended to lead the human race in the future, the boy might eventually get in his way. Still, the boy was family to the emperor, whom Jiang Xuan respected. Unless Deminghuang did something truly out of line, Jiang Xuan couldn't very well kill him in the cradle. We don't know much, Gui Shenxiao admitted. Tai Kang explained that Deminghuang had been challenging White Jiang Xuan constantly. In the last 10 days, he had fought him over 300 times, and every single time, he was ruthlessly crushed. Tai Kang had stayed behind to help Nichen Dao, so he had seen the whole thing. It was only half a day ago that Deminghuang finally accepted reality and left. 300 times in 10 days? Jiang Xuan was impressed. The kid certainly had grit. Father, Zhang Zhao's voice arrived before she did. Everyone turned to look and froze in shock. Gui Shenxiao rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. Jiang Xuan was just as stunned. Was he seeing things? His little girl was already a minor saint. Zhang Zhao flew over and grabbed Jiang Xuan's arm. Father, look how amazing I am. In just 10 days, I became a minor saint. How did you manage that? Jiang Xuan asked, bewildered. It was easy, she chirped with a giggle. I cleared 50 floors of challenges, which unsealed a layer of my bloodline. Then I just became a minor saint. The group was speechless. The shock was hard to process. Was it really that simple? Just a few weeks ago, she was a brand new saint. How could unsealing one layer of bloodline allow her to skip all 5 tribulations of the saint realm and reach the minor saint stage directly? Was the true dragon bloodline really that overpowered? Jiang Xuan looked at his daughter and fell silent. He understood. She had rushed her breakthrough for his sake, and unsealing that bloodline was likely nowhere near as easy as she made it sound. This child, Jiang Xuan thought. A wave of warmth and worry washed over him. He patted her head and gave her a gentle scolding. Don't you ever do that again. Zhang Jiao realized her father had seen through her. She stuck out her tongue and acted spoiled. I know. Chapter 726. The Ruins of Dao. Without further word, Jiang Xuan focused his mind. With a swift thought, he led Teikang and the others into the inner sanctuary, at the heart of the Primordial Golden Tower. The ancient portal leading to that world remained standing. Its primitive aura drifted through the air, whispering secrets of an age long forgotten. Follow my lead in everything. Do not act without my command, Jiang Xuan said solemnly. Understood, the group replied in low, heavy tones. Jiang Xuan stepped through the gateway, leading the way. A low hum vibrated through the air. His mind momentarily stalled, and his consciousness went blank. Perhaps because his cultivation had improved so significantly, Jiang Xuan felt a strange pull on his physical body and soul. It was a tugging across time and space, not painful, but a sensation unlike anything he had experienced before. A strange thought surfaced from the depths of his mind. This was a shift in dimensions. Jiang Xuan made a mental note of the feeling. He had a sudden intuition that in the near future, his entire understanding of the world would be reshaped by this discovery. A flash of golden divine light streaked past. Jiang Xuan and his companions stepped out from the void, finding themselves inside a hidden cavern shielded by the Taiji Palace diagram. That portal is certainly interesting, Jiang Xuan thought, marveling at the fact that they had returned exactly where he had left. It was as efficient as a gateway from a legend. The only issue is the time limit. Only 2 hours. Recalling his last visit, Jiang Xuan felt a pang of frustration. 2 hours was far too short. It might not even be enough time to finish traveling to their destination. Wasting no time, he waved his hand to retract the Taiji Palace diagram and stepped out of the cavern. Luo Xinglan and Luo Fengxiao, who had been standing guard nearby, felt his presence. Overjoyed, they immediately stepped forward and bowed. Welcome back from your seclusion, senior. There is no time to waste, Jiang Xuan said. Point the way. We will talk as we move. Jiang Xuan signaled for the Eastern Emperor Tianyan to reveal his true form. A golden crow tens of thousands of feet wide manifested, wreathed in solar divine fire. It raised its neck in a piercing cry and spread its wings, sending waves of flame rolling for thousands of miles. The golden crow chariot appeared between heaven and earth, a magnificent sight beyond words. Jiang Xuan swept Luo Xinglan and her companion onto the chariot with a wave of his sleeve. With a fierce, arrogant cry that echoed across the vast sky, the golden crow erupted with solar fire, tearing through the void. The chariot streaked toward the city of Luo at a staggering speed. Luo Xinglan and Luo Fengxiao stood frozen, their hearts racing with shock. Were their eyes deceiving them? Was this a legendary golden crow, one of the supreme calamities of the world? Who exactly was this senior, that he could use a golden crow as his mere carriage? And something was wrong. Had he not only been in seclusion for 2 hours? How had he managed to subdue such a creature in that time? Furthermore, where did these other people come from? The two stole cautious glances at Teikang and the others. Their hearts turned cold with awe. Though they could not discern the exact cultivation levels of these newcomers, it was clear that every single one of them was far beyond their own power. What had the senior done during those 2 hours? How had he summoned so many powerful masters out of thin air? After the initial shock, the two looked at each other, their eyes bright with excitement. They were certain of one thing now. The city of Luo was saved. Jiang Xuan had no intention of explaining his origins. He asked calmly, at our current speed, how long until we reach the city? Reporting to senior, it will take 15 minutes at most, Luo Xinglan answered quickly. 15 minutes. Jiang Xuan nodded. Tell me the specific situation in the city of Luo. Teikang and the others turned their attention toward the two. Before arriving, Jiang Xuan had given them a brief overview. Their goal was simple: kill. However, they needed to plan their approach. They had to know the strength of the enemy to strike effectively. Senior, the city of Luo is currently besieged by the armies of the Eclipse Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan, Luo Xinglan explained. All paths of retreat have been cut off. The Eclipse Demon Army is led by General Qiyu, a half-step Saint Lord. They are the primary force. Aside from the general, they have 1 Saint King, 5 Great Saints, nearly 100 saints, and 200,000 soldiers in the God realm. The Barbarian Army is slightly weaker. They are led by the Great Saint Man Kun, who is at the peak of his realm. He has 3 other Great Saints, over 70 saints, and an army of 150,000. And the city of Luo, what forces remain? Jiang Xuan asked. Our clan ancestor is a Saint King, but he was ambushed by General Qiyu at the start of the war. He is heavily wounded and has not yet recovered. He can only exert about half of his total power. We are only holding on because of the city's defensive saint array. Luo Fengxiao bit his lip and added somberly, additionally, the city has 5 great saints, 100 saints, and about 200,000 God realm soldiers left. Jiang Xuan's expression darkened. The disparity in power was significant. The combined forces of the Eclipse demons and barbarians were nearly double those of the city. More importantly, the gap in top-tier power was massive. To save the city, they had to deal with a half-step Saint Lord and a Saint King. Before leaving, Jiang Xuan had given Teikang a large amount of life divine qi, instructing him to recover as much strength as possible, ideally reaching the Saint Lord level. But time had been too short to achieve that. What is your current realm? Jiang Xuan asked Taekang. Peak of the Great Saint Realm, Taekang replied. He paused, then added, I can hold my own against a Saint King. He did not hide his words from the two siblings. Their eyes widened as they stared at Taekang in disbelief. This man was a peak Great Saint? Wait, if even a peak Great Saint took orders from the senior, then just how terrifying was the senior's own power? The thought sent a wave of joy through them. There was truly hope. Jiang Xuan saw their expressions and offered a small smile, but said nothing more. His brow remained furrowed with worry. The situation was not as optimistic as it seemed. Qi was a half-step Saint Lord, and they currently had no one who could match him. We will assess the situation first. If we have to, we will stall for time, until Taekang recovers to the Saint Lord level, Jiang Xuan calculated privately. After 2 hours, they would be forced back to the land of divine revelation. Once there, they would have a month to prepare. With an ample supply of life divine qi, a month should be enough for Taekang to reach his full strength. If we can fight, we fight. If not, we delay, Jiang Xuan decided. Luo Xinglan suddenly remembered something. Senior, you should know that General Qi seems to be after something in our city. That is why they are maintaining the siege rather than launching an all-out assault. The general himself rarely makes an appearance. Because of this, the city has been able to hold out until now. Jiang Xuan blinked. After something? A thought occurred to him. He pulled out the stone scripture he had taken from the Eclipse Demon Prodigy earlier. Does it have anything to do with this? Luo Xinglan hesitated and shook her head. I am not entirely sure. 32 of us were sent by the ancestor to the lost palace of the Dao Lord of Three Lives to retrieve that stone scripture. When we found it, we received a mysterious guidance telling us it was closely linked to the recently surfaced ruins of Dao. On our way back, we were ambushed by the Eclipse demons. It stands to reason their goal was this scripture. As for whether there is a link between the scripture and the city itself, I do not know. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, this place you mentioned, the ruins of Dao. What is it? Senior, there is a legend about the ruins of Dao whispered across many realms. Countless eons ago, a supreme expert was born under this sky. He called himself the Infinite Duist Priest. He boasted that the 3,000 great Daos were held within his palms, and that the laws of order were beneath his feet. The 3,000 Daos in his palms? The laws beneath his feet? Jiang Xuan's pulse quickened. Just what level of power did this man possess to make such an arrogant claim? Even an immortal emperor might not dare say he stepped upon the laws of order. Luo Xinglan continued. The world was stunned. Countless beings begged the Infinite Duist Priest to preach and show them the way forward. He agreed. He sat upon the earth and preached to all living things for 3,000 years. Many attained enlightenment on the spot. But 3,000 years was too short. The world is vast, and its inhabitants are many. Those who could reach him in time were like a single drop in the ocean. Those who arrived late were filled with regret, and begged him to preach once more. He agreed again. Another 3,000 years of preaching followed. Yet, there were still many who could not arrive in time, especially those who had traveled for 6,000 years only to find him finished. They grew resentful, demanding he not show favoritism and preach for them as well. The Infinite Duist Priest grew furious. He rebuked the masses as ignorant and greedy, unworthy of the Dao. With a wave of his hand, he took back all the Dao he had shared, shattered it, and cast it away. The fragments of those shattered laws gathered in a single place. Over time, they evolved into a unique and mysterious realm. That is the ruins of Dao. Of course, that is only a legend, Luo Xinglan added. The most common belief today is that the ruins of Dao is the place where the Infinite Duist Priest passed away. It is said to contain the ultimate essence of the Dao and the secrets of immortality. Chapter 727. The new Imperial Son of the Immortals, Wu'an. The burial place of the Infinite Duist Priest. Jiang Xuan grew pensive. In his experience, descriptions of secret realms and ancient ruins always fell into the same tired cliches. They were either home to supreme inheritances or the hiding spots of immortality's secrets. He had been hearing this same sales pitch since his time in the Suantian realm. To be honest, he had yet to see a single true secret of immortality within any of those ruins. Only the land of divine revelation, being the origin of the myriad worlds, truly held a massive volume of deep mysteries and the secrets of the Great Dao. He had encountered his fair share of immortal secrets by now. Summing them up, they usually boiled down to two things: the Great Dao and the source of life. At most, you could add the rules of order, the sovereign of a race and the succession of civilizations. Because of this, he wasn't particularly curious about this ruins of Dao or the supposed burial place of the Infinite Duist Priest. It likely just contained some peerless opportunities and supreme treasures. He wasn't trying to brag. Frankly, did he really lack items of that caliber? To put it in simpler terms, once you reach a level of wealth where you can rival a nation, winning a small lottery prize even if it's 20 million isn't going to make you faint with excitement. His vision had expanded. His focus had shifted. As a leader of sorts for the human race, his goals and direction were centered on the future of his people. And, of course, his fiancée, Nangang Minjiao. The two were intertwined by fate. Still, if an opportunity to explore the ruins of Dao presented itself, he would take it. Becoming a king in 10 years was not as easy as it sounded. To rapidly elevate his strength, stepping into ancient ruins like this was still his best bet. Is this stone scripture related to the ruins? A key, perhaps? Jiang Xuan held up the scripture as he questioned Luo Xinglan. I would not dare deceive you, senior, but I truly do not know the connection. Once we reach the city of Luo, our ancestor can explain the mysteries of the scripture and its relationship to the ruins. Jiang Xuan nodded and fell silent. Everything would be revealed at the city. The Shanhai realm, domain of the immortals. This region was once known as the Radiant Realm. 8 million years ago, the immortals ascended here. Their leader, the Shanhai Immortal Venerable, wielded the supreme treasure known as the Shanhai Realm. With vast divine power, he swallowed the Radiant Realm whole and replaced it with the Shanhai Realm, turning it into a forbidden zone for the immortal race. Without their permission, even a king could not force entry. Inside this domain, which was the size of an entire realm, the Immortal Venerable had used his powers to divide the land into 9 great immortal domains. High above them sat the heaven, above heavens the self-proclaimed immortal court. The Immortal Venerable resided deep within the court, overlooking the 9 domains and ruling the race. Each domain was managed by one of 9 immortal kings. In every generation, the immortals would select 9 imperial sons. Essentially, each domain chose its most exceptional prodigy to represent them. These chosen few would enter the immortal court to compete for resources for their home domain and fight for the title of the generation's number 1. Princess Xianxia, whom Jiang Xuan had recently decapitated with a single strike, had hailed from the Radiance domain. At this moment, within the Radiance Palace, the Radiance Immortal King reclined on her throne, her graceful figure shrouded in a hazy glow. Her cold eyes flickered with a faint, chilling light. Below the throne stood 3 illusory figures. Though their auras differed, they all shared an undeniable sense of ancient power. These were the 3 masters of Princess Xianxia. Since her death and the shattering of her life tablet, they were consumed by rage. They had projected themselves from the ancestral grounds of the Immortal Court to discuss 2 matters with the Immortal King. First, their beloved disciple was dead, and revenge must be taken immediately. Second, with Xianxia gone, the Radiance domain needed a new imperial son. By taking Xianxia as their disciple, these 3 had tied their interests and resources to the Radiance domain and its king. Xianxia died at the hands of a human prodigy named Jiang Xuan. The boy is in the land of divine revelation, so we cannot kill him just yet, the Radiance Immortal King said coldly. However, I will ask the Immortal Burier to cast a curse that will wither his life away. The 3 masters nodded. If the Immortal Burier acted, even a saint king would find it hard to escape death. A lowly brat from the human race dared to kill their prized disciple. His death could not come soon enough. To die by the Immortal Burier's curse is a mercy for that boy, the 3rd master snorted. The Immortal Burier was a master of the dark arts. Though his cultivation was only at the Saint Lord level, his curses killed invisibly. They were impossible to guard against, even across different dimensions or worlds. Since this Jiang Xuan could kill Xianxia, his combat power likely reached the minor saint level. But it wouldn't matter. A minor saint's power could not stop that curse. Jiang Xuan was a dead man walking. Have you chosen a new imperial son? The 1st master asked. An imperial son represented the domain's future and their own access to resources. They could not let the position remain vacant. You need not worry. I have my own plans, the Immortal King replied. A domain cannot be without a leader for a single day. This cannot be neglected, the 3rd master urged. The other 2 masters nodded in agreement. Until a successor was named, they could not rest. The Radiance Immortal King glanced at them, a cold sneer forming in her heart. If she didn't still need their network of connections, she wouldn't waste her time talking to these 3 old fools. Wu Guan, come and meet your 3 masters. The Immortal King emphasized the word masters with a sharp edge, making her irritation clear. The 3 sensed her anger, but acted as if they heard nothing. Their interests were bound together. The most she could do was grumble. The void began to swirl, forming a vortex. A child with a lean build and a determined face stepped out. He performed a meticulous bow toward the Immortal King. Wu Guan greets his master. He then turned to the 3 illusory figures. Wu Guan pays his respects to the 3 masters. A child? The 3 masters were stunned. Their eyes were not failing them. Even though the boy was nearly 6 feet tall, his bone age was not even a year old. They looked at the Radiance Immortal King. Was she joking? Choosing a baby not even a year old to be the imperial son? Had she gone mad, or had they? Radiance. This is no time for games. The 1st master barked. Hey. The Immortal King let out a cold laugh, mocking their ignorance. Wu Guan, tell your masters about your situation. Yes. Wu Guan bowed and began to speak. Reporting to my masters. I was born from the river Styx, nurtured by billions of wandering souls. I was born with the netherworld sacred body. On the day of my birth, the river Styx merged with me, bringing my sacred body to completion. I received the teachings of the Styx's will, and inherited the legacy of King Wu Guan. I have mastered the basics of that legacy, and have been recognized by the laws of order as a candidate for the title of King Wu Guan. The 3 masters stared, their projections trembling. A wave of shock crashed over them. Born from the Styx, a sacred body? And it was already at completion upon birth? He had even received the inheritance of King Wu Guan, one of the 10 legendary Yama kings. Was this for real? These 3 elders were at a total loss. They had lived incredibly long lives and had seen countless brilliant geniuses. But no matter how talented even the human Emperor Diyu, whom the immortals feared deeply, no one was this heaven-defying at birth. Wu Guan continued. On the day I was born, my master was traveling the Styx. She did not despise my origins and took me as her disciple. It has been over 2 months since then. In gratitude for her kindness, I have not dared to slacken. Yesterday, I entered the Dao integration realm. Finally, the boy looked at the Radiant's immortal king and made a vow. Within half a month, I am confident I will break through to the Void God realm. The three masters were now utterly speechless. 2 months to go from nothing to the Dao integration realm? This was beyond logic. Is my choice for the new Imperial Sun sufficient for you? The immortal king asked with a proud smile. The three elders snapped out of their shock and nodded vigorously. The position of Imperial Sun belongs to Wu'an and no other. The immortal king smiled, then waved her hand. You may go now. Your disciple takes his leave. Wu'an bowed respectfully and returned to his private cultivation chamber. He sat cross-legged, and his youthful eyes turned deep and profound. A strange, subtle smile played on his lips. In the depths of his mind, a woman's voice echoed. The position of Imperial Sun is secure. You will soon enter the inner circle of the immortals. This is moving faster than I imagined. You have done well. Wu'an shook his head, his expression returning to a calm mask. This is only the first step, to destroy the immortals. I still have a very long road ahead of me. Chapter 728. The Seven-Headed Nail Book. High above the 9 domains in the immortal court, a brilliant divine light suddenly flared. Dense mists swirled as a vast, majestic pressure descended upon the entire Shanghai realm. Dong, dong, dong. The celestial bells tolled. This was the summon of the immortal venerable, calling the 9 immortal kings to the court for deliberation. The Radiant's immortal king and the 3 masters narrowed their eyes, looking toward the court in confusion. What massive event could have occurred to trigger a summons now? Despite her questions, the Radiant's immortal king dared not delay. She rose instantly and streaked out of her palace, a bolt of light racing toward the heaven above heavens. Across the other 8 domains, similar streaks of light shot upward as the other kings answered the call. Moments later, within the towering grandeur of the immortal court, the 9 kings stood assembled. High upon his throne sat the Shanghai immortal venerable. His massive, imposing silhouette made him look as if he were sitting atop the firmament itself, gazing down at all creation. We pay our respects to the immortal venerable, the 9 kings said in unison. The immortal venerable nodded. He wasted no words on pleasantries. The ruins of Dao have opened. We can enter in 3 days. You are to send your imperial sons immediately to compete with the geniuses of other factions. Seize every opportunity. Remember, do not let the prestige of our race be tarnished. The kings felt a jolt of anticipation. The ruins were opening so soon. It seemed another era-defining event was about to shake the various realms. By your command. The kings replied respectfully. Furthermore, what is the situation in the ancestral realm? The immortal venerable asked. Reporting to the venerable, the world ring of the ancestral realm has only just begun to collapse. Our vanguard has only recently descended upon the Dao Saint realm. We need more time for definitive results, the Beiji immortal king replied. The immortal venerable acknowledged this with a nod. Watch the situation closely. If things change, do not wait for orders. Send more generals immediately. If necessary, you may seal your own cultivation and descend personally. He partially closed his eyes, his cold gaze flickering with killing intent. A streak of murderous energy, like blood-red lightning, shattered the clouds above the court. We must never allow the humans of the ancestral realm to rise again. As long as the humans there are wiped out, the race will be unable to produce new kings or emperors. The humans of this world will be like water without a source, destined for extinction. We shall follow your orders to the letter, the Beiji immortal king declared. After leaving the court, the Radiant's immortal king did not return home. Instead, she traveled to a desolate wasteland at the edge of the Shanghai realm. Sinister, ghostly light drifted through the marsh, where countless bleached bones floated in the muck. This was the domain of the immortal Burier. I did not expect the Radiant's immortal king to visit my humble abode. Please forgive the lack of a proper welcome. A raspy, chilling voice echoed from the depths of the churning swamp. The marsh parted, half bone and half rotting flesh. The immortal Burier hobbled out, his hunched body a sight of pure horror. The Radiant's immortal king frowned. Even though she knew his history, and had seen this form before, she could not suppress a surge of disgust. He was neither man nor ghost. This was the price the Burier paid for practicing the art of curses. He had once possessed powerful bloodlines and a handsome face with a brilliant future, but the corruption of his magic had forced him to crawl through this vile swamp. Despite his power as a saint lord, he received no respect from his peers. Most of his kin avoided him, feeling only fear and revulsion. This man is named Jiang Xuan. He is a human genius from the ancestral realm, and the murderer of my disciple, Xianxia. I want you to strike him down with a curse. She tossed Jiang Xuan's details to the Burier. The Burier caught the documents and scanned them. His sunken eyes flickered with surprise. The barren ancestral realm can still produce such a human talent? He rarely meddled in clan affairs, but he had heard of Princess Xianxia. She had been a potential future immortal king. For such a prodigy to fall to this Jiang Xuan was unexpected. Leave it to me, the Burier nodded. A murderous glint flashed in his withered eyes as he gave a sinister chuckle. I will handle the curse personally. No matter where the boy is or what treasures protect him, he will be reduced to a pool of bloody water. I trust your abilities, the immortal king replied. Without another word, the Burier began the ritual. He chanted under his breath, causing the vast marsh to heave. The evil energy within the swamp began to flow rapidly, pulsing with a terrifying, rhythmic law. In an instant, the mud converged in front of the Burier to form a clay figure that was the exact image of Jiang Xuan. Snap! The Burier snapped his skeletal right thumb and finger. 2 balls of sickly green fire ignited in the air. Curse fire. One flame burned beneath the clay figure's feet. The other hovered at its brow. As the fire took hold, the figure began to dry and crack. Starting with the feet, deep fissures erupted. In that moment, the clay seemed to transform into real flesh, as crimson blood began to leak from the cracks. Then came the brow. Under the heat of the fire, a hole burned into the figure's forehead. A faint, distant scream of agony seemed to echo through the air. But he was not finished. The Burier raised his left hand, the one that still looked like a normal human hand. Boom. The hand exploded, sending bits of flesh flying. Under his mental command, the scattered gore reconvened into 7 green arrows. The first arrow pierces the flesh. The Burier spat coldly. The first arrow flew out, pinning itself into the chest of the clay figure. Hum. Green threads of curse laws instantly webbed across the figure's entire body. The second arrow pierces the Danchin. The second arrow struck home. The third arrow. The 7th arrow pierces the fate. The Burier let out a harsh cry as the 7th arrow struck the figure's brow, sinking completely inside. With all 7 arrows planted, the Burier exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at the Radiant's immortal king with confidence. This is my strongest curse, the 7-headed nailbook. Now that the arrows are set, the boy will be nothing but a puddle of blood within the hour. The immortal king nodded, watching the clay figure as she waited for the end. On the other side of the world, Jiang Xuan and his companions were racing toward the city of Luo on the Golden Crow chariot. After about 15 minutes, the city came into view, looming like a giant beast. Its blood-blackened walls looked as if they were cast from solid iron, towering into the clouds with an overwhelming sense of pressure. A thick, chilling aura of slaughter hung over the city like a black cloud. 4 divine pillars rose from the corners of the city, seemingly piercing the heavens. These pillars generated countless defensive arrays and prohibitions, acting as a single shield to protect the city from the waves of magic, divine arts, and weapons crashing against it from all sides. Kill, kill, kill. Roars and screams echoed incessantly. The armies of the Eclipse demons and barbarians were launching an assault. War, slaughter, blood, and broken limbs filled the landscape around the city. This is bad. The enemy is launching a general offensive. Luo Mixu's face went pale. She bowed deeply to Jiang Xuan. Senior, please save the city of Luo. Jiang Xuan waved his hand to lift her up. We came here for the city. There is no need for formalities. He turned to Teikang and the others. Deploy the 4 symbols heaven palaces. Kill. Understood. Teikang, Dijusha, Nichindao, and Gui Shenxiao answered. They transformed into streaks of light and plunged into the battlefield. As they flew, the 4 symbols heaven palaces manifested. A bronze divine glow illuminated the dim battlefield. 4 magnificent grotto heavens appeared in the sky, covering the entire area. Hum, 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 hum. Teikang took control of the Azure Dragon's authority, manifesting his true dragon form. His grotto heaven of fortune trapped numerous enemies as he roared through the sky. He converted his auspicious aura into a sharp, killing force, stripping the invaders of their luck and sentencing them to death. Dijusha took the White Tiger's authority. His grotto heaven of calamity manifested as he dove into the heart of the Eclipse demon army. His mastery of the Gengold Dao merged with his intent to kill, beginning a ruthless slaughter. Nichindao held the Vermilion Bird's authority. He manifested as a great phoenix, his cry piercing the air. His grotto heaven of auspiciousness trapped an army of 100,000 barbarians. He siphoned away their individual luck, as phoenix fire erupted into a sea of flames that spanned thousands of miles. Gui Shenxiao took the Black Tortoise's authority. He slammed a palm into the earth, spreading deep, ancient prohibitions. His grotto heaven of disaster merged with the ground, turning the land into a vast swamp. Every enemy at the god realm sank into the mire, struggling fruitlessly as they were swallowed whole. In just moments, over 30,000 invaders were wiped out. The vast battlefield fell into a sudden, stunned silence. Both inside and outside the city, the eyes of the top-tier experts fixed on the 4 newcomers. Their hearts were filled with shock and suspicion. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, the 4 symbols. Who had the power to assemble all 4? Suddenly, a massive boom echoed. A giant palm, carrying an immense aura of malice, struck Dijusha and sent him flying. Blood sprayed through the air. His powerful body began to crack, his aura dwindling as if he were on the verge of death. Powerful as he was with the White Tiger's authority possessing the strength of a 3 tribulation saint, he was still no match for a single strike from a half-step saint lord. General Qi Yu of the Eclipse demons appeared. Standing 9 feet tall in black armor, his murderous aura flooded the field. He glared at Teikang and roared, "My clan has no quarrel with yours. Why do you interfere and help the humans? Do you wish to start a war with the Eclipse demons?" Teikang looked down at the general, his dragon eyes filled with disdain. "Start a war? You aren't worthy of the word." Chapter 729. The Great Battle. "You handle the smaller ones, this one is mine." Teikang commanded Nichindao and Gui Shenxiao. The 2 nodded and unleashed their respective powers. Nichindao manipulated the grotto heaven of auspiciousness to trap the saint-level elites of the Eclipse demon clan, flooding the sky with a sea of flames that scorched their ranks. Meanwhile, Gui Shenxiao activated the ancient formations of the Ghost Valley, turning thousands of miles of earth into a treacherous marsh that swallowed countless god realm invaders. As the strongest among them, Teikang took command of the 4 symbols heaven palace. Drawing upon its ancient power to push his combat strength to its limit, he lunged forward to face General Qiyu. The gap between them was immense. Qiyu was a half-step Saint Lord, while Taekang was only at the peak of the Great Saint realm. An entire major boundary separated them. Yet, Taekang was no ordinary cultivator. He was the former undying emperor of the Sacred Court, and a saint who had once seized the power of the Heavenly Dao itself. His battle prowess defied the logic of his cultivation level. With the authority of the Azure Dragon, and the blessing of the four symbols, he met the general with absolute confidence. Boom! Taekang's claws gripped the power of the Azure Dragon. He dived through the sky, dragging the weight of the Great Dao behind him. Emerald light blinded the world as his 10,000-foot dragon body shattered the void with every movement. General Qi watched the approach with a sneer of pure contempt. Ignorant fool. A demonic sigil flared at the center of the general's brow. The dark light writhed and split open, revealing a vertical third eye. The eye narrowed, firing a beam of concentrated demonic light at Taekang. The beam carried an aura of ultimate destruction, dissolving the void, and the very rules of the Dao like a laser meant to incinerate existence. Collision. The impact stopped Taekang in his tracks. The power of the Dao crumbled into dust, and the Azure Dragon authority in his claws dissolved. Roar. A scream of agony ripped from Taekang's throat. The demonic beam had punched straight through his bronze-green scales, leaving a horrific, smoking hole in his side. This was one of the 9 innate talents of the Eclipse Demon clan. Annihilation. It was an attribute of pure ruin capable of piercing anything in the world, even the Great Dao itself. On the other side of the field, the Eclipse Demon Saint King, Qi Sheng, noticed Yin Dao suppressing their saints. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he transformed into a dark blur, tearing through the void to appear directly above Yin Dao. He brought his foot down toward Yin Dao's head. The space beneath him collapsed into a web of jagged cracks. Between the raw physical power and the tearing of the dimensions, everything within thousands of miles was threatened with total erasure. This was another of the clan's 9 talents. Void turbulence. Yin Dao's pupils contracted. Sensing the immediate threat of death, he summoned a saint weapon for protection. A crimson crystal emerged and fractured instantly into a sprawling barrier etched with complex fire Dao patterns. Bright red divine light flared. Crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the crystal barrier buckled. Yin Dao's heart sank, though he had expected this. He was a saint facing a true saint king. He didn't need the weapon to win, only to buy him a heartbeat of time. He focused his will, retracting his grotto heaven into the four symbols heaven palace. Wrapped in a streak of fire, he vanished into the void, and reappeared thousands of miles away. Boom! Qi Sheng's foot crushed the crystal barrier, and slammed into the earth, creating a massive abyss thousands of feet deep. It was an indiscriminate strike. Many of the Eclipse Demon and barbarian soldiers beneath him were ground into dust. The shockwave rippled outward like a physical tide. Although Yin Dao had escaped the direct hit, the resulting energy blast caught him. The impact sent him tumbling. His physical body began to crack, and droplets of burning phoenix blood fell from the sky. He was heavily wounded. Self-righteous brat, Qi Sheng sneered. Elsewhere, Gui Shenxiao continued to drown the God Realm invaders in his marsh. Having killed a large number of barbarians, he was quickly targeted by one of their saints. A 3 tribulation saint lunged at him like a projectile, his iron-cast fist aimed at Gui Shenxiao's head. The force of the punch tore through the air and disintegrated the local laws. The fist connected with a heavy thud. Deep black light pulsed as the marsh continued to churn. Gui Shenxiao remained seated, completely unmoved. He was enveloped in a layer of flowing, primordial water. The barbarian saint's fist was caught in the liquid, unable to move forward another inch. The water surged, wrapping around the saint's body in an instant. The warrior froze as if turned to stone, his eyes wide with terror. What is this? He screamed internally. He could see that his opponent was only a quasi-saint, not even an immortal yet. As a 3 tribulation saint, he should have been able to crush the boy's skull with a single blow. Instead, he was paralyzed. Gui Shenxiao looked up calmly. With a single thought, the primordial water seeped into the saint's pores, siphoning away his life force. No. Stop. The barbarian saint watched in horror as the water corroded his essence. A moment later, the water flowed back to Gui Shenxiao's side. The saint was gone. Gui Shenxiao smiled faintly and returned to his task. Though he was the lowest in cultivation among his peers, he was a pure-blooded black tortoise wielding the 3,000 weak waters and the legacy of Ghost Valley. Killing a 3 tribulation saint was well within his reach, especially with his allies drawing away the primary threats. As Qi Sheng moved to finish Yin Dao, Zhang Jia flickered into view, intercepting the Saint King to give his ally time to heal. A minor saint? Qi Sheng noted the newcomer with a look of boredom. He stepped forward to meet the challenge. Inside the city of Luo, the clan ancestor saw the reinforcements. His aged eyes brightened with hope. Luo Fang, take over the array. I am going out to help. The ancestor flew from the city, shattering a barbarian formation with a wave of his sleeve. He summoned the power of ancient stars, weaving them into 3 starlight spears that pierced the void toward Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng shattered the spears with a punch. Luo Tiancheng, it wasn't easy to get you out of your shell, was it? The ancestor ignored the taunt, shouting to Zhang Zhao, young friend, you distract him while I attack. We must take him down quickly so we can help the others with Qi Yu. Understood, Zhang Zhao replied. His hand transformed into a dragon claw, lunging at the Saint King with the weight of the Great Dao. At the same time, Jiang Xuan unleashed the Yin-Yang grinding stones upon General Qiyu, moving to support Taekang. He knew Taekang couldn't hold a half-step Saint Lord alone for long. The grinding stones hummed with the laws of duality, attempting to crush the general's physical form. "Are you all right?" Jiang Xuan asked, tossing 10 strands of life divine qi to Taekang. Taekang swallowed the energy, and the hole in his body began to close instantly, though his aura remained somewhat drained. "I can still fight," he grunted. Before they could plan their next move, a massive explosion rocked the air. The yin-yang grinding stones were blown apart. A violent surge of demonic energy erupted as Qiyu broke free. The general's body now flickered between the physical and the illusory. This was the heavenly demon method, another of the clan's 9 talents. To a heavenly demon, form was secondary to will. So long as the will was strong, the power was infinite. Using this form, Qiyu had shattered the yin-yang laws with a single thought. Jiang Xuan's expression darkened. A half-step Saint Lord was truly a formidable opponent. He raised his right hand, preparing to deploy the Dao of Reincarnation. Suddenly, 7 sharp cracks echoed in the air. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Xuan's chest, dantian, and forehead were struck. 7 invisible arrows had pinned him to the spot, frozen in space. Chapter 730. If this little tree doesn't show its might, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Xuan's chest split open, revealing a shattered pit surrounded by a shocking web of cracks. His dantian, hands, feet, and forehead were no different. 7 translucent arrows pinned him firmly to the void. At this moment, Jiang Xuan looked like a broken porcelain doll. His entire body was covered in fissures, and blood seeped through the cracks, painting a truly miserable picture. Hum, hum, hum. The fires of the curse ignited out of thin air. They slithered along the cracks and seeped into his body. A bone-deep agony surged like a tide, instantly drowning him. His original offensive was forcibly cut short. Jiang Xuan focused his mind, caught off guard. What on earth was happening? Was this a killing technique from General Qiyu? He hadn't seen the man make a single move. How had he been hit? The curse fires spread rapidly, invading his heart, dantian, and sea of consciousness. The sickly green flames acted like malevolent living things. They devoured his internal energy and gnawed at the great Dao runes within his flesh. They were an unstoppable tide of beasts, destroying everything in their path. Holy crap, Jiang Xuan thought. He was surprised. He couldn't see through the core of this strange fire. What kind of flame was this? He possessed the vermilion bird's sacred body and controlled the Dao of fire. He even held the solar divine fire. In theory, no fire in this world should be able to harm him unless it was an imperial fire containing the intent of immortality. Interesting. Despite the sudden turn of events, Jiang Xuan didn't panic. Instead, he felt a spark of curiosity. He mobilized the solar divine fire to shield his heart. Compared to his dantian and sea of consciousness, his heart was a relatively weak point. While the solar divine fire couldn't incinerate the invading green flames, it was simple enough to hold them back and keep his heart safe. As for his sea of consciousness, the human monument stood guard at his divine court, acting as a shield. It was barely enough to endure the assault. The monument had recovered quite a bit after consuming a quasi-emperor weapon, and its divine effects had reached a new height. Only his physical body suffered under the erosion. It felt as if billions of ants were crawling through his flesh, gnawing at his blood and bone. Fortunately, he had attained saintship through his physical body, granting him the ability to regrow from a single drop of blood. As his flesh was consumed, it rapidly regenerated. The process was agonizing, but it was manageable for now. As for his dantian, it had long since evolved into the primordial realm. Once the flames entered that space, they were swallowed by the darkness. Not a single ripple remained. This fire was strange, but it was nothing before the primordial realm. Curse fire? The primordial realm fed back general information about the flames. Jiang Xuan was surprised. Such a treacherous curse was rare. He had only encountered them twice before. Once from the bloodline curse the Sea Abyss demon emperor placed on his descendants, and once from the blood leech god curse cast by an ancient demon in Bright Light City. Compared to those, the current curse felt somewhat hollow. He missed the cute curse totem that used to live in his forehead. If that were still there, it would have sucked these green flames dry by now. Look what you did. Jiang Xuan grumbled at the world tree. The world tree pulsed with confusion. How is this my fault? The little tree felt wronged. Jiang Xuan realized he lacked an effective countermeasure. He tried the Dao of Reincarnation, the Dao of Yin-Yang, and even the Heavenly Scar method, but nothing worked perfectly. They could suppress the curse, but they couldn't clear it. This wasn't because the Great Daos were weak, but because his own cultivation was still too low. He estimated the caster must be at least at the Saint Lord level. Power has different grades, but its ultimate effect depends on the person wielding it. He was a new saint with the power to fight great saints or even saint kings, but a curse from a Saint Lord was a different story. His lack of experience with curses was showing. This is a bit tricky, Jiang Xuan muttered. He wasn't going to die, but he was pinned to the void and unable to move. There was a war going on, and he was facing General Qiyu. Even with Taekang's help, they were struggling. If he couldn't break free before Taekang fell, he would be finished. TCH. It's been a long time since I felt a real threat to my life, he joked to himself. He remained calm because he still had several trump cards. Master, I can help you. The world tree spoke up. It sounded quite smug. See, when things get tough, you have to rely on me. I know, Jiang Xuan replied with a small smile. The world tree hesitated. Wait, this wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Why was his master so calm? Shouldn't this be its moment to shine and earn his master's respect? The tree had a bit of a chip on its shoulder. His master had called it useless more than once, a waste of resources that did nothing. It wanted to prove it was a solid right-hand man. Hurry it up then, Jiang Xuan urged with a hint of annoyance. He wasn't surprised the tree could handle this. It had cleared the demon emperor's curse easily enough. This was small fry by comparison. But he didn't want to encourage the tree's habit of showing off. The world tree felt deflated. Why was its master so cold? It shook its branches, releasing strands of supreme power that instantly snuffed out the curse fires inside Jiang Xuan. Then, it formed an invisible hand that reached outside his body and grabbed the 7 arrows. It began to pull the arrows out, inch by inch. Meanwhile, in the Shanhai realm, the curse fires on the clay figure before the immortal barrier went out. The 7 arrows were being slowly withdrawn. The barrier frowned. The kid has some skill to break the 7-headed nail book. But he's just a saint. Even with a way to break it, his strength is lacking. The barrier's withered eyes snapped open. He manipulated the marsh, gathering evil silt into a mass of squirming black earth and pressing it onto the clay figure. Grant, he barked. The black earth seeped into the figure. The power of the curse surged. The invisible arrows turned pitch black, and their power exploded. Back on the battlefield, Jiang Xuan felt the change. A mass of writhing black earth appeared from nowhere and merged with his flesh. It suppressed his physical strength and smothered his heart, Danshan, and divine court. His heart stopped beating. His saint power and divine sense were cut off. Even the world tree's power was largely blocked. The translucent arrows turned black and drove deeper, pinning him into the cracks of the void where spatial rifts began to tear at him. A deeper level of agony flooded his senses. Under the influence of the black earth, his self-healing slowed to a crawl. His flesh began to melt away, revealing white bone. His life force was draining away. This time, he truly faced a crisis. What the hell? The world tree was stunned. What kind of curse could block its supreme power? Damn it. If I don't show my might, you'll think I'm a sick cat. The little tree was furious. The world tree tapped directly into the world beneath its roots. A tide of world power erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The black earth was pulverized instantly. The 7 arrows shattered into dust. But the tree wasn't done. Using the lingering trace of the black earth, it traced the curse back to its source and tore open a spatial rift leading straight to the immortal barrier. The world tree locked onto the barrier. An image of the world manifested and crashed down toward him. I'll crush you to death, the tree screamed. Chapter 731. Detonating the World Phantom. Pfft. The violent removal of the 7-headed nailbook curse was followed by the total destruction of the immortal barrier's lifebound treasure, the black silt. The double backlash struck him like a tidal wave. The immortal barrier spat out a mouthful of dark, clotted blood. His body, already a grotesque fusion of man and ghost, began to shatter. One half of his form was skeletal and covered in dense hairline fractures. The other half was rotting flesh, oozing a nauseating black ichor. His aura withered instantly. His life force flickered like a candle flame in a gale, ready to vanish at any moment. Impossible. No one can break my curse, not even a king. This is impossible. The immortal barrier's eyes bulged with madness. He roared in disbelief, looking utterly deranged. In his mania, he failed to notice the temporal rift opening above him, or the world phantom flying out of it. The phantom looked like a true world. It blotted out the sky, heavy and immeasurable, bringing with it an atmosphere of ultimate oppression. Rumble. The world phantom crushed downward. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed into endless darkness and nothingness. Standing to the side, the glimmering immortal king frowned. She was surprised to see the immortal barrier fail so completely. Not only had his curse been broken, but the enemy had traced the source back to them. Something was wrong. She had reviewed Jiang Xuan's files. He was a young king of the humans with monstrous talent, but his cultivation had only just reached the saint realm. How could he resist the barrier's curse, let alone launch a counterattack? There is something strange here, she thought. A cold spark of caution flickered in her heart. This human named Jiang Xuan needed to be documented and eliminated as soon as possible. If he were allowed to grow, he would become a major threat to the immortal race. With that thought, the glimmering immortal king moved. She raised a finger, channeling the power of the heavens. 7 colored light descended, each color representing a different Great Dao. The 7 paths moved in parallel, radiating an invincible and terrifying power. The colored light pierced through the world phantom. The phantom began to break apart, its crushing momentum vanishing in an instant. On the other side of the temporal rift, the world tree felt the resistance. It was shocked. Another master? Its irritation flared. Did they really think this little tree wasn't a supreme artifact? Explode. With a single thought, the world tree detonated the world phantom. Rumble. The phantom, constructed from the very essence of world power, exploded. Violent, chaotic energy ravaged the sky and earth, shattering space for millions of miles. It triggered dark turbulence that threatened to swallow everything. In an instant, the vast, withered marsh was annihilated. The deranged immortal barrier was at the very center of the blast. His mind was in shambles, and he failed to defend himself. The storm of energy stripped away the remaining flesh from his bones. He was a horrific sight, dripping with black blood. Damn it. The glimmering immortal king cursed under her breath. She hadn't expected the opponent to be so reckless. Who uses such a suicidal method for a long-distance strike? She flew forward, her hands weaving colored light to manipulate the laws of the world. She locked down the energy storm, wrapping it in layer after layer of light like a thick cocoon. The explosion was equivalent to a full-strength strike from a Saint Lord, but to a king like her, it was manageable. Under her suppression, the storm rapidly faded. Soon, she held a small, multicolored sphere in her hand. The entire disaster had been condensed into a single point. The terrifying gap between a king and others was on full display. She crushed the sphere with a casual squeeze, but her expression remained grim. The immortal Burier stood nearby, his eyes blank and vacant. His aura was pitifully weak. He didn't look like a powerful Saint Lord anymore. He looked like a monster that had barely crawled out of hell. The explosion had been too sudden for her to protect him perfectly. Having already suffered the backlash of the broken curse, the Burier's foundation was now irreparably damaged. The glimmering immortal king scanned him, and her face darkened further. Without a god-tier miracle medicine, or an immortal emperor pill, his foundation would never heal. At best, he might stabilize his current level. More likely, his cultivation would drop significantly. One of the immortal race's greatest curse masters was effectively crippled. Losing the Burier didn't bother her much personally. What infuriated her was that it happened right in front of her. She was the glimmering immortal king. Yet someone had reached across time and space to maim an ally while she watched. It was a slap in the face. Jiang Xuan. Her eyes narrowed, and a bone-chilling killing intent flashed through them. She hadn't planned on getting involved in the hunt for the humans of the ancestral realm, but now she felt the need to speak with the 8 Extremes immortal king. It was time to send a proper force down there. She didn't care about the humans, but Jiang Xuan had to die. The world ring is collapsing. Space and time will not be your shield forever, and you won't be staying in the land of divine revelation for long, she whispered. Back in Jiang Xuan's Danshan, the primordial realm groaned and shook as if it had suffered a localized apocalypse. The hazy world within looked even more ethereal than before. Inside that world, the sage of the ancient sea and other beings looked up at the sky in shock. They could feel that their growing world had taken several steps backward. They were confused and a bit resentful. They had spent so much effort refining world fragments to build a home, only for the world tree to use it as a blunt instrument and blow it up. What the hell? The world tree felt a lingering fear. It hadn't expected another king on the other side. Luckily, it had only used a phantom of the world and hadn't gone there in person. Otherwise, it might have died. While the explosion cost some world essence, the tree felt the trade was worth it. That little Saint Lord who cursed its master was surely dead or crippled. You dare plot against my master? You have to answer to me first. The tree hummed to itself, then went quiet to recover. Its essence was damaged, and it needed rest. With the curse lifted, Jiang Xuan recovered. He didn't have time to ask the tree for details. He immediately rushed to support Teikang. Jiang Xuan had only been pinned for a short time, but Teikang had suffered. The gap in their cultivation was simply too large. Teikang's dragon body was covered in horrific wounds, and dragon blood flowed freely. You are stubborn, General Qiyu mocked. He flickered through the air and appeared instantly in front of Teikang. His massive, tattooed hand clamped around the dragon's neck. Your struggle is nothing but meaningless resistance. I usually show great mercy to those seeking death by granting their wish. His grip tightened. Demonic energy surged, ready to crush Teikang's throat. Boom. Jiang Xuan arrived. He summoned the Yin-Yang chart, using its power to entwine and trap Qiyu, buying a fraction of a second. He raised his right hand, activating the Reincarnation order. A vortex of reincarnation opened, sending out ripples of spacetime. Centered on Jiang Xuan, the world seemed to rewind like a film. His body blurred and then, he returned to the state he was in just one breath ago. He was back at the exact moment Qiyu had moved toward Teikang. Activating the Dao of Yin-Yang, the great grinding stones manifested and crashed down, precisely blocking Qiyu's path. Jiang Xuan knew this wouldn't hold the general for long. He immediately channeled the Primordial Dao, pressing a finger toward the general. The aura of the beginning of all things surged. It was the great Dao supernatural power, Teishu. With a loud bang, Qiyu shattered the grinding stones just as Jiang Xuan expected. He looked up at the approaching youth, his demonic eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. The Dao of Yin-Yang, the Dao of Reincarnation, and the Primordial Dao. This boy controlled 3 Supreme Daos? How was that possible? In the long river of history, no one had ever mastered 2 Supreme Daos at the same time. Not even the great emperors could do it. Who exactly was this kid? For the first time, General Qiyu felt a flicker of genuine fear. Chapter 732. Are you Jiang Qinkan? This boy must die. In the wake of his initial panic, General Qiyu felt a surge of cold killing intent. He made his decision instantly. The human race had produced a monster that defied the heavens. If this youth were allowed to grow, he would become a mortal threat to the Eclipse Demon clan. He would stand in the way of their conquest of the Kang Yuan domain, and the total extermination of humanity. The world ring of the ancestral realm was collapsing. The Eclipse Demon Emperor was already deploying reinforcements to wipe out the humans of the ancestral realm and seize the source of life within the land of divine revelation. This was central to the clan's grand ambitions. Therefore, any threat had to be strangled in its cradle. General Qiyu opened his eyes wide, his demonic gaze freezing. He activated the vertical pupil at the center of his brow once more, unleashing his innate talent. Annihilation. A beam of demonic light filled with the essence of destruction tore through the void, shooting straight toward Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan countered with Teishu. The original, pure aura of the beginning gathered and collided with the light of annihilation. Crack, crack, crack. The world fell into an eerie silence. A crisp, shattering sound radiated for 100 miles, echoing only within the minds of living souls. It felt as if their very spirits were fracturing without cause. This sensation was a strange omen, a premonition of death. Within a 100-mile radius, 10,000 soldiers from the Eclipse Demon and Barbarian armies felt a violent shock to their sea of consciousness. They screamed in agony, but the sound was strangled. It was as if the area had become a vacuum where sound could not travel. Only their twisted, agonizing contortions remained visible. Hum, hum, hum. The pure aura of Teoshu stacked rapidly, manifesting as an illusory river that engulfed the light of annihilation. The clear water slowly drowned the demonic light, turning murky, as the destructive power of the general's beam began to wither and fade. Strangely, the collision between these two powers created a unique energy of negation that spread in all directions. The void collapsed, the rules of magic dissolved, and the Great Dao itself was erased. Everything melted away like snow under a blazing sun. Within this vacuum, the invading armies dissolved into nothingness, their bodies vanishing without a sound. As the sources of the clash, Jiang Xuan and General Qiyu bore the brunt of this shockwave. Qiyu's powerful body, protected by his demonic armor, trembled violently. Cracks appeared across his skin, and drops of ancient demon blood seeped out. His face paled, his eyes filled with shock. A mere saint had actually managed to wound him. This boy was truly a freak of nature. Jiang Xuan's condition was far worse. He looked like a shattered porcelain doll. His body was covered in terrifying fissures and drenched in blood. His life force and aura had plummeted, and his frame swayed as if he might fall at any moment. The agony of his breaking body flooded his mind, and for a split second, his vision blurred. The gap in their cultivation was simply too vast. Even a genius like Jiang Xuan struggled to bridge the chasm and strike down someone so much stronger. Instinctively, he drew several strands of life divine qi, refining them to stabilize his wounds. He focused his mind and looked at Qiyu. His expression darkened as he realized how difficult this was. A half-step Saint Lord was no joke. Engaging the general in a head-on clash was pushing his limits. Will I actually fall here today? Despite the danger, Jiang Xuan remained optimistic. He even had the mental space to joke with himself. Panic was not in his nature. His long journey had forged a heart of iron. Who are you exactly? General Qiyu stared at Jiang Xuan, his voice heavy. The human alliance has collapsed. They have abandoned the Kangyuan domain. They would never allow a monster like you to come to the aid of the city of Luo, and they certainly wouldn't let you be buried here. Jiang Xuan's brow furrowed. The human alliance had abandoned the Kangyuan domain? Since when? According to Luo Mixu, this domain was right next to the ancestral realm. How could they give it up? If the Eclipse demons took this place, they would have a clear path to invade the ancestral realm. What on earth was the alliance doing? Seeing Jiang Xuan's confusion, Qiyu was surprised. You didn't know? He realized something. You aren't from the human alliance. This realization brought back a memory. An hour ago, a scouting party he sent to hunt the geniuses of the city of Luo had sent back a report through a memory tracking talent. The report matched the boy standing before him perfectly. You are that recently awakened ancient powerhouse, Jiang Qin. Qiyu's eyes narrowed as he locked his gaze on Jiang Xuan. The Dao Ruined Stone Sutra is in your hands. Jiang Xuan's mouth twitched. He was speechless. A random name he used earlier had actually stuck. It seemed he was being forced to use his legendary persona once again. He remembered Luo Mixu mentioning that Qiyu possessed an innate talent for tracking people based on their names. Clever. Jiang Xuan laughed, essentially confirming the general's suspicion. Before his voice even faded, his body vanished. Shua. He moved with the speed of a spatial rift, weaving through the void to close the distance. He activated the Heavenly Deduction secret art to mask his physical presence and hide his aura. In the brief pause during their conversation, he had refined enough life energy to stabilize himself for the next round. He appeared instantly behind General Qiyu, the broken Suenyuan sword in hand. He swung. The Great Sun Sword chapter. A blade of primordial yellow energy cut through the void with chilling, unparalleled sharpness. A brilliant sun manifested, fueled by solar divine fire, and bolstered by the powers of the vermilion bird sacred body, the Dao of the sword, the Dao of slaughter, and the Dao of fire. Aside from his Supreme Daos, this was Jiang Xuan's strongest attack. Since he couldn't win a direct struggle, he relied on the Heavenly Deduction art to reposition, using the heart-piercing method he had learned from the sword lunatic. Hum, hum, hum. The void chattered. General Qiyu's body shook as the sword qi struck him, causing his tattooed skin to indent. However, as a half-step Saint Lord, his reactions were lightning fast. He activated his Chaos Void talent for defense. Countless spatial rifts appeared behind him, swallowing the yellow sword qi and dispersing the brilliant sun. By the time the broken Suenyuan sword touched his body, the sun had been eroded away, and the sword qi had been neutralized. The power of the strike had been reduced to almost nothing. The demonic runes on his skin flared, blocking the blade from sinking any deeper. I admit you are talented, but against such a massive gap in power, a sneak attack is useless. Qiyu continued to use Chaos Void. Spatial rifts swallowed his form, and by the time his voice reached Jiang Xuan's ears, he had already moved behind the youth. In an instant, the roles of hunter and prey were reversed. Jiang Xuan's favorite tactic had failed him completely for the first time. Boom. Qiyu threw a punch. His terrifying physical strength poured out like a flood, instantly overwhelming Jiang Xuan. Bang! Jiang Xuan was sent flying like a cannonball. The crisp sound of shattering echoed from within him as his bones and meridians were pulverized. Agony washed over him, but he suppressed a groan, his heart heavy. The gap was just too large. A spatial rift appeared again. Qiyu had already moved in front of him. He grabbed Jiang Xuan by the throat and lifted him up, staring into his eyes. Hand over the stone sutra, and I will grant you a swift death. Otherwise, believe me, I have ways to make you wish you were dead. At that moment, 3 starlight spears whistled through the void. Carrying the power of the stars, they aimed directly for the general's face with soul-shivering killing intent. A fierce dragon roar followed, and an invisible shockwave of sound enveloped him. A massive dragon claw emerged from the void, wrapped in a terrifying aura, reaching out to crush him. The Luo ancestor and Zhang Zhao had finished off the eclipse demon Saint King, Qi Sheng. They arrived together to save Jiang Xuan. General Qi Yu's expression tightened. The eye on his forehead fired a beam of annihilation. Boom! A massive explosion followed. The starlight spears were pulverized, and the beam of annihilation was neutralized. Simultaneously, he used Chaos Void again. Spatial rifts opened around him, swallowing the dragon's roar and blocking the claw. In this brief opening, Jiang Xuan acted. He activated his Reincarnation treasure technique, and his domain supernatural power, constructing a time-space illusion to trap Qiyu. The general's eyes clouded for a split second as he fell into the trap. Jiang Xuan immediately used the mountain god's secret method. His body took on the weight of a boundless divine mountain, using that sheer power to break the general's grip. He retreated 10,000 miles instantly, pulling out 10 more strands of life divine chi to swallow. He worked frantically to knit his broken bones and meridians back together. Damn, that was almost it. Jiang Xuan spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Honestly, if he were any other saint, that one punch would have sent them straight to the afterlife. A half-step Saint Lord was simply too powerful. I take back everything I said about cultivation being useless. It definitely has its perks. He muttered to himself while refining the life energy. The Luo ancestor and Zhang Zhao might not be able to hold Qiyu for long. He had to recover and get back into the fight. Inside his Danshan, the world tree was trembling with fear. It had almost lost its master. If I'd known, I wouldn't have blown up that other Saint Lord. I should have saved the explosion for this guy. The tree lamented. But then, something happened. From beyond the 9 heavens, a beam of profound daylight fell like a shooting star, landing directly in the city of Luo. It spread outward, covering most of the Kangyuan domain, and a portion of the ancestral realm. The light intensified until the world was as bright as noon. Every living being within that light lost their 5 senses. They even lost consciousness. Then, a celestial voice echoed throughout the entire world. The Dao is boundless. Do you understand? Chapter 733. Those with fate shall obtain it. With the Kangyuan domain as its epicenter, the ripples spread in every direction. The ethereal Dao tone resonated through various domains in an instant, echoing in the ears of countless great powers and supreme beings. The leaders of supersects, mysterious experts slumbering in spatial rifts, gods and demons reviving from distant epochs, and ancient existences within lost forbidden zones or death regions all opened their deep, penetrating eyes. They channeled profound arts to peer through the void, watching the changes in the Kangyuan domain, and the transformation of the city of Luo. The Dao ruins have officially opened. This signified the arrival of a brand new era. Suddenly, ancient and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from every corner of the vast world. Superpowers that ruled over entire domains and held the lives of millions in their hands began to move, reacting with frantic speed. The Dao ruins were open. The struggle had begun. To seize the opportunities and providence within those ruins was to potentially secure prosperity for 10,000 generations, or catch a glimpse of the secrets of immortality. Ancient legends even whispered that those who obtained the ultimate creation of the Dao ruins could achieve eternal life. Immortality was the ultimate dream of every living being, from the lowly ants crawling in the dust to the giants sitting high above the 9 heavens. It was often said that longevity is easy, but immortality is hard. Longevity was relatively simple. Attaining saintship granted it, and saints were not uncommon in this land. However, in a world full of infinite danger and crisis, a saint-level cultivation was often the bare minimum required for self-preservation. True immortality remained ethereal and out of reach. Even the great emperors could fall, as evidenced by the death of the Sea Abyss Demon Emperor. The profound daylight blanketed the entire Kangyuan domain, and everything fell into a state of stasis. It was as if this segment of time and space had been isolated by a special power, frozen in a strange stillness. Within this region, the inhabitants regained their senses and thoughts. They could move, yet their power had been completely suppressed. A peculiar lock seemed to have clamped down on their bloodlines, foundations, souls, and their connection to the Great Dao. They could feel their power humming within them, but they could not control or deploy a single spark of it. This sensation was most acute for those locked in battle outside the city of Luo. General Qi was forced to close the vertical eye on his forehead. The countless demonic runes covering his skin dimmed and vanished. All his energy was sealed, without power to sustain them. Even his innate talents were suppressed. Only his basic physical strength remained. The Dao ruins? Qiyu's eyes narrowed with unease. Power was the source of his confidence, and now that source was gone. The war was not over, yet his advantage as a half-step Saint Lord had been stripped away. The chasm between him and the human experts had been narrowed to a hairline. This was true for the barbarian great saints, the Luo ancestor, Tai Kang, and Zhang Zhao alike. Every living being touched by that light was equalized. The total offensive launched by the Eclipse Demon and barbarian armies was forced to a halt. The bloody, intense conflict ground to a sudden stop. The mysterious disappearance of their strength left the soldiers on both sides feeling anxious and vulnerable. Without their power, the will to fight to the death evaporated. Withdraw. General Qiyu made the call instantly. The situation had become too volatile. If more changes occurred, they might not only fail to take the city, but also lose their lives. Furthermore, the opening of the Dao ruins was now the top priority. The human alliance had already abandoned the city of Luo, taking it was just a matter of time. He needed to report back to his clan and organize a force to enter the ruins. Those who obtain the creation of the Dao ruins shall be immortal. As he retreated, Qiyu whispered the words, his eyes filled with longing. No one could resist the temptation of eternal life. The eclipse demons retreated rapidly, leaving the barbarians with no choice but to follow. The humans of the city of Luo did not pursue them. Their power was also sealed, and while the gap had closed, they were in no condition to launch a counterattack. The battle ended abruptly, but the influence of the daylight continued. Strange transformations began to take hold of the city of Luo. Under the influence of the light, dense ripples of time and space filled every corner of the city. The light surged like a wind blowing through wheat, creating waves across the dimensions. Before the eyes of countless stunned onlookers, a gray-white world flew out from the folds of space within the city. This world was utterly illusory and devoid of color, resembling an ancient black and white photograph. The phantom world ascended, following the path of the daylight, covering the original city, and then expanding outward. The humans within the city were swallowed by this expansion, their colors fading into gray and white. Outside the walls, Jiang Xuan, Taekang, and the Luo ancestor were also caught. They became figures trapped within a black and white photograph. The expansion continued with a deceptive pace. It looked like the slow, stumbling walk of an old man, yet in the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire Kangyuan domain, and reached into the chaotic region between it and the ancestral realm. Deep within that chaotic void stood a tomb made of green stone. When the gray-white world touched it, the tomb cracked. A withered arm reached out from the rubble. The arm was covered in the grotesque heads of Buddhas. In this world, the arm was gray, but there was a lingering sense that it was truly bronze in color. The tomb collapsed and a thin, tall figure climbed out. After steadying himself, he stood up. His entire body was composed of countless Buddha heads, and he was entirely gray. His eyes were deep, containing the darkness and void of the universe. Infinite Duist Priest. The figure smiled and whispered, the Dao and the Buddha do not coexist. I had to use the opening of your Dao ruins as a tailwind to return. Luckily, my disciple, the dog Duist, carried out all three tasks. I don't have much time. I probably won't be able to see him. The fires of a civilization extinguished for generations are burning once more. Perhaps there is a chance. His voice drifted away as he vanished. In the distorted flow of time, the gray-white world completely replaced the region covered by the daylight. Those inside felt a violent shock to their minds. Then, a streak of profound light cut across the sky, adding a single flash of brilliance to the monochromatic world. High above the 9 heavens, a figure appeared. It was a child who looked 6 years old, wearing a black and white Duist robe. He wore a hair bun so large it was half as tall as his body. Information flooded the minds of the onlookers. This child was the infinite Duist priest. Though the name and the image did not match, no one dared to question it. Even the slightest hint of disrespect brought a chilling sense of mortal danger. The priest looked down upon the world, his voice sounding ancient beyond measure. The time has come. I have brought the Dao ruins back from the past. The 3,000 paths of the Dao are returned. All life is infinite, the Dao is infinite, and I am infinite. Do as you will. The voice rumbled and then faded along with the figure. The gray-white world began to spin like a massive vortex, generating a misty haze that obscured its full form. Boom, boom, boom. Massive black and white statues rose within the ruins, touching the sky. There were exactly 3,000 of them, corresponding to the 3,000 paths of the Great Dao. Each statue radiated a divine glow, sustaining a separate realm for each path. In the center of the ruins, where the priest had stood, an ancient Duist shrine appeared. The shrine remained tightly shut. The black and white light flickered, and words appeared before the shrine. Those who have not yet attained the Dao may enter the Dao ruins. Those who have attained the Dao may enter the Duist shrine. Within the ruins are the 3,000 paths. All whose fate remains may obtain them. Within the shrine is immortality. Those with fate shall obtain it. The Dao ruins? Jiang Xuan thought, feeling a spark of interest. Is this a new dungeon? Chapter 734. The Great Dao-born World. The text before the Duist shrine was straightforward, outlining the standard restrictions one might expect from a trial. It was a classic setup often used to gatekeep high-level content. To be a gainer of the Dao meant being a master of the Great Dao, a status typically reserved for those in the Saint Sovereign realm. This implied that anyone below that level could enter the Dao ruins to seek their fortune. Of course, there were ultimate outliers like Nangong Minjiao, who had become a master of the Fire Dao while still in the Saint realm, but such anomalies were rare enough to be ignored for now. Achieving the Dao meant mastering its essence and becoming a Dao master. Essentially, if a challenger entered the ruins and successfully attained that status, they earned the right to enter the Duist shrine and pursue the secrets of immortality. As Jiang Xuan looked over the 4 rows of text, he couldn't help but marvel. These Dao ruins were far more prestigious than any trial he had faced before. Even the land of divine revelation paled in comparison. Usually, once the restrictions were set, Jiang Xuan would find a way to become invincible and simply steamroll through. This time, however, things felt different. The conditions weren't necessarily cruel, but the difficulty was undeniable. Becoming a master of the Great Dao was no small feat. Furthermore, since anyone below the Saint Sovereign realm could enter, his competition wouldn't just be geniuses of his own generation. He would be facing old monsters who had survived countless eras. Anyone at the Saint Lord level was undoubtedly an ancient powerhouse. Having just fought a desperate battle against General Qiyu, Jiang Xuan had a sobering understanding of that level of power. It wasn't something a mere saint could easily overcome. It was a daunting challenge, but his gaze remained resolute. He felt no fear. Perhaps the Dao ruins can help me accelerate my 10-year journey to becoming a king, Jiang Xuan mused. He made his decision. Let the hunt begin. Father, look. We have all turned black and white. Zhang Zhao flew over, her large eyes wide with wonder. Jiang Xuan rubbed her head affectionately. Are you hurt? He asked. You underestimate me, father, she replied, pouting slightly. I am very powerful now. Jiang Xuan smiled. Nearby, Taekang, Nichen Dao, Gui Shenxiao, and Dejushi gathered. They nodded to Jiang Xuan before sitting cross-legged to tend to their wounds. Dejushi and Taekang were the most heavily injured. The half-step Saint Lord had nearly ended them. It would likely take a dozen or more strands of life divine qi to fully restore them. Fortunately, Jiang Xuan was currently wealthy in that regard. He had collected a vast number of saint-level remains in the Primordial Golden Tower, which could be converted into thousands of strands of life energy by the life spirits. He had plenty to spare. The Luo ancestor, Luo Tiancheng, approached and bowed deeply. I, Luo Tiancheng, represent the humans of this city. We thank you, senior, for your assistance. Jiang Xuan winced. He quickly gestured for the elder to rise. To have a human ancestor, who had lived for untold years, bow to him and call him senior felt like it was inviting a curse on his longevity. There is no need for that, elder. Please, just call me Jiang Xuan. He introduced himself plainly. I am from the ancestral realm. I am not a recently awakened ancient. Luo Tiancheng froze in shock. You are from the ancestral realm. You aren't a revived ancient powerhouse? He looked at the boy again. A genuine saint-level genius? A mere saint had gone toe-to-toe with a half-step Saint Lord. Luo Tiancheng felt his understanding of the world crumbling. Jiang Xuan nodded. I found a special way to get here from the ancestral realm. Waves of shock crashed through Luo Tiancheng's mind. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying talent and foundation were required to achieve such a feat. Could this boy be the future of the human race? It took a long moment for him to settle his emotions, though his face remained flushed with excitement. Thinking of something, his tone shifted to one of hopeful anticipation. Since you come from the ancestral realm, do you know of Lady Lanyu of the Teihao clan? This took Jiang Xuan by surprise. His mother? What was she doing here? To be honest, the Lanyu you speak of is my mother, Jiang Xuan said. Luo Tiancheng's eyes widened. He pumped his fists in excitement, whispering to himself. So that's it, that makes sense. It's no wonder the son of Lady Lanyu possesses such divine power. My mother was here? Jiang Xuan asked. She once descended upon the Kang Yuan domain, Luo Tiancheng explained with a sigh. She led 9 sacred cities, including ours, to block the combined armies of the Eclipse demons and the barbarians. If not for her, this domain would have fallen a year ago. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. What was her cultivation level when she left? She was a half-step Saint Lord, the elder replied. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. He knew his mother was strong, but he hadn't realized she was that powerful. He had felt the crushing strength of General Qiyu firsthand. To know his mother possessed similar power was startling. And if his mother was that capable, his irresponsible father, Zhang Haoshan, must be even more formidable. A pair of kings for parents? It felt a bit ridiculous. They were both from the Suantian realm. How had they managed this? He shook his head to clear away the distractions. General Qiyu mentioned that the human alliance has abandoned the city of Luo, Jiang Xuan said. What happened? And what exactly is this human alliance? It is natural for you to be unaware, coming from the ancestral realm. Let me explain the state of this vast world, Luo Tiancheng said with a bitter smile. This world has an ancient name, Daos Hung. Those who ascend here call it the Great Dao-born world. The Great Dao-born world? Ascending? Jiang Xuan frowned. The names didn't matter, but the concept of ascending made him wonder if the narrative was shifting from high fantasy to traditional cultivation tropes. The Daos Hung world currently has 3,000 known domains, Luo Tiancheng continued. These domains represent 3,000 worlds that once gave birth to civilizations. Jiang Xuan's pupils contracted. 3,000 worlds with civilizations? You mean the ancestral realm is one of them? Exactly, Luo Tiancheng confirmed. When the world ring of the ancestral realm completely collapses, it will face its end. That end means the myriad realms of your world will collapse and restructure, merging into the Daos Hung world to become a brand new domain. Jiang Xuan was stunned. The cycle of civilizations and the mystery of the end worked like this. Yet, doubts remained. If civilizations merged into this world, why hadn't his bronze world from the Great Dream done so? And what about the world fragments in his tower, like the 5 elements world? Most puzzling of all was the old land, known as the origin of all things. None of it seemed to fit perfectly. He pushed those questions aside for the moment. What about the human alliance? You must understand that the existence of various races is a result of the order of the universe, the elder explained. Our human race is not unique to the ancestral realm. Across 3,000 civilizations, many have birthed humans. Some, like us, discovered the secrets of the end early and moved to the Daos Hung world ahead of time. Others stayed to witness the transition as their worlds became new domains. When the humans of so many civilizations gathered, they naturally formed the human alliance to lead our race as a whole. Humans from multiple civilizations. Jiang Xuan struggled to process this. Parallel universes? He hoped the story wasn't going in that direction. He wondered if the legendary Emperor Ying was from another human civilization, or the Tang Emperor, who had claimed to be waiting for him. Then a realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. If this was true, did it mean the world he lived in before his reincarnation actually existed? Could it still exist out there? Chapter 735. The Pseudo-Emperor. The current human alliance is comprised of 56 distinct human civilizations, including our own ancestral realm, Luo Xinglan explained. Most of these civilizations arrived by actively embracing their end, transforming their worlds into domains within this realm. In common terms, they ascended. Because of this, their overall strength is relatively modest. They possess very few elite powerhouses and limited surviving populations, giving them little influence within the alliance. He paused before continuing. Only 4 human civilizations, ours being one of them, arrived as stowaways. Because the life source of our original worlds remains intact, our strength and potential are virtually limitless. Consequently, we hold the dominant positions within the human alliance. A proud smile touched the elder's face. Our ancestral realm is the most prominent of them all. After all, our world produced the 3 sovereigns, the 5 emperors, and the great Emperor Yu. Aside from the Flame Emperor Shening, who was forced into reincarnation and remains within the ancestral realm, the other 8 have already departed. They have established their tombs within the Great Emperor Graveyard, standing watch over the River of Fate to fight for the survival of the human race. Jiang Xuan nodded in understanding. The mysterious disappearance of Emperor Yu had caused the human immoral court to collapse, leading to endless speculation and desperate searches by later generations. He had never imagined the emperor had actually left the myriad realms to stow away in the Daos hung world and enter the River of Fate. Then why did the human alliance abandon the city of Luo? Jiang Xuan asked. Luo Xinglan's expression soured. The Kang Yuan domain has already fallen. The collapse of the city of Luo is only a matter of time. From the perspective of the alliance, risking time, energy, and lives to save a lost cause was deemed an unwise strategic move. Based on that cold calculation, they were forced to let us go. He went on to describe the current state of affairs. The situation is incredibly complex. The myriad races are watching the human alliance closely. Several superpowers are looking for any excuse to seize the domains we currently occupy. The pressure is immense. Superpowers? Jiang Xuan inquired. Indeed, Luo Xinglan confirmed. In the Daos hung world, beyond racial factions like the humans, eclipse demons, barbarians, and ancient gods, there are organizations built on the foundation of shared heritage and lineage. Sects like the Mount Meru Buddha Kingdom, the Myriad Realm Sect, and the Extreme Dao Sword Sect. Any faction backed by a living great emperor is classified as a superpower. The classification was simple enough. Then, remembering a long-held grudge, Jiang Xuan asked, what about the Celestials? Are they a superpower? He had promised the Earth Sovereign that he would personally slay the Celestials to avenge him, a promise he had yet to fulfill. The Celestials. Luo Xinglan's voice trailed off. They barely qualify. How so? Jiang Xuan frowned. The leader of the Celestials is the Shanghai Celestial Exalted, a genuine quasi-emperor. However, he wields the Shanghai realm, a supreme treasure of immense power that dictates its own heavenly laws. Within that realm, the Celestials are empowered by its unique rules, allowing them to raise their cultivation by an entire tier. This means that as long as the Shanghai Celestial Exalted stays within his realm, he possesses the strength of a great emperor. Because of this, Luo Xinglan added, he is known throughout the Daos hung world as the pseudo-emperor. Since he is technically a quasi-emperor, he is not required to establish a tomb in the Great Emperor Graveyard or guard the River of Fate. In a world where true emperors are absent, a pseudo-emperor with the combat power of a god is an unmatched force. Naturally, the Celestials look down on everyone else. Jiang Xuan's lip curled. A pseudo-emperor, it fit his low opinion of the Celestials perfectly. After the brief introduction, Luo Xinglan extended an invitation. Since we are inside the Dao ruins and the situation is unclear, why don't you return to the city to rest before we explore further? Jiang Xuan agreed. He roused Taya Kang and the others from their meditation, and they followed the elder back to the city of Luo. As they entered, hundreds of thousands of people gathered to greet them. Thank you, young Master Zhang, for your help. The crowd cried. Among them stood Luo Mixu and Luo Fengxiao. The gratitude of hundreds of thousands manifested as the power of vows, a shimmering golden light flowing toward Jiang Xuan with an air of sacred authority. In the monochromatic world of the Dao ruins, the golden glow was more of a spiritual sensation than a physical color. The human king apparition manifested as human destiny surged around him. A vast, ancient aura spread across the city. Luo Xinglan and the citizens watched in stunned silence, wondering if the Dao ruins were causing them to hallucinate. The entire city fell quiet for a moment before a wave of realization swept through the crowd. Luo Xinglan, leading the people of the city of Luo, greets the human king. The elder shouted, bowing low. The hundreds of thousands followed suit, their voices echoing like thunder through the gray sky. Jiang Xuan was taken aback by their intensity. There is no need for such formality, he said, using his power to gently lift the crowd. Elder, if you could just arrange a place for us to stay. Of course. Luo Xinglan's attitude was now one of deep humility. Human king, please follow me. He was internally overwhelmed with joy. It had been 10 million years, but the human race finally had a new king. 100,000 miles away, on a jagged, 10,000-fathom demonic mountain, the Eclipse Demon army had made camp. After the retreat, General Qiyu entered a cultivation chamber and retrieved a special demonic artifact shaped like a bone. He used it to project an image and contact the Eclipse Demon Emperor. The image of the Emperor appeared, looking down at Qiyu with cold indifference. What is it? The Dao ruins have opened, and the entire Kangyuan domain is blanketed by them, Qiyu reported, kneeling. Due to this anomaly, I failed to conquer the city of Luo. I ask for your punishment. The two events are not necessarily linked, the Emperor replied coldly, seeing through the general's attempt to deflect blame. Failing to take the city is your failure. Do not hide behind the Dao ruins. Qiyu trembled and lowered his head. The Emperor continued, the Imperial Sun will arrive shortly. Since you are already inside, you will assist him in seizing the providence of the ruins and entering the Daoist shrine. The city of Luo can be ignored for now. Qiyu bowed. As you command, my Emperor. He hesitated before adding, during the battle today, I encountered a peculiar human. This Jiang Xuan has mastered 3 Supreme Daos, which defies all logic. Despite being a mere saint, his combat power was enough to wound me. I believe he will become a major threat to our race and a danger to the Imperial Sun's progress if he isn't dealt with. Jiang Xuan, the Emperor mused. He was genuinely shocked. 3 Supreme Daos. Even he had not mastered a single one of the 12 Supreme Paths. Wait, did you say he mastered the Primordial Dao? Are you certain? I am positive, Qiyu replied. He wields the Primordial Dao, the Yin-Yang Dao, and the Reincarnation Dao. The Emperor laughed. Then there is no need to worry. If he is foolish enough to touch the Primordial Dao, someone will come for his life and send him to eternal damnation. Just do your duty and assist the Imperial Sun. If you fail again, you will pay with your head. Qiyu was confused but dared not ask more. As the projection faded, he sat in silence. Why would someone come for Jiang Xuan's life because of the Primordial Dao? Driven by curiosity, he activated his innate talent for calculation, using the name Jiang Xuan to peer into the mysteries of the void. His demonic eyes glowed with a dark power. I see you, he whispered. A blurry, distorted image appeared in his mind. He saw a massive, hulking figure. The figure was eating. Suddenly, the figure looked up, meeting Qiyu's gaze across the dimensions. The vision shattered. A violent backlash struck the general, sending blood streaming from his eyes as he screamed in pain. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Daos hung world, a true demon, who had just finished devouring an Eclipse demon expert, sat on the ground. A glowing spiritual contract wriggled in his palm. Looking at the contract, the demon grinned. Interesting. Chapter 736. Jiang Xuan is the fate calf of Buddha. The spiritual contract of Jiang Xuan. To think it would be targeted by someone in this world. The true demon sensed the fluctuations within the contract and marveled. Using the link, he traced the source of the calculation back to its origin. By a twist of irony, it led directly to the Eclipse demon race, the very people he intended to liquidate. Perhaps this was simply the design of destiny. Eclipse demons. A chilling smile spread across the true demon's face. He whispered to the void, do not worry, we shall take our time with you. In the Eclipse demon realm, across a 10,000-mile chasm of darkness, jagged chains of the Great Dao bound 3,000 grim demonic palaces. At the deepest point sat the Palace of Reversal, the seat of the Eclipse Demon Emperor. The spatial projection flickered and died as the Emperor ended his communication with General Qiyu. After a moment of silence, he spoke into the air. My son, Qikang, it is time to return. His voice echoed through the deep abyss. Suddenly, the palace trembled, and a rift in spacetime tore open before the Emperor like a jagged scar. Through the opening, a desolate, silent continent was visible. Sitting amidst a sea of bleached bones was a demonic figure 7 feet tall. Demonic runes swirled around him, exhaling a breath of terrifying, malevolent energy. The Demon King opened his eyes, and a blood-red light illuminated the entire continent. His gaze shifted from empty to fierce, finally settling into a profound depth as his memories returned. He stood, tore the rift wider with his bare hands, and stepped through. Dropping to one knee before the Emperor, he spoke in a heavy voice. Qikang greets his imperial father. The Emperor smiled with satisfaction. What is your progress? Father, I have successfully mastered the scriptures of reversal and ascended to the Saint's sovereign realm. Excellent. The Emperor exclaimed. The Dao ruins have opened. This is your moment to make your mark on the great Dao-born world. The Dao ruins? Qikang asked, puzzled. The Emperor briefly explained the situation. I have already made the arrangements. I have mobilized 3 half-step Saint Sovereigns, 10 Saint Lords, 100 Saint Kings, and 3,000 Great Saints. In 1 hour, you will lead this army into the ruins. Remember, you must seize a position as a Dao Master, enter the shrine, and bring back the secret of immortality. Qikang nodded thoughtfully. Rest assured, Father, I will not fail you. I trust your strength, the Emperor replied. However, there is one human genius you must watch for. If possible, capture him alive. He will be of great use to me. A human genius? Qikang was skeptical. Humans were generally weak and lacked high-end power. If not for a stroke of luck producing several great emperors, they would have been devoured by the other races long ago. What kind of genius could catch his father's attention? Jiang Xuan. The Emperor spoke the name with a strange expression. That boy, he likely carries a grand providence within him. Jiang Xuan. Qikang committed the name to memory. Father, I will bring him back alive. In the far east of the great Daoborn world lay a domain that remained closed year-round, shrouded in primitive, chaotic energy. It was a hidden paradise, isolated from the rest of the world. To the public, it was a forbidden zone. Even a king seeking entry had to announce their arrival, or risk death. This was the primordial domain, the home of the Hall of Beginning. The Hall of Beginning was the foremost power in the world, with an ancient heritage stretching back to the era of chaos when the world was first created. History was divided into 4 eras: chaos, the gods, the emperor's fall, and the current age of myriad races. Countless powers had risen and fallen over the eons, yet the Hall of Beginning remained standing like an epic poem carved into time itself. Primitive, chaotic energy surged as the ancient gates of the hall, sealed for ages, ground open. Powerful figures in dark gold divine robes stepped out of the void, standing in silence as they awaited a divine decree. Above them, a mysterious statue opened its eyes, firing beams of light as it delivered its command. Ancient, dark gold characters formed in the air. The Dao ruins have appeared. Enter the ruins, seize providence, and slaughter. Jiang Xuan. The figures looked up in confusion. Slaughter Jiang Xuan? Who was this person that he would catch the eye of a god and be marked for death? On the right, the divine son of the beginning stepped forward. He held the decree in his hands, absorbing the god's intent, before turning to the assembly. Jiang Xuan is the new human king. In his home world, he stole the power of the gods. The crowd's eyes narrowed, cold light dancing with fury. What lowly thief would dare to steal the power of a god? He was seeking death. Divine son, I am willing to lead 3,000 divine guards into the ruins to slay the thief. A heavenly guard shouted, stepping forward. He was a half-step saint sovereign wielding a god-blessed weapon, capable of fighting a true saint sovereign. The divine son shook his head slowly. This is a matter of great importance. This blasphemer dared to mock the dignity of our hall. Simply killing him is too merciful. I will lead the army myself. I will exterminate Jiang Xuan's entire lineage to serve as a warning to all races in this world. His voice was calm, yet it carried a killing intent that filled the hall. The others nodded in solemn agreement. For a blasphemer, this was the only appropriate path. In the myriad Buddha domain, within the Mount Meru Buddha kingdom, lay the grave of 10,000 Buddhas. A handsome young monk sat in meditation, a red mole on his forehead glowing with the shape of a swastika. Behind him, an image of a supreme Buddha kingdom merged with the graveyard, drawing massive amounts of energy from the remains of fallen Buddhas to reconstruct his body and cultivation. Suddenly, a dull roar echoed. The graveyard trembled, and the remains of the 10,000 Buddhas turned to ash, scattering in the wind. The young monk opened his eyes. The light of Buddha was restrained, his gaze deep and filled with ancient laws. The vision of the Buddha kingdom vanished, replaced by a radiant robe draped over his shoulders. He looked like a living Buddha descended to earth. I am finally back, he whispered as his memories returned. Jiang Xuan, the grudge of my death is one I will repay personally. This monk was Zhang Rele. More accurately, he was Rele, the Buddha of the present from the 3,000 Buddha worlds. Long ago, those worlds had faced a great calamity. The Buddha of the future had seen the path to survival. Their civilization was ending, and the only way to continue was to be reborn in the new world. They had sacrificed the Buddha of the past, and the entire 3,000 Buddha worlds, to fake their deaths at the hands of their enemies, allowing Rele to be reborn in the ancestral realm. The plan had worked. A thread of life was preserved, and the teachings of Buddha were scattered across the myriad realms. The Mount Meru Buddha kingdom was established, and eventually, Zhang Rele was born in the Suantian realm, inheriting the legacy and slowly reclaiming his memories. Today, by absorbing the power of the ancestral bones, he had successfully completed his resurrection. Rele, the Buddha of the present, had returned. The space before him rippled, forming a mirror of time and space. Within the mirror stood a smiling, portly Buddha with his chest exposed. Maitreya, the Buddha of the future. Amitabha, you have finally returned. The future Buddha sighed with relief. Rele nodded. Without your help from the future, I would not be here. Thank you. Everything was for the sake of Buddha. The future Buddha replied with a smile. Has something changed in the future? Rele asked. Yes, Maitreya's smile faded, replaced by gravity. The Mount Meru Buddha kingdom has been destroyed. What? Rele frowned. I have returned. How could it be destroyed? Was it the dog duist? No, the future Buddha shook his head. With your return, the threat of the dog duist has been neutralized. However, fate is difficult to defy. Your return has birthed a new crisis. I am here to tell you that a new disaster is brewing. You must act quickly to crush it in its cradle. A new disaster? Rele's heart sank. Was fate truly this relentless? He had spent tens of millions of years escaping one catastrophe only to face another the moment he returned. Who is it? He asked. The Buddha of the future spoke a single name. Jiang Xuan. Rele's eyes snapped open, blazing with light and shock. Jiang Xuan? Yes, the future Buddha said with a bitter smile. In my time, Jiang Xuan led his Xuan sect into our kingdom. In an instant the kingdom fell, and 10,000 Buddhas perished. Rele fell silent, gripped by disbelief. How could a mere Jiang Xuan be the one destined to destroy the Buddha? Chapter 737, A Bounty on Jiang Xuan. In the heart of the Shanhai realm, within the celestial court of the celestial race, 9 imperial sons gathered. They were figures of immense presence, some radiating an overwhelming majesty and handsome grace, others possessing a beauty that could topple nations. Bolstered by the legendary celestial bloodline, they stood like gods descended from the heavens or immortals from the highest palaces. Each of the 9 carried a distinct aura. Aside from Wu'an, the 9th imperial son of the rosy light domain, who seemed strangely out of place, the other 8 were terrifyingly powerful. At their head stood the first imperial son, Disuan. Tall and imposing, he was shrouded in a sharp celestial radiance. Lightning coiled around his form, and the Great Dao itself seemed to guard him. He appeared like a supreme celestial lord, who governed the order of heaven and earth, capable of deciding life and death with a single thought. The Dao ruins have opened. Go forth and seize the opportunities within, the Shanghai Celestial Exalted commanded, his eyes partially closed as he surveyed the group. His gaze lingered briefly on Wu'an, clearly surprised by the boy's peculiar foundations. You stay behind, the Exalted said, looking at Wu'an. With your meager cultivation, do not go out and embarrass the celestial race. Disuan and the other 7 princes glanced at Wu'an, their thoughts hidden behind deep, calculating eyes. They had paid much attention to this new 9th imperial son, and wondered if the rosy light celestial king had lost his mind, or was hiding a darker scheme to nominate a mere spirit realm boy to such a high position. However, events were moving too fast for them to uncover any useful information. I thank the Exalted for his concern, but I have a reason why I must go, Wu'an replied, bowing with a calm, unyielding composure. A reason? The Shanghai Celestial Exalted frowned, his irritation showing. This boy lacked the wit to take the exit he was being offered. Sending a child with such pathetic cultivation into the Dao ruins was practically a death sentence. Given his extraordinary foundations, losing him would be a significant loss for the race. State your reason quickly. If it is not compelling, you will no longer hold the title of 9th imperial son. Thank you for your leniency, Wu'an said, bowing again before explaining. I carry the legacy of the King of 5 Senses, one of the 10 Yama kings of the lost underworld. I have felt a calling. I believe remnants of the underworld lie within the Dao ruins. Furthermore, I possess the netherworld saint physique, and the power of the river Styx. I study the great Dao of blood, a rare and prestigious path. Being born of the Styx, I possess unique luck regarding this path. I am 50% certain I can claim the position of Dao Master of Blood within the ruins. Wu'an continued with an air of sincerity. I know that without the favoritism of my master, the rosy light celestial king, my current cultivation makes me unworthy of this title. I cannot silence the skeptics within our race as I am now. To honor my master's grace and the prestige of this rank, I am willing to brave any danger to raise my strength and prove my worth. The Shanghai Celestial Exalted looked at the boy with a mix of surprise and approval. Wu'an's youthful, innocent face helped mask any hidden motives, making it easy for the elder to lower his guard. Had an adult spoken such naive words, they would have been met with mockery. Such resolve is commendable, the Exalted said with a nod. Your master was right to fight for your position. He then called out to the void, Shen Yi, you shall serve as the protector for the 9th imperial son. A streak of celestial light descended, revealing a burly man in celestial armor with a sword at his waist. He was Shen Yi, the top warrior beneath the celestial kings. He possessed the terrifying power of a half-step saint sovereign, and wielded the heritage and the personal sword of the human celestial court's former first sword immortal. His combat strength was legendary. Even outside the Shanghai realm, he could rival a true saint sovereign. I obey your command, Shen Yi replied, bowing. Wu'an broke into a grin of excitement, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Exalted. Disuan and the others watched with dark expressions. Their envy was tinged with bitter resentment. This brat had managed to gain the favor of the Exalted and secured a protector like Shen Yi, a privilege none of them had ever enjoyed. It defied all logic. Remember this, the Shanghai Celestial Exalted said, his voice dropping to a stern tone as he addressed all 9. The Dao ruins are of vital importance. You must distinguish yourselves and defeat the geniuses of the world. If any of you shame the celestial race, do not bother returning. Take your own lives in atonement. The princes trembled and bowed in unison. We understand. Furthermore, the secret of immortality lies within the Daoist shrine. You must strive to obtain it. The Exalted's eyes sharpened with a profound light. Whoever brings that secret back to me shall inherit my seat. The 9 princes snapped their heads up, their breathing quickening. Their bodies shook with adrenaline, though Wu'an was merely acting. For 10 million years, since the Celestials had abandoned the humans to form their own race, the Exalted had never spoken of abdication, or named an heir. Each era produced 9 princes from the 9 domains, but they all knew that, at best, they might inherit a celestial king's seat. Now, the ultimate throne was within reach. The secret of immortality. Disuan and the others burned the words into their minds, suddenly desperate for the journey to begin. One more thing, the Shanghai Celestial Exalted said, glancing at the rosy light celestial king standing nearby. You tell them. The celestial king stepped forward and looked at the princes. I want you to kill someone. He waved his hand, and a celestial shimmer manifested the image of Jiang Xuan. This is Jiang Xuan, a human from the ancestral realm. He murdered my disciple, the Moonglow Fairy, and currently possesses the cultivation of a saint. Our divinations show he has arrived in the Daos hung world, and will likely enter the Dao ruins. If you encounter him, use every resource to kill him. If you succeed, I will reward you with a supreme grade saint weapon. The princes studied the image. Killing a saint level ant was a trivial task, and trading his head for a supreme grade weapon was an incredible bargain. Even Disuan, a saint lord, only possessed a king grade weapon. However, no one noticed Wu'an's eyes flicker as he looked at the projection. Within his mind, the voice of a woman echoed. It is him. In the Kanghai domain, time and space behaved like a turbulent ocean. Every corner of the domain, from its rivers to its divine mountains, was riddled with spatial rifts, as if the region had been ravaged by a perpetual storm. This domain was ruled by the myriad realm sect. It was common knowledge that the sect and its disciples lived within these rifts. While a normal saint might be torn apart by such anomalies, the Myriad Realm sect viewed them as the perfect training ground for their spatial heritage. What the world did not know was that the heart of the sect was not in the rifts themselves, but within the belly of the void whale, Kongming, a chaotic beast born from the essence of the great Dao of space. After eons of growth, it had become a creature capable of living within the chaos itself. Inside the beast was a world of its own, filled with golden, magnificent palaces floating in the air. At the highest point of this interior world sat a deep palace, where the sect leader rested. Inside, a woman with a gentle, smiling face turned a flowered bronze mirror in her hands. "It is time to return," she whispered. The mirror created a spatial vortex, revealing a void where nothing existed but distorted laws of space and sharp sword intent. 2 streaks of divine light shot out from the void and solidified into 2 figures before the woman. The man wore a plain white robe. He was tall, handsome, and draped in a divine glow, with ripples of space shifting around him. His eyes were as deep as ancient pools, containing the mysteries of 1,000 paths. The woman beside him smiled beautifully, her features holding a sharp, sword-like edge that added an air of heroic spirit to her lively and lovely expression. Had Jiang Xuan been there, he would have cried out in shock. It was Zhang Hong and Fixian. Chapter 738. Second-generation ancestor Zhang Gong. "I greet the sect leader." Zhang Hong offered a respectful salute, his voice calm and steady, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. "How was it?" the woman asked with a light smile. "I have not disappointed the sect leader. I have successfully broken through the saint realm and reached the small saint stage," Zhang Hong replied with a nod. "In less than 2 months, you have not only attained longevity, but surged directly to the small saint rank. With a natural divine bone, your talent is truly heaven-defying." The woman appeared visibly shocked, clicking her tongue in admiration. "It is not just the bone that is strong, it is my Xiao Hong." Fixian interjected from the side, pouting as she corrected the woman. The sect leader blinked, then broke into a graceful laugh. She did not argue. Following Fixian's lead, she agreed. "That is true. While a divine bone provides an unparalleled starting point, success depends on the individual. Any ordinary genius would have struggled to reach your height in such a short time." Zhang Hong shook his head, refusing to let pride take root. Had the sect leader not provided her full support, exhaustive resources, and access to this rare spatial sanctuary, I could not have mastered the spatial arts or reached the small saint stage so quickly. Fixian looked between the two of them and sighed. She could not understand why they were wasting time on such formal pleasantries. The sect leader chuckled and moved straight to the point. "The legendary Dao ruins have opened, containing the 3,000 great paths. You must enter and seize the position of Dao Master of Space. It will bring you immense benefits. Furthermore, the Daoist shrine holds the secret of immortality. If you can enter it, you may catch a glimpse of the eternal realm." "The Dao ruins?" Zhang Hong looked thoughtful. "The Dao ruins are where the infinite Daoist priest stripped and discarded the paths of all living beings. It exists outside reality. There, the positions of Dao Master exist independently. Simply put, even as a small saint, if you seize the position, you become a Dao Master. This allows your understanding of the Dao to reach a new peak first, which in turn pulls your cultivation level up. With enough resources, you could reach the Saint Sovereign Realm in a very short time," the sect leader explained. "Reaching the Saint Sovereign Realm that quickly?" Fixian's jaw dropped. "That is basically cheating." Zhang Hong was equally stunned. Did such a miraculous place truly exist? If so, what did that say for the supreme experts who had spent thousands of years and untold resources to reach that same rank? The sect leader smiled as she watched their reactions. "As a place of legendary creation, the Dao ruins only appear once in an era. You have simply encountered a stroke of great timing. However, with only 3,000 positions and countless races across the vast world, claiming a seat will be no easy task." Zhang Hong nodded. Since joining the Myriad Realm sect, he had gained a basic understanding of the Dao's Hong world. History was divided into 4 eras, and they were currently in the height of the age of myriad races. According to the sect leader, this era had lasted for tens of millions of years, and was nearing its end. Soon, a new era would begin. A change in eras always brought global upheaval and conflict. Even a power as strong as the Myriad Realm sect, ranked among the top 10 superpowers, could not be certain of its survival in the coming tide. The sect leader had been honest with him from the start. "You are the hope of our sect. With your current cultivation, it would be a fantasy to try and seize a Dao Master position on your own," she said softly. "Therefore, I have assembled a team of experts to accompany you. They will do everything in their power to help you secure the Dao of Space. The ruins have restrictions. Only those below the Saint Sovereign level may enter. My sect has 20 half-step Saint Sovereigns. I have assigned 10 of them to you. I have made it clear that they are to follow your lead. Any disobedience will be met with death." "Zhang Hong, is this sincerity enough for you?" Zhang Hong met her gaze and pressed his lips together. He bowed deeply. "The sect leader's kindness overwhelms me." The woman raised her hand to lift him up. "As long as you remember the Myriad Realm sect's contribution, that is enough. I will not use this debt to bind you. You joined us out of necessity, after all. I deal in interests and fair exchange. I help you today, hoping that tomorrow you will carry the mantle of this sect and protect us through the coming tide." Zhang Hong remained quiet, unsure of how to respond. Half a year ago, he had said goodbye to Jiang Xuan and left the Suentian realm with Fixian. He had traveled to the Likong star domain to reclaim the treasures of his past life. After reaching the God realm, and avenging himself against an ancient family, at the cost of nearly his own life, the dying ancestor of that family had triggered a spatial trap. He and Xian had been cast into the spatial turbulence. Only his divine bone had kept them alive for 3 months until the void whale, Kong Ming, had swallowed them during a feeding. The sect leader had found them, recognized Zhang Hong's affinity for spatial arts, and taken them in. He had been somewhat difficult back then, making 2 demands. That the city of 1,000 realms assist Jiang Xuan, and that Xian receive the sword legacy of the first sword immortal. Once those terms were met, he had joined the sect. Now, having reached the small saint stage within the sect leader's 3-year deadline, he was an imperial son. The jump from a genius of the lower realms to a prince of a superpower had taken only 2 months. It was a rise few could ever dream of. He was not an ungrateful man. Without the sect leader's intervention, he would not be standing here. He already viewed this place as his second home. The sect leader's mention of a fair exchange actually made him feel a bit guilty. Xian, ever the blunt one, waved her hand and spoke for him. Such a small thing doesn't require my Xiaohong to worry. Rest easy, as long as I am here, the myriad realm sect will endure. The sect leader smiled and turned to her. And the sword legacy? Is your mastery going well? Xian huffed. Who do you think you're talking to? With my talent, it's as easy as breathing. Good, the sect leader nodded. Rest for a few hours. You will depart for the ruins at midday. Across the Daos hung world, every major power was making similar moves. Eclipse demons, celestials, and countless others were gathering their strongest warriors to protect their chosen scions. Even the old monsters hiding in forbidden zones were sending out their war slaves to hunt for the secret of immortality. The world was heating up, filled with the fire of a dying era. In the city of Luo, the world remained black and white. Even the glowing defensive arrays were reduced to shades of gray. At the Luo family estate, Luo Tiancheng approached Jiang Xuan's quarters. Human King, the Human Alliance has sent word. They wish to speak with you. The Alliance? Jiang Xuan stepped outside, surprised. He followed the elder to a chamber where a spatial projection was active. An old man with a long white beard stood waiting. When he saw Jiang Xuan, a warm smile touched his face. Child, you have arrived. Jiang Xuan felt an immediate, strange sense of kinship with the man. Who are you? The old man chuckled. I am your second-generation ancestor, Zhang Gong. Second-generation ancestor. Jiang Xuan's eyes went wide. According to the family records, the second ancestor had left the Suantian realm to find a cure for the bloodline curse. How had he ended up here, and as a member of the Human Alliance? You must have many questions, Zhang Gong said with a smile. Jiang Xuan nodded. It is a long story. I will explain later, the ancestor said, shifting the topic. Wait in the city for half a day. The experts and geniuses of the Human Alliance will arrive shortly to help you seize a Dao master position. Is it that hard to finish a story once you start? Jiang Xuan wondered silently. He sighed and asked, these experts, how strong are they? 1 half-step saint sovereign, 3 saint lords, 10 saint kings, and 10 great saint-level geniuses, Zhang Gong listed plainly. Jiang Xuan's lip twitched. With that lineup, who was supposed to be protecting whom? Chapter 739. Panic from the Death Forbidden Zone. What is the current state of the Human Alliance? Jiang Xuan asked, airing his inner confusion. According to Luo Tianchen, the Human Alliance was led by the humans of the ancestral realm. Yet, their strength seemed remarkably weak. If they only dispatched a single half-step saint sovereign, Jiang Xuan found it hard to believe they were sincerely trying to help him. Even if the man on the other side was the second-generation ancestor of the Zhang family. Zhang Gong heard the grievance in Jiang Xuan's voice and gave a helpless smile. Do not be resentful, child. The Human Alliance remains fragile. Our overall strength is far inferior to the myriad races. We only survive because the 3 sovereigns, the 5 emperors, and Human Emperor Do support us from behind. At present, the entire alliance only possesses 13 half-step saint sovereigns. Most are stationed in the holy cities to defend against the invasions of the Nether race and the Eclipse demons. Being able to spare even one for the Dao ruins was no small feat. Jiang Xuan frowned, stunned. That week, excluding the Earth sovereign who remained in the lower realms, there were still 8 great emperors overseeing the alliance. How could 8 emperors result in only 13 half-step saint sovereigns? The power distribution felt completely deformed. The alliance was supposed to be a union of 56 human civilizations, yet it felt like the ancestral realm was carrying the entire weight on its back. The situation for humans in the Daos hung world is far worse than in the lower realms, the ancestor side. Ever since the Heavenly Dao of Order drove the high-end powers of all races into this world during the ancient era, this has been the primary battlefield. The hunting of our race by the myriad races has never stopped. In fact, it grows more ruthless by the day. The ancestor looked weary. Furthermore, the river of fate flows eternally through this world. The great emperors must enter the river and establish their tombs there to maintain balance. This means the deterrent power of our top-tier competence exists mostly on paper. They cannot physically manifest to strike down our enemies. While the other races are cautious, their aggression never wavers. They stop at nothing to stifle the geniuses of our race and prevent a human resurgence. This is also why they are invading the lower realms now. They want to extinguish the hope of human prosperity at its source. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed. Extinguish it at the source? What does that mean? You have likely heard of the civilized heavens, the ancestor explained. In those realms, the source of life can still be obtained through certain channels. But in the Daos hung world, the source of life belongs entirely to the river of fate. It is inaccessible. Simply put, in the lower realms, a race can still rely on racial providence to prove the eternal path in the name of a sovereign. In this world, that path has been reclaimed by order. It is impossible here. This is why our ancestral realm produced the 3 sovereigns, the 5 emperors, and the human emperor. But here, that method is void. The alliance cannot produce another great emperor. We cannot even give birth to a human king. Jiang Xuan processed this. So, a human king or human emperor can only be born within a civilized heaven. And currently, the only human civilization that has not yet ended is our ancestral realm. Jiang Gong corrected him quickly. No, including the ancestral realm, there are 4 human civilizations that have not ended. However, the other 3 were long ago invaded and occupied by the myriad races. With our current strength, we cannot take them back. The ancestral realm is our only remaining hope to nurture a new king or emperor. Jiang Xuan nodded, understanding the gravity. No wonder the alliance had not sent reinforcements to the lower realms. They were barely hanging on themselves. You have already attained the rank of human king, Jiang Gong said, his voice filled with gravity and hope. You have the potential to become a human emperor. We will do everything to help you seize a Dao master position in the ruins. Afterward, you must find an opportunity to return to the ancestral realm. You must unify the human forces, revive the racial providence, and use that power to ascend as a human emperor, striking for the rank of an eternal great emperor. Jiang Xuan remained silent for a moment. Is there truly no chance to prove the eternal path here in the Daos hung world? There is, the ancestor admitted, then shook his head. But it is too difficult. To become a great emperor, one must first transform their fate into a source of life. Here, that requires relying on a source of life that coexists with the Great Dao. This means you must possess a Great Dao exclusively. But there are only 3,000 great paths. How can one person among trillions of living beings claim one for themselves? Even the 12 supreme paths have pioneers who have already achieved eternity and claimed those paths as private property. Jiang Xuan's heart sank. If the pioneers of the 12 supreme paths had already claimed them, then what of the paths he practiced? These are not things for you to worry about yet, Jiang Gong said, sensing he had said too much. You are a human king. You have a real chance. For now, focus on the Dao ruins. Claim a Dao master position, and push your cultivation into the king realm. You must return to the ancestral realm before it meets its end. Jiang Xuan nodded firmly. Wait patiently. In half a day, our experts will arrive in the city of Luo to assist you, the ancestor repeated. Jiang Xuan's lip twitched. Wait half a day? In the land of divine revelation, half a day was 6 months. That was enough time for him to clear the Primordial Gold Tower from top to bottom. His time was too precious to waste sitting around. No need, Jiang Xuan said. Let them play on their own. Jiang Gong froze, unable to follow the young man's train of thought. Not only the myriad races, but every major power is sending half-step saint sovereigns. Even with the restrictions, you cannot fight them alone at your current level. The ancestor warned, his face darkening with worry. It is fine, Jiang Xuan waved him off. Just because I cannot beat them now doesn't mean I won't be able to beat them later. The ancestor stared at him, speechless. This tone. It is too similar, he muttered, shaking his head. Similar to whom? You act exactly like my unreliable old man. Jiang Gong stroked his white beard, a rare, playful glint appearing in his aged eyes as he reminisced. Jiang Xuan's expression soured. The second ancestor's father? He meant the progenitor, Zhang Santung. Having experienced a 10,000-year dream as Zhang Santung, he knew their temperaments were indeed alike. At that same moment, in a certain death-forbidden zone, a man sleeping on a stone bed suddenly jolted awake. His eyes snapped open, one a deep, abyssal black, and the other a hollow, void white. Life and death mysteries intertwined within them. Through a bloodline resonance, he immediately knew who had disturbed his slumber. That little bastard. The man cursed. Why is he still alive? He has nothing better to do than whisper about me all day? If I had known, I would have wiped him against a wall the moment he was conceived. After venting his frustration, the man sensed something. He looked toward the Kang Yuan domain, his gaze piercing through the forbidden zone. The Dao ruins have opened? How is it so fast? He murmured. It shouldn't be. The cycles of life and death spun in his eyes like a whirlpool as he peered into the secrets of heaven. A moment later, his pupils shrank. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face turned pale with shock. My God, how could my measly bloodline produce such a heaven-defying monster? This is bad. Really bad. The man jumped off the stone bed and began pacing, his mind racing for a solution. Little ancestor, you are only a saint. Why the hell did you come to the Daos hung world so early? Now look at you caught in the sights of the Hall of the Beginning. That is the Hall of the Beginning. I already died once, and I have to hide in this forbidden zone even though I don't practice the primordial arts anymore. And you, a living person with the Primordial Dao, are just wandering around in the open. You have some guts. He paced faster. I have to think. How do I handle this? He is my descendant, after all. I can't just watch him lose his life. After a long while he stopped. Wait a minute. The man looked back toward the Kang Yuan domain. The kid is inside the Dao ruins. The ruins exist outside reality, and have power limits. As long as the one in the Hall of the Beginning doesn't wake up and shatter the ruins directly, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? He rubbed his chin and nodded. Probably. This era isn't over yet. That person shouldn't wake up so soon. Order is watching from above. Relieved, the man chuckled and flopped back onto the stone bed. Fine then, you little brat. Go ahead and cause your trouble. Within seconds, he was fast asleep again. Chapter 740. Brahma Legacy and Zen Buddhism. Jiang Xuan ended his transmission with his second-generation ancestor. He had no intention of accepting the proposal to wait for reinforcements from the human alliance. To him, the idea was a joke. He detested being slowed down by others, and had zero interest in acting as a glorified babysitter for a group of tagalongs. However, he did not rush to leave the city of Luo. The timing was almost perfect. His month in the land of divine revelation was about to begin. This provided a much-needed window to prepare and enter the Dao ruins in peak condition. Before departing, he played the role of a generous benefactor. He handed over a massive cache of resources and legacies to Luo Tiancheng, the Luo family ancestor, with instructions to distribute them wisely to bolster the city's strength. Now that the Dao ruins covered the area, various races would likely attempt to seize the city as a strategic foothold. He paid special attention to Luo Mixu and Luo Fengxiao, gifting them each a sub-emperor level legacy recovered from the Divine Palace, along with ample cultivation materials. From this day forward, you two are deacons of the Suan sect's Daos Hung World Branch. Practice diligently and recruit promising disciples to our cause, Jiang Xuan told them. His original dream from the Daos Hung realm had not faded, it had simply evolved. He no longer aimed to merely rival the great Daoist or celestial sects. He intended to build the Suan sect into a superpower that stood at the absolute pinnacle of the Daos Hung world at the very least, something far superior to the garbage produced by the celestial race. His insistence on building the sect wasn't about isolating himself from humanity or creating a private militia. It was about fulfilling his promise to the Earth Sovereign and upholding the sect's primary directive, to eradicate the dogs of the celestial race. With his affairs settled, Jiang Xuan informed Luo Tiancheng that he would be entering a state of secluded meditation for 2 hours and must not be disturbed. Then, accompanied by Zhang Zhao, Taikang, and the others, he transformed into a streak of golden light. They slipped through a spatial rift and returned to the land of divine revelation. A month had passed in the outside world, and the ancient gates at the heart of the Primordial Gold Tower surged with golden radiance once more as the group returned. We only have 1 month. Focus entirely on your cultivation, Jiang Xuan commanded. Dijusha and the others nodded and departed immediately to find their own paths to a breakthrough. Jiang Xuan then turned to Taikang and handed him a vast quantity of life essence. Here are 3,000 strands of life divinity. Restore your strength as quickly as possible. Don't worry. Within a month, I am confident I can return to the Saint Lord level, Taikang promised solemnly. By then, I will have the power to slaughter even a half-step Saint Sovereign. He understood the gravity of the situation. This extra month was a strategic gift to prepare for the ruins. If he could seize a Dao Master position for himself, he might even reclaim the peak power of his past life. That is what I like to hear, Jiang Xuan said. Taikang vanished into a challenge space to begin his training. Father, can I have some life divinity too? Zhang Zhao asked, dropping her formal act now that the others were gone. She clung to his arm, acting like a spoiled child. Jiang Xuan flicked her forehead with an affectionate scold. The life spirit is literally sitting on your shoulder. If you need essence, make him produce it. Is that so? Zhang Zhao blinked her large eyes and looked at the life spirit. The creature stretched its neck and shook its head vigorously, looking deeply aggrieved. Father, he says he doesn't have the raw materials. He claims it takes a long time to nurture new essence. He is lying to you, Jiang Xuan said flatly. That little scavenger has devoured the corpses of countless experts. There is no way he is out of materials. He is definitely hoarding it. Jiang Xuan didn't have the time to argue with the creature himself, but he was more than happy to let his daughter squeeze the oil out of him. Her personality was the perfect remedy for the life spirit's greed. Oh, Zhang Zhao's eyes widened. She snatched the life spirit by its neck and glared at it. Gui gui, you aren't being honest. The life spirit trembled under her gaze, feeling a sudden, chilling dread. No, that is not it at all. The creature squealed, forcing a smile as if suddenly remembering something. My memory is failing me in my old age. I just recalled that I do have a little bit saved up. I was keeping it for an emergency for the master. The life spirit waved a claw and produced 50 strands of life divinity. Too little, Zhang Zhao snapped. I want at least 5,000. 5,000. The life spirit's green eyes bulged. Little ancestor, where on earth am I supposed to find that much? I don't care. Father said you have it, so you have it. Zhang Zhao growled, staring him down with a terrifying intensity. If you don't give me 5,000 strands today, I will chop you up and turn you into soup. To prove her point, she pulled a massive iron cauldron out of her storage ring. The life spirit turned pale, its heart pounding in terror. Jiang Xuan's lip twitched as he recognized the pot. It was the same one they had used to stew the snake queen. What do you need that much essence for? Jiang Xuan asked, curious. Zhang Zhao's eyes darted around. She gave him a mischievous grin and stuck out her tongue. Secret. She tucked the cauldron away and hurried off with the life spirit in tow. Her voice echoed back as she vanished. I will be back in a month, father. I promise I will help you sweep through the ruins and crush the heads of those foreign dogs. Jiang Xuan shook his head with a helpless smile. That girl. He suspected she was using a specialized method to boost her power so she could protect him. As a father, he felt a mixture of pride, touched by her loyalty, and a lingering worry for her safety. But then he remembered she was already a small saint. Her cultivation was technically higher than his own. He forced the worry down. Children had to grow up, and parents had to learn when to let go. Wait, why do I sound so old? He muttered. He was only 18, yet he was already thinking like an old patriarch. Shaking off the thought, he left the central area to continue his climb up the primordial gold list. He entered the challenge space of the 60th floor. This was a forgotten realm of gods and demons, a graveyard filled with ancient bones. Some had been eroded by time into piles of dust, while others had developed a new, twisted sentience, living a hollow second life. Powerful auras were everywhere. There were thousands of saint-level entities, dozens of great saints, and one saint king. A fight. Good, Jiang Xuan grinned. He didn't care for long-winded plots or dialogue. He craved the raw heat of battle. Right now, he wanted to cut loose. Let's begin. He summoned the broken Suenyun sword and laughed as he charged into the swarm of gods and demons. Meanwhile, on the Yin Yi Continent, beams of holy Buddhist light erupted from a set of forgotten ruins. With a deafening roar, the structures collapsed into a cloud of dust. Damn it all. Zhang Xiao crawled out of the rubble, covered in grime. He spat several times to clear the dust from his mouth. Motherfucker, you got all the benefits while I lost everything. Zhang Xiao grumbled, directed his complaints at the young figure emerging from the other side of the ruins. The youth was shrouded in a soft, misty Buddhist glow. His body looked like polished amber, radiating a warm, ancient aura that seemed to hum with infinite Zen wisdom. This was Zhang Feng. As the light faded, Zhang Feng opened his eyes. A profound mystery flickered within them, manifesting as a golden swastika marked deep within his pupils. He looked at Zhang Xiao and grinned. Thank you, senior brother, for helping me secure the Brahma Legacy. Legacy my ass. Zhang Xiao barked. You ignored the master's supreme path of stealth to learn this disgusting Brahma nonsense? You haven't seen how hypocritical those bald donkeys in the Buddhist sects are, but I have. I have no idea what the old man was thinking, letting you use this legacy to improve your foundations, Zhang Xiao continued, clearly annoyed. Our Zhang family has 10 million years of history, and we have never produced a bald, suitor-chanting donkey. You're the first. Let me tell you something plainly. Knowing Jiang Xuan, he hates the Buddhist sects. There is a good chance he kicks you out of the family tree for this. If that day comes, don't expect me to plead for you. You're on your own. Zhang Feng scratched his head and gave an awkward, helpless smile. Senior brother, why won't you believe me? The master said the Brahma Legacy is Zen. It is the Hinayana path. It has nothing to do with the Mahayana path practiced by those hypocrites. We aren't from the same source. In fact, we are mortal enemies. Zhang Xiao waved him off, refusing to listen. Don't give me that crap. I don't care about your Zen or your Mahayana. All I know is that you're a bald donkey now. Chapter 741. Nangong Minjiao opens her eyes. Zhang Feng let out a heavy sigh. Seeing that he could not correct the deep-seated prejudice of Zhang Xiao, he fell silent. The die was cast. He had inherited the Brahma Legacy, obtained the Zen Hinayana teachings, and become the Zen Buddha son of this age. He was destined to walk this path, using his life to spread the Hinayana faith, honor the Brahma will, and reclaim the orthodox position of the Buddhist way from the Mahayana sect. Junior brother, do not take it to heart, Zhang Qingtian said. He crawled out of the ruins, dusting himself off as he tried to mediate. Since the master sent our youngest brother to claim the Brahma Legacy, he must have a reason. A legacy has no inherent good or evil, it depends entirely on the person using it. Brahma was the previous Heavenly Dao of the old lands. His legacy is bound to be extraordinary. This will greatly enhance the potential of our junior brother, and that is a good thing. Zhang Xiao glanced at Zhang Qingtian. His face remained sour, and his eyes were full of resentment. This senior brother of his was good at everything: high combat power, decent talent, and a sincere heart, but he was far too blunt. He completely failed to read the room. Did Zhang Qingtian really think he was berating Zhang Feng just because the boy had become a bald monk? He needed to use his brain. This entire site was the storage ground of a former Heavenly Dao. Think of how many treasures must be hidden here. And Zhang Feng had scooped them all up for himself. Didn't that bother anyone else? At that moment, Bei Qing and the Tiandu expert, Jushin, also climbed out of the rubble. Jushin said nothing, standing calmly by Zhang Feng's side. He had promised the Zhang family powerhouse to protect the boy, and he intended to fulfill that promise without error. Furthermore, he had shared in the benefits this time. He had received the legacy and lifelong Buddhist insights of a Zen Bodhisattva. If he could fully digest them, he might be able to step into the great saint realm. For him, this was a joyous turn of events that only solidified his resolve to protect Zhang Feng. Bei Qing looked back and forth between Zhang Xiao and Zhang Feng. Seeing Xiao's dark expression, he guessed the man's thoughts immediately. Though Bei Qing was only a few thousand years old, he considered himself an expert in the ways of the world. After all, how else could he have convinced Nangong Minjiao to be his disciple? His life had not been long, but he was certain that taking her as a student was the proudest achievement of his career. You are Zhang Feng, correct? Bei Qing asked, choosing his words carefully. Your two brothers risked their lives to open this Brahma vault and help you obtain your legacy. Even if they didn't do all the work, they certainly put in the effort. You have had great luck today. Do you really have the heart to watch your brothers go home empty-handed and covered in wounds? Zhang Feng froze. He looked instinctively at Zhang Xiao. Senior brother Xiao. Sigh. Zhang Xiao immediately grabbed Bei Qing's shoulder as if trying to stop him. Secretly, he shot Bei Qing a look that said great job. Then, he let out a theatrical cough, spitting out a bit of blood to make his face look paler. He waved a hand at Zhang Feng. We are brothers, closer than blood. Helping you is helping myself. I would walk through fire and water for you. It is simply my duty as your senior. There is no reason for me to take a share of your harvest. Do not think so poorly of me." Jiang Qingtian stared at him. He might be blunt, but he wasn't a fool. As soon as those words left Zhang Changshao's mouth, he realized exactly what the earlier display of righteous indignation had been about. He should have known. Acting like a martyr wasn't Changshao's style at all. Zhang Feng was young and lacked experience in the world. He had spent his life training within the family, or staying by the side of the stealth ancestor. He had never witnessed the true complexity of the human heart. Swayed by the moving speech, his heart warmed with emotion. "Senior brother," Zhang Feng lowered his head, looking like a child who had made a mistake. "I was inconsiderate." With a wave of his hand, Zhang Feng released over a dozen streaks of Buddhist light. These were left behind by Brahma. They included the legacies of Zen ancestors and Buddhist treasures that rivaled top-tier saint weapons. "Senior brother, please, choose what you like. Senior brother Qingtian and Senior Beiqing, the same goes for you." Zhang Changshao secretly gave Beiqing a thumbs up. It had to be him, their cooperation was seamless. If it had been Qingtian, they would have walked away with nothing. Zhang Changshao acted hesitant, pausing for a moment before replying. "Since you are so insistent, I cannot let your kind intentions go to waste. I will accept." He immediately began to browse. He first picked out a white jade robe. It was covered in Buddhist runes, and was clearly a formidable defensive treasure, at least at the king rank of saint weapons. It might even be a supreme rank. Next, he chose the legacy of an ancestor known as the Lamplighting Ancient Buddha. Lamplighting Ancient Buddha? Zhang Changshao found the name strange. He was well-read and knew a bit about the ancient Buddhist kingdoms that once existed. It was said they worshipped 3 Buddhas representing the past, present, and future. The Buddha of the past was called Lamplighting. Why would his legacy be in the Brahma Vault? He pushed the thought aside. He didn't plan on becoming a monk anyway. He was just taking advantage of the situation. If the legacy was useful, he would study it. If not, it would simply collect dust in his collection. He couldn't lose either way. Zhang Qingtian and Beiqing each chose a treasure and a legacy as well. Qingtian chose a heavy, 3-foot-long monastic blade. For a saber cultivator like him, it felt right in his hand. He also took the legacy of the Jewel Banner King Buddha. Beiqing selected a 7-petal Buddhist fire lotus. The flame was holy and bright, capable of burning away all filth in the world. He took the legacy of the Medicine Master Light King Buddha. Their thoughts were similar to Changshao's. They didn't actually care about the legacies. Their foundations were already set, and they had no interest in switching to Buddhist arts. To them, the teachings were just filler, but the treasures were valuable, and would boost their combat power. At this moment, none of them realized just how much trouble they and the newly crowned Zhang Feng would stir up in the near future. After giving away the 3 legacies, the swastika in Zhang Feng's eyes flashed. A smile touched his lips. He pressed his left palm against his chest and instinctively chanted the holy name, Infinite Life Buddha. Elsewhere, the human geniuses of the Swiren tribe, such as Tuba Shinkai and the others, had also left the tribe to seek their own fortunes. Most had found significant success, though their individual gains were too numerous to list. However, one figure was worth noting. The great-grandson of the human emperor, Prince Diminghuang. A month ago, after being defeated repeatedly by the white-haired Jiang Xuan, he had reached his limit. Driven by humiliation, he left the Primordial Gold Tower to explore the land of divine revelation alone. His persistence paid off. In the Yangtze continent, he found a tomb of gods and demons, and obtained a massive opportunity. He was currently undergoing a rapid transformation. Outside the land of divine revelation, war had broken out across the myriad realms. As the armies of various races descended, flames spread, and countless human worlds began to shatter under the pressure. Millions of humans fell to the blades of alien races, their blood staining the starry rivers red. Yet the invasion showed no signs of slowing down. In this desperate hour, many hidden human families and ancient sects emerged from forbidden zones to fight on the front lines. The Hall of Swords and the Gongsha family of the old celestial court reappeared. The Teihao clan, who once held the power of the moon god, also returned to the world. Led by their patriarch, Lan Yui, they tore through the ranks of the barbarian race. Lan Yui stood before the spatial tunnel, where the barbarians were emerging, and declared, "For every barbarian that steps through, the Teihao clan will kill one more." On another front, the Earth Sovereign, who had claimed he was retired, finally stepped out of his secret realm. With a single palm strike, he shattered the spatial tunnel of the Nether race. He then crossed the dimensions and sat at the edge of the world ring that sealed the heavens. He issued a warning to the invading races. "If you wish to die, I will not stop you. But I only permit those below the Saint Lord rank to enter. Otherwise, let your emperors come and speak to me in person." It was at this time that the black and white light of the Dao ruins reached the myriad realms. It only covered a tiny portion, the Suantian realm and the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix realm. Strangely, a single beam of black and white light crossed the void to shroud the fire domain of the Phoenix territory. If Jiang Xuan were there, he would have complained about such blatant favoritism. Inside that fire domain, Nanggong Minjiao opened her eyes. They were bright, beautiful, and full of life. Chapter 742. Crossing the 5 decay tribulations. Infinite? Nanggong Minjia's eyes lowered. She looked at the fire domain around her, now covered in the black and white hues of the Dao ruins. As the memories of the Phoenix rushed back to her, she murmured softly, "Buzz." Gilded divine flames erupted from her body. Behind her, a 10,000-foot-high phoenix phantom solidified into reality. It raised its neck and let out a sharp cry, radiating a terrifying, untamed ferocity. Boom! A dull roar echoed from within her physical frame. Her graceful silhouette, wreathed in divine flames, began to show signs of rapid aging. Her eyes grew dim, her long hair fell away, and her skin withered into dry wrinkles. The first of the 5 decay tribulations of a saint. The decay of the body. Next, her soul flew out from her sea of consciousness. The soul, which had been brimming with the essence of 1,000 fires, shriveled instantly, emitting the stagnant stench of decay. The second tribulation. The decay of the soul. Cracks spider-webbed through her dantian. The saint base, forged from the great Dao of fire, shattered piece by piece like broken porcelain. The third tribulation. The decay of the foundation. Bang! Her soul splintered. The 3 souls and 7 po separated, leaving a translucent life soul struggling before her. It drifted in a daze as intricate fragments of memory blurred into chaotic flickers. Within that twisting life soul, an irregular object glowed with a mysterious light, carrying the profound aura of fate itself. The fourth tribulation. The decay of fate. Finally, boom! Her fate exploded, her life soul shattered, and her foundation dissolved. Her dantian was destroyed, her spirit vanished, and her body withered away completely. A life that had been so vibrant was now a guttering candle in the wind, its vitality flickering on the verge of total annihilation. The fifth and final decay. The dissolution of body and Dao. This state lasted for a long time. After the passing of a full stick of incense, a mournful cry echoed through the black and white fire domain. The massive phoenix phantom suddenly shattered into shards of pure nirvana divine fire. Like a localized storm, the fragments swept toward Nangong Minjiao. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her broken form, the dried fragments of her body, soul, fate, and foundation was pulled into the center of the storm. The nirvana fire engulfed the energy of the entire 100,000-mile fire domain, weaving everything together. The region turned into a void. Amidst the empty black and white, time seemed to grind to a halt, as if an eternity were compressed into a single moment. Then, a spark of gilded flame flickered. Point by point, the light illuminated the hollow void and broke the eternal stagnation. The storm subsided. Under the glow of the sparks, the gilded flames began to flow backward. It looked like time reversing, or perhaps the reconstruction of an era. The silhouette of Nangong Minjiao's body gradually re-emerged from the stacked flames. She filled out and restored herself at a pace visible to the naked eye. In an instant, a terrifying, supreme aura spread outward. The gilded flames bloomed, lighting up the void that was once the fire domain. Having successfully crossed the threshold, Nangong Minjiao opened her eyes. They were calm, deep. A spark of nirvana fire bloomed in the depths of her pupils, brilliant and magnificent. The powerful aura of a small saint flowed naturally from her, weighing down on the vast void and creating strange ripples in the Dao. Nangong Minjiao had forcibly crossed the 5 decay tribulations. She had reached the small saint realm. Everything returned to peace. The phoenix phantom merged with her, becoming her supreme foundation. The energy of the ancestral fire domain had been entirely absorbed into her being. Though she was only in the small saint realm, her current power was such that even a great saint might not be her match. She had already forged the nirvana phoenix body and become the Dao master of fire. Her innate talent and luck were such that few in the Daos hung world could compare, and she still carried the phoenix fate. With her breakthrough complete, she began to process the phoenix memories, finding information regarding the infinite. Hey, she let out a soft laugh. That little child from back then has actually made it this far? Time truly is an unpredictable thing. She stood up and reached out a slender hand to touch the black and white beam of light surrounding her. A spark of nirvana fire emerged from her palm, burning and melting the barrier. Droplets of black and white sank into her skin. She stepped forward. Ripples of time and space wrapped around her, and she vanished. Inside the vast Dao ruins, she walked through the air, moving millions of miles with a single step. In an instant, she arrived before the black and white statue of the fire Dao. She gazed at the statue, her eyes slightly lowered as if remembering something. Then, she lowered her palm. The nirvana fire flew out, turning into a sea of flames that swallowed the statue. When the flames returned to her, the position of Dao master represented by the statue had been claimed. Rumble. That entire region of the great Dao collapsed, sinking into chaotic void. The various forces entering the ruins noticed the sudden change, and were struck with bewilderment. Is that the fire Dao region? What is happening? The ruins haven't been opened for half an hour. How could a region collapse already? Has the position of Dao master been taken? That's impossible. Nangong Minjiao looked up and scanned the Dao ruins. After getting her bearings, she did not linger. She stepped across the sky, moving through the void until she stood atop the Dao shrine. She looked into the empty air and spoke calmly. What? Am I not welcome? Buzz. A rift opened in the void, radiating the scent of distorted time. An old, bitter laugh drifted out. I did not realize the phoenix had awakened. Please forgive my lack of a proper welcome. Nangong Minjiao smiled faintly and stepped through the rift. There, the Wu'an duist sat in the form of a young boy. He stood up nervously to greet her. Wu'an greets the phoenix. She nodded, looking around before turning her gaze back to him. You use the gaps in distorted time to carry the past, using the Dao of yesterday to feed the living of today. Not a bad method. It is merely an opportunistic trick, Wu'an replied with a low head and a humble attitude. I would not dare call it a proper law. Hey, Nangong Minjiao laughed, though her tone grew cold. Do you really think you can stop it? Wu'an's heart trembled. He looked helpless, shaking his head with a bitter smile. I do not know if I can stop it, but even if it is impossible, I am willing to try. To have such a heart, you do not shame the name of Wu'an. She smiled. I will borrow this place to cultivate for a time. You must assist me with all your strength. If I succeed, I will enter the river of fate on behalf of all living beings to block the eternal enemy. As long as I do not fall, the river of fate shall not overflow. Wu'an looked up at her in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. You. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked overjoyed. You are not the phoenix. I am not yet. Nanggong Minjiu's expression remained as calm as water, though her eyes deepened. But in the future, that may not be the case. Meanwhile, in the land of divine revelation, half a month passed in a flash. Jiang Xuan had fought through 30 more layers of challenges, reaching the 97th floor. Only 3 floors remained until the top. One last push. Jiang Xuan cheered himself on. He had not stopped for a single moment during these 15 days of combat. He had forced his way through every obstacle. These spaces were filled with terrifying old monsters. He had encountered 10 Saint Kings alone. His combat power was immense, but against a Saint King, he still fell short. Every time, he had to use every trick in his arsenal and risk his life to secure a kill. This left him repeatedly mangled and on the brink of death. If not for the massive amounts of life divinity in his possession allowing for rapid healing, he would have been dead 10 times over. Of course, the rewards for this suicidal run were magnificent. He had collected over 3,000 saint-level corpses equivalent to nearly 40,000 strands of life divinity. Other divine treasures were too numerous to count. He had even lost track of his own inventory. To put it simply, he was as wealthy as a kingdom. He had even acquired 2 quasi-emperor weapons on par with the 5 elements god tablets. He had promptly thrown them to the human tablet to let it devour them and repair its own damage. No matter how good a quasi-emperor weapon was, it didn't compare to a fraction of the human tablet. Now, on the 97th floor, buzz. Jiang Xuan swung his sword at the neck of the Dushi Godlord, but he couldn't even break the skin. Are you kidding me? Jiang Xuan was stunned. The Saint Kings he fought before didn't have defense this insane. Boom. The Dushi Godlord grabbed the broken blade of the Suanyuan sword with one hand and slammed a fist into Jiang Xuan's chest with the other. The blow was reinforced by the power of the Great Dao. The shockwave rippled through Jiang Xuan's body, shattering his meridians and bones instantly. Pfft. Jiang Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Kid, it seems you overestimated yourself, the Godlord sneered. Before the voice even faded, divine light shot from the Godlord's eyes, transforming into Dao spears that pierced through Jiang Xuan's body in a spray of blood. Not necessarily. Jiang Xuan's voice was as weak as a flickering flame, but in the next heartbeat, he refined several strands of life divinity and erupted. A finger of Teishu pressed forward, wrapping the Godlord in a primitive, pure aura. Simultaneously, his palm manifested the cycle of reincarnation, dragging the Godlord toward the hell path. This, impossible. The Godlord's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 743. Great Supernatural Power, Life and Death Transition. The Dao of Primordial Beginning. The Dao of Reincarnation. How could a mere boy who had just entered the Saint Realm control 2 Supreme Daos? Waves of shock crashed against the heart of the Dushi Godlord. He struggled to accept the reality before him, but as he was dragged into the hell path, the sensation of his physical form being torn apart by the cycle of rebirth forced him to believe it. This bloody reality was no illusion. Has the world truly changed this much? He wondered, feeling a sense of unreality. However, as a former godlord, who once governed a divine civilization, his survival instincts remained sharp. Supreme Daos were terrifying, but cultivation level remained the ultimate foundation. Though he was far from his peak, he still possessed the power of a Saint King. In his mind, there was no scenario where a Saint King should fall to a common saint. Transitioning the mortal dust, the Dushi Godlord let out a low, angry roar. He slammed his broad palms together, conjuring a brilliant radiance. As he pulled his hands apart, the light unraveled like fine silk, manifesting a hazy and vast vision of a bustling, ancient world. Saintly immortals soared through the air, colossal gods and demons stood tall, governing the 3,000 Daos. Buddhas held flowers in silent contemplation, sages lectured on the truth, and ancient beings established endless laws. This magnificent vision lasted only an instant, before the entire scene tore open, revealing the absolute destruction of an ending universe. It was the annihilation of all things. The air filled with the sounds of agony, roars of anger, desperate struggles, and the wailing of the dying. Great supernatural power, palm of life and death. All great supernatural powers were products of chaotic beings etching the mysteries of the universe into form. In terms of rank, they were no weaker than quasi-emperor techniques. If pushed to their peak, they could even rival the techniques of an emperor. In an instant, the weight of total extinction slammed against the hell path of reincarnation. Under this impact, the cycle of rebirth began to buckle. A long, thin crack splintered the darkness, letting in a sliver of true light. The Dushi Godlord's eyes snapped open, shooting out divine rays as he thrust his palms into the rift. Break for me. With a violent roar, the hell path was torn asunder. The Dushi Godlord forced his way out of the reincarnation cycle, stepping back into reality. His massive body had been partially eroded by the cycle of rebirth, but no blood flowed from his wounds. Instead, clusters of mysterious runes flickered within the gaps. It was as if his body were not flesh and blood, but a vessel constructed entirely of divine Dao talismans. Radiant divine power flowed like a spring, wrapping around him to repair his damaged frame as he retreated 10,000 feet to maintain a safe distance from Jiang Xuan. As he healed, the godlord stared at Jiang Xuan with cold, narrowed eyes. Throughout history, I have known countless geniuses. In my memory, you rank within the top 3. Jiang Xuan met his gaze, his eyes squinting. He found the situation troublesome. Not even the hell path could hold this man? This Saint King was truly extraordinary. Fair enough. I know I am quite the monster, Jiang Xuan said, shrugging his shoulders with a relaxed air. He followed the wisdom of his ancestors. Despise the enemy strategically, but respect them tactically. Hey. The Duchy godlord chuckled. He wasn't annoyed by the boy's arrogance. A young genius who wasn't aggressive was no genius at all. I know you seek the top of the primordial gold list, he said coldly. But if this is the extent of your strength, you are still a bit short of the mark. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, his mind filled with silent retorts. I just shredded your body, and you are still trying to act tough. Then you should try me again. The moment the words left his lips, Jiang Xuan vanished into the void. He reappeared instantly behind the Duchy godlord, the broken Suenyuan sword swinging for the neck. During the past half-month of combat, he had realized a frustrating truth about fighting Saint Kings. The heart-piercing techniques he learned from the sword maniac didn't work as well on them. Those who reached the Saint King level already governed the world around them. Wherever they stood, their own Dao domain replaced the natural laws of heaven and earth. Everything within that space was controlled by their will alone. It was similar to the concept of one's mind merging with the world at the god-venerable level, but the essence of it was countless times more advanced. The Duchy godlord shifted his intent, causing the void behind him to collapse. A dark turbulence swallowed Jiang Xuan's sword strike. What looked like a powerful assassination failed to leave even a scratch. Jiang Xuan had expected this. He didn't panic, the strike was merely a feint. The real killing blow was yet to come. He pressed forward with a finger of Teoshu. The primitive, pure aura stripped away the surrounding energy, temporarily locking the godlord's techniques. Simultaneously, a bronze glow erupted from his left palm. A cubical bronze object flew out, expanding instantly to cover the sky and earth, trapping the Duchy godlord inside. Ron's radiance swirled as ancient Dao rules surged, cutting off the godlord's control over his own domain. He was stripped of the signature power that defined a Saint King. This was Niu Dao's bronze artifact. The bronze space. The space began to compress rapidly, threatening to crush the godlord into a pulp. Jiang Xuan knew this alone wouldn't be enough to end a man of his caliber, so as the space tightened, he activated the Dao of Yin and Yang. He manifested the Yin-Yang great mill within the bronze space. With Yin above and Yang below, the world itself turned into a grinding stone. Supported by the Yin-Yang diagram, and reinforced by the 9-Yang 5-Yin heaven-locking secret array, it was the ultimate killing formation. The heavy, crushing force of the mill, combined with the neutralizing power of Yin and Yang, and the unique weight of the bronze space, represented Jiang Xuan's most powerful move to date. Trapped within, the Duchy godlord felt a crushing pressure. His expression turned grave. He was genuinely shocked. It was hard to believe that such a terrifying strike could come from the hands of a mere saint. To be honest, this exceeded his understanding. Since his revival as the guardian of this floor, he had faced many world-class geniuses. Many were praised as having the potential of an emperor, or being young sovereigns. Yet, to this day, only one person had ever truly defeated him to clear the challenge. Emperor Yu. He remembered that name clearly. Another human genius whose power was direct, intuitive, and overwhelming. He had not been surprised to lose to such a man. The youth before him was also a human of incredible talent, yet he felt different from Emperor Yu. Yu's strength was a visible mountain. This boy was a mountain shrouded in mist too mysterious, as if what was visible was always just the tip of the iceberg. It was a strange sensation. The godlord had once reached the pinnacle of his own civilization, and attained immortality at the end of his world. Although he had failed to transcend and save his people, dying with regret only to be revived now as a Saint King, he still possessed the vision of his former height. For someone like him to find a boy mysterious spoke volumes about Jiang Xuan's nature. I concede. In the heart of the hyper-compressed bronze space, the Duchy godlord gave up. He knew that with his current strength, he couldn't counterattack from within this bronze artifact he didn't understand, especially with the addition of the Yin-Yang supernatural power. Unless, yet another Supreme Dao, he thought, his heart shaking. He was no fool. He understood exactly what a Supreme Dao represented. After endless ages, the 12 Supreme Daos had become the private property of certain high existences, what the world called uniqueness. Yet this child had broken the rules, wielding 3 Supreme Daos at once. It was simply inconceivable. All fear stems from the unknown. Jiang Xuan was so mysterious that the godlord made the rational, wise choice to surrender. For a being like him, securing a second life was harder than anyone could imagine. He did not want his hard-won second chance to end abruptly. You're conceding? Jiang Xuan was stunned and slightly disappointed. It was hard to find an opponent who could force him to use all his tricks. The sudden surrender felt anticlimactic. He hadn't even finished the fight. Fine, he muttered. He waved his hand, retracting the bronze space and dispersing the yin-yang mill. He looked at the Duchy godlord and clicked his tongue. For a legendary powerhouse of your era to give up just like that, aren't you ashamed? The godlord froze, momentarily speechless. I can't even surrender now, he thought. Do we have to fight to the death? I value my life, the godlord replied simply. If I used every resource at my disposal, I might be able to kill you, but the price would be too high. That is not what I want. You only wish to clear the challenge and reach the top of the list. I am merely the guardian. Whether I win or lose makes no difference to me. We have no blood feud. There is no need for this. Humph. Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. A coward is a coward, he thought. No need for so many excuses. Chapter 744. Subduing the Dushi Godlord. Surrender is fine, but you must pledge your loyalty for 10,000 years. Jiang Xuan opened his mouth and made a massive demand. To put it in perspective, he had spent a long time wearing down Taekang just to get a millennium of service. Now, facing the Dushi Godlord whose past achievements were significantly higher than Taekang's, he dared to demand 10 millennia. His strength had grown, and with it, his confidence. He spoke with the authority of someone who held all the cards. The Dushi Godlord froze, his face darkening as he stared at Jiang Xuan. You are being excessive. He simply did not wish to die a meaningless death. Having struggled to live a second life, he felt it was not worth throwing it away over the ancient requirements of the old land's Heavenly Dao. But that did not mean he was a coward or incapable of a desperate struggle. It seems you have misunderstood the situation. I am not negotiating with you. Jiang Xuan let out a cold laugh and summoned the world tree. Massive branches instantly filled the entire challenge space. Among the tangled roots, a hazy world rippled with supreme power. It was a sensation that made the soul tremble, as if facing an unspeakable, primordial deity. Though the world tree had not yet reached its peak, and its inner world was not yet fully real, it was still a premier divine object with few equals in the vast universe. Even the void beast Kong Ming of the myriad realms sect was inferior in terms of life rank. The world power and supreme laws the tree could manipulate might not threaten an immortal, but beneath the emperor realm, few could resist it. Previously, the world tree had heavily injured the Saint Lord level burial immortal by detonating a phantom of its world. Facing a Saint King like the Dushi Godlord, killing him would not require a high price. At most, it would just mean blowing up another world phantom. The tree would simply need more time to gather energy and devour world fragments. The little tree understood the ways of the world perfectly. It knew when to hide its strength and when to sacrifice itself to save its master. Having experienced its share of hardships, it had a deep and profound understanding of how to cling to a powerful thigh and be a loyal follower. The world tree, facing the towering entity, the Dushi Godlord was stunned. He felt numb. How many trump cards did this boy have? And a supreme divine object like the world tree? Can a mere saint really possess so many ridiculous resources? Where is the justice in this? At that moment, the last shred of the Godlord's pride vanished. Though he had reached the immortal realm in his past life, that glory could not protect him now. Bowing was the basic instinct of the weak when facing the strong. The Dushi Godlord exhaled a long breath of resignation. He looked at Jiang Xuan and gave a bitter smile. I can pledge my loyalty for 10,000 years. However, if you want me to follow you and fight for you, it may not be as simple as you think. As long as you pledge loyalty, everything else is easy. Jiang Xuan smiled and waved his hand to retract the world tree. The tree had recently detonated a world phantom and had not yet received effective replenishment, so it remained in a weakened state. Truthfully, he was reluctant to have the world tree self-destruct again just to subdue one godlord. He had only brought it out to intimidate the man. As the art of war says, to subdue the enemy without fighting is the highest form of skill. Some ancestral wisdom was truly useful. Not so simple? What do you mean? Jiang Xuan dispersed his supernatural powers and asked with curiosity. The Dushi Godlord gave a helpless laugh and explained. I originally perished during the end of my divine court, the end of my civilizations, heaven and earth. I was completely annihilated in that cataclysm. Fortunately, the Heavenly Dao of the old land forged the Primordial Gold Tower and collected countless fragments of fallen courts to build these 99 challenge spaces. This space was reconstructed from those fragments, allowing me the chance to revive and live a second life. However, because of this, I am eternally trapped within this floor. I cannot leave on my own. A world will? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. This situation sounded exactly like the Black Realm will. The Dushi Godlord paused to consider Jiang Xuan's words, then nodded. Yes, you can understand my current state that way. That makes it simple then. Jiang Xuan chuckled and immediately summoned the Black Realm will. You two should have a friendly chat. The Black Realm will had already merged into the world of the world tree, becoming the main subject of that world's will. Once that world matured into reality, he would likely rise with it and become a Heavenly Dao himself. Since this was a world nurtured by the world tree, its potential was rare. It might not compare to the Daos Hung world, which housed many civilizations, but it could certainly rival the old land. Of course, that was provided the world became real, and the world tree reached its peak transcendence. The current Black Realm will had shaped himself into a black-robed duist boy, appearing to be only 7 or 8 years old. In his own words, he wanted to grow alongside this world. It is you? The Dushi Godlord recognized the Black Realm will instantly. Since they were both within the Primordial Gold Tower, they were colleagues in a sense. While not close, they knew of each other. The Godlord was taken aback. As the will of an ancient world, the other was effectively a quasi-emperor level existence. Had he really chosen to follow Jiang Xuan so directly? He could see that this was not a 10,000-year pledge like his own. The Black Realm will had truly submitted to Jiang Xuan to build and manage the world within the tree. To have a world will submit so completely? Was the world outside going mad? The Godlord wondered if he had stayed in this tower so long, that he had fallen behind the times. Godlord, I hope you have been well. The Black Realm will chuckled. When the Heavenly Dao of the old land forged this tower, I had the honor of witnessing your grace. I always intended to visit and seek your guidance, but the restrictions of the tower prevented it. I did not expect that when we met again, I would have the honor of standing in the same ranks as the Godlord. The Duchy Godlord was silent. These words sounded incredibly awkward. No matter how it was framed, it gave him the distinct feeling of a fallen tiger being mocked by a dog. We share a certain fate, then, the Godlord replied with a reluctant nod. He turned to Jiang Xuan and said softly, the method you used to house the Black Realm may not suit me. There is only one world tree world. Since the Black Realm has already merged with it, it is unlikely he will step aside for me. Even if he did, if my will merged with that world, I would lose my physical realm, and my strength would plummet. Until that world matures, I could hardly serve you. That method would be more loss than gain. Jiang Xuan blinked. Is that so? He waved his hand and sent the grumbling Black Realm back. If the method didn't work, there was no point. The Black Realm meanwhile, felt a wave of relief. That was a close call. He almost lost his position. You want me to serve you because you value my current strength. If I am to maintain that strength, I must preserve my physical body, and leave this tower in my complete state. To put it simply, you must help me escape the control of the Primordial Gold Tower. The Duchy Godlord was honest. Since he had chosen to submit, he hid nothing and openly told Jiang Xuan the solution. Then he shook his head with a light laugh. But that is very difficult. My revival and second life depend entirely on this tower. One could even say most of my foundation originates from it. You might have a way to help me escape, but doing so while keeping my form complete is nearly impossible. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan frowned. You have likely realized the factors involved, the Godlord said, seeing Jiang Xuan's concern. The choice is yours. Since I have promised 10,000 years of service, I will not go back on my word. Even if you ask me to abandon my body and follow you as a soul, I will comply. Jiang Xuan's lip twitched. What was this? Was he playing the rogue? Follow as a soul? What use would a soul be? Even if he wanted to refine a human emperor banner, he wouldn't use this guy. Wait. A spark of inspiration suddenly hit Jiang Xuan. You are saying your strength relies on the Primordial Gold Tower? Jiang Xuan clarified. Exactly, the Godlord nodded. Then, what if I simply take control of the tower itself? The Duchy Godlord froze, looking completely bewildered. What? He had never even considered that possibility. The Godlord hesitated but answered honestly. If you could control the tower, I could naturally follow you and fight for you at any time. However, the core of the tower still holds the brand of the old land's Heavenly Dao. If you cannot seize that authority, you cannot refine it. Furthermore, the old land has already birthed a new Heavenly Dao. Trying to take this treasure from that being's hands is impossible. In his heart, the Godlord left one thought unsaid. Trying to steal a treasure from the Heavenly Dao was a death wish. But Jiang Xuan had already waved his hand and started toward the next challenge floor. He left behind only one sentence. Not a big problem. See you in a bit. Jiang Xuan had originally never thought about controlling the tower. He had only cared about reaching the top of the list for the special blessing. But the Godlord's words had given him a flash of inspiration, a far more viable idea. The blessing was random, and he might not be lucky enough to get the specific one that would evolve the Swiren torch. But if he just packed up the whole tower and took it with him, wouldn't that be much simpler? He might not have good luck, but if he took the whole set, he could have whatever he wanted. Chapter 745. Primal Terror. As he watched Jiang Xuan walk away, the Duchy Godlord stood in a daze. Had the world truly changed so much? Based on Jiang Xuan's casual tone, it was as if refining the Primordial Gold Tower was as simple as picking up a stone. If this boy can actually seize the tower from the hands of the old land's Heavenly Dao, then following him might not be so unacceptable, the Godlord murmured to himself. Setting aside status and pride, he had been trapped in this isolated space for countless ages. Having finally lived a second life, he yearned to walk out and see the magnificent world once more. He wanted to seek that alluring realm of immortality and witness the scenery his previous life had never reached. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan arrived at the 98th floor. Yellow sand filled the sky, illuminated by a twilight glow that seemed to split the heavens from the earth. A wave of desolation hit him as a sandstorm, sharp as jagged blades, tore at his body. Despite possessing a physical form that rivaled primordial beasts, Jiang Xuan felt a sharp, stinging pain. Suddenly, a cold premonition of danger enveloped him. It was a visceral, reactive instinct. He scanned the challenge space with a frown, his guard raised to the maximum. In his current state, very few things could trigger such a deep-seated reaction. Even when he had been targeted by a mysterious curse earlier, he hadn't felt this level of dread. Is this some kind of special trial? He wondered. His inner cheat had been quiet lately, appearing less and less frequently. He half wondered if the gods of luck had forgotten him entirely. A low, haunting howl echoed through the storm. The sound was like rolling thunder, exploding inside Jiang Xuan's sea of consciousness like a demonic song, vibrating his very soul. His thoughts momentarily ground to a halt. His eyes grew hazy as he slipped into a daze. Suddenly, a sliver of pale yellow light cut through the storm. At the touch of that light, the world split in two. The sky collapsed and condensed, drawing in countless Dao talismans and laws until it transformed into a sun burning with cold, flickering flames that froze his spirit. Below, the mountains, rivers, and the vast earth shattered. Billions of miles of landscape collapsed and folded in on themselves, compressing rapidly into a lunar sphere leaking dark red liquid. It was crimson as fresh blood and dark as an Azura's nightmare. The sun sat above, the moon below cold, dark, and echoing the horrors of the underworld. A single glance was enough to birth 1,000 nightmares. Standing in the center of this environment, Jiang Xuan shivered. An unbidden chill rose in his heart, and an uncontrollable terror began to crawl through his mind. He was no stranger to the underworld. He governed the Dao of Reincarnation, and was dedicated to rebuilding the realm of the dead. He had inherited the legacy of the 10 Yama kings. He had seen every ghost and monster imaginable. In theory, a creepy environment shouldn't bother him. But what he saw today bypassed logic. This wasn't standard fear, it was a primal terror originating from the depths of his soul and biological instinct. It was the feeling of facing an unspeakable, ultimate horror, an entity so vast that no amount of personal power could offer protection. Jiang Xuan was bewildered. I am a saint now, he thought. I can fight Saint Kings head on. What kind of monster could possibly make me lose my composure like this? The answer came a moment later as he stared at that strange sun and moon. His heart skipped a beat, and waves of shock crashed through him. The sun and the moon had just blinked. They weren't celestial bodies. They were a pair of eyes. Good heavens, Jiang Xuan thought, his breath hitching. This world was 100 times vaster than the Dao's hung realm, yet the entire heavens and earth had collapsed and folded just to form the eyes of a single living being. The sun eye blinked. Like a deep vortex swallowing all light, the entire chaotic world plunged into absolute darkness. Jiang Xuan's 5 senses vanished instantly, as if wiped away by a giant hand. He felt like a drowning man in a lightless abyss, stripped of all perception. His consciousness remained intact, and his soul was uninjured, yet he could touch nothing. He was sealed in a black box where life and death had lost all meaning. He couldn't even tell if he still existed. Then, the moon eye blinked. A scarlet light flooded the world, restoring the chaotic brilliance. Jiang Xuan's senses returned, and the physical realization that he was still alive surged back. But then, extreme heat and absolute cold hit him simultaneously. The sensations dug into his marrow, throwing his body into a state of total disorder. One moment, he felt like a monkey trapped in a divine furnace, scorched by true fire. The next, he was plunged into an icy pond of absolute zero, freezing his vitality and consciousness alike. Back and forth it went, absolute heat and absolute cold, weaving together in a cycle of torture. Jiang Xuan's face contorted in agony. This wasn't a standard combat wound that he could fix by refining some life essence. This cycle of extremes was impossible to block. He possessed the vermilion bird body and the solar divine fire, making him immune to most heat. But while he could handle the flames, he had no defense against the waves of absolute ice. This isn't fair. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of resentment. He had never encountered anything like this. He could accept being overpowered by a strong enemy. Dying in battle was part of the path. But this was suffocating. He couldn't even see who his enemy was, yet he was about to die from the weather. Suddenly, a massive surge of intent slammed into his mind like a tidal wave, booming through his sea of consciousness. Who are you? How dare you disturb my slumber? The voice was neither old nor young. It was a pure, chaotic sound. Even as a mere vibration, it carried the most profound and mysterious principles of the Great Dao. It held the vastness and desolation of the primordial universe. Jiang Xuan's soul trembled. Under the weight of that chaotic voice, he couldn't maintain his form. Cracks appeared in his spirit, and his consciousness began to scatter. He was heavily injured by a single sentence. His soul had already crossed the saintly tribulation. It was far stronger than a normal saint's and rivaled a Saint King's. To be shattered by a voice alone proved just how terrifying this entity was. Jiang Xuan was horrified. What on earth is this? The 97th floor was a Saint King, so why did the 98th floor suddenly jump to this level of power? Was the owner of these eyes a saint venerable, a quasi-emperor, or an immortal emperor? Jiang Xuan, human king? The chaotic voice seemed to be reading Jiang Xuan's memories, repeating them with mild interest. Oh, you actually hold 3 Supreme Daos: Reincarnation, Yin-Yang, and Primordial Beginning? Wait, there are traces of karma, creation, and the Imperial Dao on you as well. A tiny saint involved with 6 Supreme Daos. Interesting, truly interesting. Kid, you have quite the luck. Laughter echoed in Jiang Xuan's mind like a hurricane, ravaging his sea of consciousness and leaving behind terrifying rifts. Jiang Xuan coughed up blood, a sickly flush creeping onto his face. His internal energy was in total disarray, as if he were on the verge of madness. He felt a genuine, deep-seated crisis of life and death. He felt despair. He didn't even know his enemy, yet their casual laughter had nearly unmade him. Inside his dantian, the phantom of reincarnation stopped spinning, falling silent as if trying to hide its existence. The yin-yang diagram ceased its movement, and its laws vanished. The yellow flames of the Swiren torch dwindled, flickering as if they might go out at any moment. The world tree trembled in fear, and the human artifacts, the Suenyuan sword, the Xianxia seal, and the human tablet remained deathly still, like ostriches burying their heads in the sand. Even his origin realm, which had evolved from his black hole foundation, sat motionless. This wasn't out of disdain, but out of pure paralyzing fear. Jiang Xuan truly panicked now. The origin realm had always been his greatest support, resolving every danger he encountered. But this time, even it was useless. What kind of monster had he run into? A soul-chilling despair wrapped around him. His survival instinct kicked into high gear, and in his desperation, he made a choice. He tried to trigger the Dao of Reincarnation to force a rebirth into a second life. But at that moment, the voice spoke again. Hey, you want to rely on reincarnation to be reborn? A good thought. Bang. The cycle of reincarnation, that had just begun to manifest in spacetime was instantly shattered, vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 746. Zilong of the Divine Desolation. Jiang Xuan froze, his mind completely blank. How was he supposed to play this? The entity had shattered the very concept of reincarnation with a single thought. There was no competing with that. Well, it looks like I have finally hit a dead end, Jiang Xuan thought with a bitter smile. I have had a smooth run so far, but I suppose I was due for a catastrophe. I just did not expect it to be this big. He let out a heavy breath, spitting out a glob of dark blood. The mere voice of this unspeakable horror had left him devastated. His soul was withered, his sea of consciousness shattered, and his only hope for escape, rebirth through reincarnation, had been crushed into nothingness. He truly could not see a way out of this. Am I not the protagonist of this story? He mused. The script was not supposed to go like this. Even at the edge of despair, Jiang Xuan maintained a trace of his characteristic optimism, mocking his own situation. It was a dark form of humor, but it was all he had left. Still, the regrets weighed heavy. The underworld was not yet rebuilt. The human race had not yet risen. He had not even begun the restoration of the human immoral court, and that glorious throne of the human emperor remained empty. He would not live to see the profound growth of the mysterious gate, nor would he get to purge the filth of the celestial race. He had not reached the immortal realm, or pierced the veil of destiny. The Supreme Daos, the divine objects, the source of life, the fire of civilization, he had only touched the tip of the iceberg, never reaching the core. There was so much left to do. He had not led his kin from the Swiren tribe out of the prison of the old land. He had not evolved the Swiren torch into the source of life. How was the Great Qin Empire faring? Had Meng Po found the soul of his brother-in-law, Nanggong Fengtian? Had she guided him into a new life? Was the master rebuilding the Xianxia Academy? Was little Ming Fan still as stubborn as ever? How far had the Zhang family grown? Had the Blade Ancestor and the others successfully begun their second lives? What of the Mountain Ancestor and the Ancient Ancestor? Then there were Zhang Qing, Zhang Hong, and Nanggong Qingnian. It was a shame he would not see them grow into the next generation of Yama kings. And those two troublemakers, Zhang Hong and Zhang Chen, where were they? Not a single word from them. As for the ancestor Zhang Changshao and his crew, what was their situation? They were always wandering into trouble. He hoped they had not caused too much chaos. Would the Earth Emperor be disappointed in him? And his parents, he had never even met them. Would they be sad? Then there was little Zhang Zhao. Without him around, that girl was definitely going to cry her eyes out. And then, suddenly, Jiang Xuan reached into his storage ring and pulled out a true divine artifact. It shimmered with a soft, ethereal light. In his current state, such an object was practically useless. With his physical strength, he could crush it between two fingers. But this artifact was different. It carried no great power. It was merely a vessel for affection and memory. It was a jade comb. He had once delivered it to Nanggong Minjiao on behalf of another, only for it to return to his hands through the Earth Emperor. Jiang Xuan looked at the comb with deep affection, a faint smile touching his lips. He finally understood the true meaning of cherishing an object for the sake of the person it represented. I am sorry, he whispered. I could not change your fate or take you home. It seems I have to leave first. His bond with Nanggong Minjiao had not been one of epic, earth-shattering drama. There were no cliched scenes of life and death. It had all started when he activated his special abilities and decided to stick by her, the daughter of destiny, to share in her fortune. At the beginning, he had viewed her as little more than a source of benefits. When did that change? Perhaps it was in the true God realm when she stepped into the Dao of Fire, and he shared that path, successfully merging the Daos of Thunder and Fire. Or perhaps it was when she accepted this jade comb and returned the favor with the blessing of the gods. Though that blessing had not played a major role in the end, her cute stubbornness and the gesture itself had quietly left an imprint on his heart. Then came that night at the Great Qin banquet, atop the Taming Tower, where a kiss sealed their bond. After that, his fiancée had largely moved out of the spotlight. The mysteries of marriage and the great dream were confusing and hard to explain. She was born with the phoenix destiny, and as they say, fate cannot be defied. Those few words summed up his year of wandering. Is this really my fate? Jiang Xuan shook his head and laughed. His life had reached its end. He was full of regret, yet he felt a strange sense of calm and clarity. Hey, the chaotic voice, having observed the entirety of Jiang Xuan's internal monologue, chuckled softly. You are quite young to have so many burdens on your mind. Child, how can you give in to fate so easily? Jiang Xuan's expression soured. Was it not a bit rude to read his thoughts so blatantly? Giving in is not an option, Jiang Xuan replied plainly, shrugging his shoulders. If it is time to hand in my exam, I might as well give it a decent ending, even if the essay is not finished. Though he used terms from his past life, the entity understood the meaning. You are an interesting one. But when did I say I was going to end your life? Jiang Xuan blinked, feeling a surge of annoyance. Are you playing me for a fool? He thought. Your voice alone nearly tore me apart. Whether I live or die is entirely up to your whim. Hey. The voice laughed again. It was clear he could see every thought. I know you want to refine the Primordial Gold Tower. I must admit, for someone so young, and with such average cultivation, you certainly have a lot of nerve. Jiang Xuan remained silent. This mind-reading business was incredibly annoying. He had no privacy at all. I can give you a path to survival, the voice echoed in his mind. Whether you can take it depends on your own luck. What do you mean? Jiang Xuan asked, his brow furrowed. I will give you 1 day, and allow you to pass through this floor, the voice said slowly. If you can successfully refine the Primordial Gold Tower within that day and complete one task for me, I will let you live. It sounded like an ancient monster that had slept for too long and was now playing a game out of sheer boredom. Since it was a game, the rules were entirely one-sided, dictated by his whims. Jiang Xuan had no power to refuse. What do you need me to do? Jiang Xuan asked grimly. He wanted to live. Long ago, while I was heavily injured, the Heavenly Dao of the old land ambushed me. We fought for 30,000 years. In the end, I was defeated. I had to split off a sliver of my soul to preserve a spark of life. I was sealed here by the Heavenly Dao. I have mostly recovered now, but without that missing sliver of my soul, I can never be whole. If you can find it for me, you shall live. Jiang Xuan was stunned. Such a terrifying being had actually been defeated, ambushed and sealed by the Heavenly Dao? Just how powerful was the original Heavenly Dao of the old land? I told you, that wretch ambushed me while I was already hurt. The voice thundered, emphasizing the point as it read Jiang Xuan's skepticism. Right, Jiang Xuan agreed quickly, though he was not entirely convinced. Even at the Saint Realm, a heavily injured fighter could usually exert most of their peak power. A being of this level should be the same. If the original Heavenly Dao could seal him, it was likely the stronger of the two regardless. Boy, you do not seem to realize the gravity of your situation, the voice warned, turning cold. He is getting defensive, Jiang Xuan thought. But he kept his mouth shut. His life was on the line, and he did not want to push his luck. If he truly angered the entity, he would be dead in an instant. What are the characteristics of this soul sliver? Jiang Xuan asked. If you encounter it, you will know, the voice replied, being intentionally vague. Jiang Xuan was speechless. Might as well be a death sentence, he thought. Having the bigger fist really does mean you can do whatever you want. That is the reality of the world. The strong devour the weak. That is the eternal law of nature, the voice replied, seemingly unbothered by the criticism. It seemed determined to see its game through. Jiang Xuan gritted his teeth, but could only accept the terms. At least there was a path forward, however slim the chances might be. Before we start, can you answer one question? Jiang Xuan asked after a moment of thought. Speak, the voice rumbled. Jiang Xuan composed himself and asked, Who are you exactly? Hey. The laughter grew wild. Suddenly, the chaotic world erupted. A light as bright as day flooded the space, as the entity revealed its true form. Those two celestial bodies, the sun and the moon, were indeed its eyes. Its body was colossal, as if it spanned the entire primordial universe. It had the form of a dragon with 10 claws upon its belly, and 3,000 chaotic scales along its back, each seeming to contain a world within. It had a human face, stern and majestic, with 3 horns growing from its forehead, 1 black, 1 white, and 1 gold, each shimmering with the light of the Great Dao. Before this being, Jiang Xuan was smaller than a speck of dust. The entity looked down at him, its voice vibrating through existence. I am Zilong of the Divine Desolation. Chapter 747. Haoshan, the original Heavenly Dao. Boom, boom, boom. The name Zilong of the Divine Desolation resounded like a divine anthem of the Great Dao, causing the entire chaos to tremble. The rules of heaven and earth began to boil in a state of extreme disorder, as if this realm was simply too small to contain the weight of his title. Jiang Xuan felt an inexplicable shock. An overwhelming pressure crashed into him, leaving him gasping for air. It was hard to imagine what level of existence this Zilong had reached if a mere name could cause such a chaotic upheaval. For a moment, Jiang Xuan felt dazed, his very worldview fracturing. People always spoke of the immortal emperors as the supreme, untouchable height of existence. Before them, all living beings were supposed to be mere ants. However, his encounters over the last 2 years had created a strange illusion that the immortal emperors weren't all that special. He believed that if he just kept moving forward, he would eventually reach that height himself. Perhaps it was arrogance, or perhaps he simply didn't know any better, but he had clearly held a flawed perception of the supreme realm. Even more troubling was the realization that Zilong might not even be an immortal emperor. According to Luo Xinglan, every immortal emperor must travel to the river of fate to forge their own tomb, and anchor themselves there for eternity. If he is an emperor, that is one thing, but if he is only a quasi-emperor, Jiang Xuan's spirit chilled. He had been far too optimistic about the overall strength of the celestial race. According to Luo Xinglan, immortal venerable Shanhai was a true quasi-emperor, who only possessed the power of an emperor within the Shanhai realm. If all quasi-emperors were at the level of this Zilong, the pressure on his shoulders just became significantly heavier. He shook his head to clear these distracting thoughts. Those were problems for another day. Right now, he had to survive. Within 24 hours, he had to refine the Primordial Gold Tower and find the missing sliver of Zilong's soul. He had no clues and no idea where to start. He could only take it one step at a time. Jiang Xuan looked up, meeting Zilong's gaze. That indescribable, gargantuan body was terrifying, but Jiang Xuan held onto his pride. In the giant's eyes, he might be a speck of dust, but in time, those positions might very well flip. Following Zilong's guidance, Jiang Xuan left the chaotic realm and hurried toward the final challenge space. Zilong watched him leave, his massive form slowly fading back into the darkness. The sun and moon separated, reverting the space into a desolate, twilight wasteland. Only a confused murmur echoed through the sandstorm. Why is the aura of that phoenix tangled so tightly around this boy? It is quite intense. How strange. Walking along the glowing corridor of the Great Dao, Jiang Xuan's expression turned peculiar. Notification windows from his special ability began to flicker before his eyes. Nangang Minjiao has successfully crossed the 5 declines of the saint. The insights from her tribulation are shared with you. With a critical hit bonus, you will bypass the 5 declines and your cultivation will rise to the 3rd order saint. Nangang Minjiao has stepped into the Great Saint realm. Her cultivation gains are shared with you. With a critical hit bonus, your cultivation will rise to the peak of the Lesser Saint realm. You will face the Great Saint tribulation within half an hour. Please be prepared. Nangang Minjiao has attained the position of Dao Lord of Fire. Her gains are shared with you. With a critical hit bonus, your Dao Thunder and Fire will evolve to the Dao Lord level. Jiang Xuan was stunned. Shared critical hits? This hadn't happened in a long time. She hadn't shared anything when she first broke into the Saint realm. What was going on? Nangang Minjiao has begun to integrate the Phoenix destiny. Sharing has been reactivated. The prompt provided a simple explanation, but Jiang Xuan wanted to complain. To him, this felt like one of those corporate disclaimers where the company reserves the right of final interpretation. Still, he couldn't afford to overthink it. It was good enough that the system was working again. He was concerned about 2 things. First, he had only been a saint for a few days. Jumping straight into the Great Saint tribulation felt like forced growth. He preferred a steady pace. It had taken him nearly a year to get from the venerable stage to being a saint. Second, if his Dao of Thunder and Fire jumped to the Dao Lord level, how would he enter the Dao ruins? The ruins had a strict limit. No Dao Lords allowed. This would effectively bar him from entry. The surprise was so sudden that he almost didn't want it. He would much rather attain the Dao Lord status for Reincarnation, Yin-Yang, or Primordial Beginning while inside the ruins. Forget it. Now is not the time, he sighed. After walking for some time, he passed through a strange membrane of rules and entered the 99th floor, the final challenge space. He immediately dialed his alertness to the maximum. The 97th floor had a Saint King, and the 98th had a monster like Zilong. The gap was massive, so he was worried about what nightmare awaited him here. I forgot to ask how Emperor Yu managed to take the top spot on the rankings back in the day, he muttered. Emperor Yu was likely only at the saint level when he was in the old land. Could he really beat someone like Zilong? It seemed unlikely. You are finally here. An old voice reached his ears, pulling him from his thoughts. He looked toward the source. This space couldn't really be called a space. It was absolute emptiness. Or rather, a hollow void. A strange figure sat cross-legged in the center. Jiang Xuan stopped, feeling a surge of unease. His long-dormant passive danger sense was screaming for the 2nd time today, and it was far more intense than before. He hesitated but eventually walked toward the figure. He had no choice if he wanted to live. Zilong only gave him 1 day. As he got closer, he saw the figure's appearance. At least it looked human, though with some disturbing differences. The man had 1 head, but 2 bloody necks where other heads should have been. On his left were 3 complete arms, on his right was 1 complete arm, and 2 stumps severed at the elbow. It wasn't hard to guess his original form. The mythical 3 heads and 6 arms. He looked like a withered old man with sparse white hair and sunken, closed eyes. The man's face was grim. Suddenly, the old man opened his clouded eyes. They were filled with pain and deep exhaustion. He tilted his head with effort and looked at Jiang Xuan. He grinned, revealing a few yellow teeth. Child, I have been waiting for you for a very long time. A deep chill ran down Jiang Xuan's spine. It was a different kind of fear than what he felt with Zilong. This was his instinct screaming that this old man was dangerous, and that there was a massive trap ahead. Waiting for me? Jiang Xuan asked, his voice tight. Yes. The old man nodded, his smile widening. On his gaunt, skeletal face, the smile looked monstrous. Jiang Xuan felt the man was looking at him like a long-awaited treasure. He hadn't felt this way in a long time, but his past experiences told him he wasn't wrong. He decided to play along and act ignorant. Who are you? Why were you waiting for me? The old man smiled faintly. My name is Haoshan. Haoshan. Jiang Xuan paused. Who did this old guy think he was, taking the same name as his father? But the old man's next words left Jiang Xuan speechless. That is correct. I am your father. Jiang Xuan stared at him. If his danger sense wasn't going crazy, he would have punched the old man right then and there for the insult. The old man, seemingly able to read his mind as Zilong did, chuckled and shook his head. It is a long story, but before we begin, you should know my other identity. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't snap just yet. He was confident he could handle a conversation first. What identity? You are clever, you have likely already guessed it. The old man gave a thin smile. I am the one who forged this Primordial Gold Tower, the original Heavenly Dao of the Old Land. Chapter 748. Possession. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Xuan's face darkened, his gaze sharp and unfriendly as he stared at the old man. He didn't doubt that this person was the original Heavenly Dao of the Old Land. In the final level of the Primordial Gold Tower, it made sense for any kind of monster to appear. It wasn't even outside the realm of possibility that the original Heavenly Dao had sealed himself here just to serve as the ultimate challenge. He could respect the diversity of life, but he couldn't stand this old man trying to claim he was his father. I assume you have already met Zilong of the Divine Desolation, Haoshan said with a faint smile, completely ignoring Jiang Xuan's resentment. From the moment the boy stood before him, the time for the harvest had arrived. Long ago, when I forged the Primordial Gold Tower within the world of the Guangla civilization, I happened upon Zilong while he was feeding. He sought to devour me to further his own evolution, and I desired to subdue him. A great war broke out between us. Zilong is a chaotic being born from the void, possessing innate divine abilities that rival the Supreme Daos. His power is terrifying. It took 30,000 years of combat before I finally managed to defeat and seal him. But I suffered irreversible injuries in that battle. My foundation was nearly destroyed. Haoshan continued calmly. Eventually, I had to relinquish my authority as the Heavenly Dao of the Old Land to my disciple, and seal myself here to preserve a spark of life all while waiting for your arrival. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe a single word of it. Voluntarily giving up power to seal himself and wait for a specific boy. Did this old guy think he was an all-knowing deity? Haoshan saw through his skepticism and smiled. I know this is difficult to believe, but that does not matter. I can prove it to you. Haoshan raised his one complete right hand. With a trembling finger, he traced a circle in the air, cutting through the void to form a temporal rift. Within that rift, the figure of a handsome, elegant man appeared. Jiang Xuan's heart skipped a beat. The man was his father, Jiang Haoshan. In the image, Jiang Haoshan was locked in a life and death struggle against a massive, pitch-black eye, the two forces pulling and clashing against one another. Before I sealed myself, I split off a sliver of my soul and sent it into the reincarnation cycle of the old land. Much like Zilong, I sought a path to survival. Haoshan pointed toward the rift. After countless cycles of reincarnation, that sliver followed a fragment of the old land to your Suantian realm. There, it was reborn as Jiang Haoshan, your father. So, in a strict sense, I am your father. A part of your unique soul originates from me. Haoshan looked at Jiang Xuan and chuckled. Of course, I orchestrated all of this. The changing of the Heavenly Dao, the birth of the human race, the unrest in the old land, even placing this tower here and establishing the gold ranking. I even allowed your human emperor you to pass the challenges and take the top spot. All of it was a calculated guidance of history to ensure that, today, you would stand before me. Haoshan bared his teeth in a withered grin. To Jiang Xuan, it looked monstrous. The old man's eyes were filled with a near-manic excitement. All of this, just for you to come to me. Jiang Xuan remained silent. If his danger sense were a red warning light, it would have exploded by now. An indescribable chill filled his body. Even his soul felt like it had been dropped into a pit of ice, shivering uncontrollably. Haoshan's words were clearly true. But why go to such lengths? Jiang Xuan didn't even have to guess. A fool could see the intent. There is one thing I do not understand, Jiang Xuan said, staring directly at Haoshan despite knowing the danger. If that sliver of your soul became my father, wouldn't you want to reclaim him to make yourself whole? Why do you want to possess me? At your level, a possessed body is rarely perfect. Zilong was a testament to that. Why was Haoshan targeting him instead? Haoshan laughed, his eyes now burning with undisguised greed. He saw no reason to hide his intentions anymore. He was too close to success for anything to go wrong. Jiang Haoshan is excellent, but at most, he would only allow me to return to my former peak. My upper limit would remain the same. But you are different. Even though possessing you will bring many constraints and require a vast amount of time to reach perfection, you are worth it. You have already mastered 3 Supreme Daos and have the potential for 3 more. You have the recognition of the human race's fortune and have become a human king. Uniting the humans of the heavens to become the human emperor is only a matter of time. Haoshan's voice was filled with wonder at Jiang Xuan's luck. No matter which path you take, the hope of reaching the immortal realm is immense. It is truly incredible. As the original Heavenly Dao, I was born from order. During the ages when the fire of civilization was stagnant, I stole much of the world's foundation. But I reached my limit. Even Zilong, as a chaotic being with supreme origins, reached his limit. He can wander the chaos and claim eternal life, but he can never progress. But you. Haoshan's eyes flashed with an intense light, his body trembling with excitement. Your potential is far beyond mine or Zilong's. By possessing you and living a second life through your foundation, I can reach beyond immortality. I can escape the control of fate and stand above order itself. His voice rose to a fever pitch. After billions of years of cultivation and effort, the fruit was finally ready to be harvested. Jiang Xuan frowned, watching the near-mad Haoshan with a sense of dread. He had always joked about being a protagonist in a story where everything was prearranged. He had worried that a director like fate had written his script. Now he knew it wasn't fate, but Haoshan. It was revolting. Accept it, Haoshan said, slowly standing up. His withered body made a series of cracking sounds as a terrifying aura erupted from him like a tidal wave. It was no weaker than that of Zilong. This is your destiny. Haoshan stood 2 chang tall, looking down at Jiang Xuan with a mocking sneer. His broken, monstrous body radiated an overwhelming pressure. Jiang Xuan bit his lip, screaming internally for his special ability to save him. For the first time in his journey, the gap was simply too large to bridge. Haoshan, as the original Heavenly Dao, was an ultimate powerhouse on the same level as Zilong. In his prime, he had clearly been an immortal emperor, the supreme level of existence that was usually only spoken of in whispers. Today, Jiang Xuan had hit the jackpot in the worst way possible. He was just a lowly saint. Even if his breakthrough to the great saint realm happened in half an hour, what of it? Compared to an emperor, he was still nothing. I refuse to accept it, Jiang Xuan said, his voice firm and righteous. Inside, he was praying for his cheat to trigger. Otherwise, he was truly finished. Haoshan paused, momentarily taken aback by the statement. Refuse to accept it. Such a naive thing to say. He let out a condescending laugh. That is a fresh way to beg for mercy. But do you really think it will work? Jiang Xuan waited, but no notification appeared in his vision. His heart sank. This was it. There is no need to struggle, Haoshan chuckled. He stepped toward Jiang Xuan, his four complete arms reaching out. Transparent threads of raw power poured from his palms like spider silk, wrapping around Jiang Xuan until he was encased like a translucent cocoon. Relax. Accept it, and perhaps there will be less pain. Haoshan stood directly in front of Jiang Xuan. From the two bloody necks on either side of his head, blood began to gush out, forming bridges of gore that connected to Jiang Xuan's shoulders. The possession began. Jiang Xuan watched, helpless to move. Chapter 749. How will you stop me? Jiang Xuan could clearly feel a sinister energy invading his physical body. His soul was being wrenched and pulled as massive, foreign memory fragments were forcibly shoved into his mind. Is my name Haoshan? No, I am Jiang Xuan. His gaze began to scatter, growing vacant and dazed. Possession. He had experienced this terrible ordeal many times before, especially in the early days of his journey. But unlike those previous encounters, this time felt truly hopeless. He watched helplessly as Haoshan poured himself into his vessel. At the very least, his consciousness remained intact enough to witness the invasion and estimate the time remaining until he was completely overwritten. Counting down to my own end. Jiang Xuan thought with a self-deprecating laugh. What a mess. His mind raced, looking for a way to struggle. His will to live reached a fever pitch. It wasn't that he lacked the courage to face death, he could accept falling in battle. What he couldn't accept was being snuffed out like this by an ancient monster, who had barely appeared before revealing such godlike power. The Supreme Daos were useless. The Origin Realm in his Danshan was useless. The Human Tablet, the Suanyuan Sword, the Zhuangzi Seal, and the Swiren Torch all were silent. Even the World Tree and his various secret techniques were ineffective. The gap was simply too vast. His legendary trump cards felt like a joke. He felt exactly as he had when facing Zilong. These ultimate entities, who had escaped the constraints of time, existed at a level beyond comprehension. They were the living definitions of the term Immortal Emperor. The possession continued. The two bridges of blood transferred Haoshan's material energy, merging it with Jiang Xuan's flesh. Simultaneously, his soul and memories flooded Jiang Xuan's sea of consciousness. If this weren't a malicious takeover, it would have looked like a master passing on his life's work to a disciple. Inside Jiang Xuan's sea of consciousness, his spirit form was becoming bloated under the pressure of the influx. He felt a sense of spiritual detachment, and the most essential part of his being, his misty life soul, was pushed to the surface. Along with it came strange, ancient memory fragments. Jiang Xuan felt a sense of vertigo. Once again, he seemed to become that phoenix within the great parasol tree that supported the heavens and the earth. He saw the arrival of the great catastrophe. Within the river of time, countless figures struck against the barriers, desperate to break free from the shackles of fate and bring disaster to the living world. That towering figure sat alone in the center of the river, holding back the swarming shadows. Once more, he became the sun. Eons passed in a single thought. He stepped into the river of time, walking backward, searching for the anchor points left by the giant. He continued upstream, crossing a strange barrier and entering the chaos where those shadows resided. He saw the Great Pyramid once more. At the very top, the throne remained. The figure in the bridal crown and robes remained cold and distant. Buzz. Inside his sea of consciousness, Jiang Xuan's grain-sized life soul flickered with a faint light, like a single star in the dead of night, or a firefly in a vast field. It was tiny, but it endured. At that moment, in a shrine suspended above the boundless Dao ruins, Nangang Minjiao opened her eyes. Golden divine flames swirled within them. Her gaze, though increasingly indifferent, held a trace of warmth and reminiscence. A cold, mocking smile touched her lips. So, this is your fate as well? Ha 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 ha. She let out a strange, haunting laugh. The nearby Wu'an duist kept his eyes closed, pretending to be deaf and blind. He felt a chill in his heart. There were things he simply wasn't meant to see or hear. What a mess this is, he groaned inwardly. After her laughter died down, the coldness in Nangang Minjiao's eyes softened like melting snow. The mockery vanished, replaced by deep worry and sorrow. Golden light flared, and the crisp cry of a phoenix echoed from within her. The flames of nirvana began to burn. Within her sea of consciousness, her already modeled spirit actively peeled away, exposing her life soul. It burst forth with blinding brilliance, shining like a full moon in the heavens or a sun illuminating the earth. Buzz. Jiang Xuan's flickering life soul was suddenly replenished, like a candle receiving fresh oil. It grew bright and steady, no longer wavering on the brink of extinction. In that instant, his sea of consciousness fell into a strange state of stasis. Haoshan's memories were halted, unable to be forced any further. Sensing the change, Haoshan expressed slight surprise. As expected of the body I chose. It is truly remarkable. Not only is your life soul unique, but you have a powerful benefactor supplementing you from afar. It seems you have an unusual past. But this is far from enough. Haoshan sneered. Your soul may have found temporary peace, but as for your body, how will you stop me? The blood bridges remained fixed to their shoulders. The two severed necks served as the conduits for a sinister technique, pouring Haoshan's physical essence into Jiang Xuan with ease. One had to wonder what kind of power was capable of severing Haoshan's heads, or if he had done it to himself on purpose. Meanwhile, in a forbidden life zone within the Suantian realm, Jiang Haoshan was locked in a confrontation with the ancient demon Cho. Suddenly, an intense wave of unease washed over him. His bloodline, tempered by the Suanhuang flame and reaching back toward his ancestors, began to boil chaotically. It was a message, a cry for help. Oh, Chu noticed the change and smiled. A disturbance at such a critical moment? Perhaps now you will believe me. The myriad worlds were meant to end. This is the rotation of civilizations, the rule of order, and the inevitability of destiny. Jiang Xuan ignored the taunt, his voice cold. You can link even a minor disturbance to destiny? You missed your calling as a fortune teller. Chu's eyes flashed with demonic light. You are a genius of the ages, he admitted. Few among the humans can stand beside you. Even my own father, the Yellow Emperor, falls short. To become a Dao Lord in less than 1,000 years is unimaginable. If I hadn't appeared to bind your feet, you likely would have reached the king's realm by now. A king? Jiang Xuan scoffed. If I were not bound by my duty to guard this world, I could slay a king with a single sword. Chu's pupils contracted. At their level, there was no need for hyperbole. If Jiang Xuan said he could kill a king in one strike, he meant it. Chu had been entangled with him for so long, yet he had never glimpsed the man's true strength. A sinking feeling took hold of him. Have you been playing me this whole time? Jiang Xuan suppressed the turmoil in his blood, his expression returning to a calm stillness. I did not intend to deceive you. You represent the will of order, the successor of the fire of civilization, and the incarnation of the end. The longer I held you here, the more time the human race had to recover. I could have killed you at any moment, but our revival takes time. However, through the connection in his blood, he had found the source of his dread. His son was in danger. Jiang Xuan looked directly into Chu's deep, dark eyes and smiled coldly. I am tired of acting. The words echoed through the dimensional space. Scree. An indescribable, piercing sword intent manifested from thin air, driven by Jiang Xuan's will. It was swift and sharp, flashing across Chu's eyes. A fine line appeared, bisecting the demon's pupils. Chaotic, evil energy began to leak out uncontrollably. Chu's life force began to vanish rapidly, overtaken by the shadow of death. Chu was stunned, panicked, and utterly bewildered. He had fought this man 10,000 times. Though he had occasionally been pushed back, he felt he had always held the initiative. He believed he was winning, that the end was inevitable. He never imagined that his opponent had never intended to stop the end itself. Jiang Xuan knew the end could not be stopped. He had simply used Chu to delay it, buying every second he could for his people. In the end, Chu was the fool. Ha 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 ha. In his final moments, the ancient demon laughed, a sound filled with failure and bitter realization. Chapter 750. A sword to sever immortality. In the past, he had fallen at his father's hands, unable to change the fanatical ambitions of the Flame and Yellow Emperors. Yet he refused to believe he was wrong. The turnover of civilizations and the cycle of order dictated that the myriad worlds must end. It was the inevitability of fate. He chose to act, determined to show them exactly how catastrophic their error truly was. His demonic form, severed and buried by his own father, became the weapon to accelerate that end. It was the force he used to drive the myriad races, to strike back, and slaughter humanity. Throughout the long eons, he witnessed the zenith of human prosperity. He saw the human immortal court rise from nothing to stand at the peak of the heavens. He watched the Flame and Yellow Emperors engage in their mad struggle to change fate, extending the life of the human race and leading them to an unprecedented pinnacle. They allowed a facade of prosperity to endure for an entire era. But as the successor of the civilization's fire, he knew the truth. This was a hollow glory. Before the supremacy of time, order, and destiny, it was merely a reflection in the water, a self-induced dream from which the dreamer must eventually wake. The truth bore him out. In a mere million years, the human immortal court collapsed. The myriad races, oppressed for so long, bared teeth sharpened over millennia. They tore into the necks of the humans who had grown soft in their abundance, drinking deeply of their sweet blood. The attempt to change fate by the two emperors lasted only an era, before becoming the foundation for the rise of other races. Humanity declined rapidly. This was the price of defying fate, and the punishment of order. In his own era, humans were prosperous enough, already reaching the limit of what the world could sustain. Their future could have been beautiful. Had the emperors accepted his counsel and followed the natural laws of transition, they could have preserved their foundation and ascended to the Great Dao world. Why did they allow things to reach this state? In ancient times, the Heavenly Dao of Order was enraged, driving out the peak powers and allowing the myriad worlds to linger for 10 million years. This was the result of the emperor's labor. But what was the point? In those 10 million years, what did humanity experience? What did they become? The results were plain to see. Today, the humans of the heavens can barely produce a few masters of the Saint Realm. They have no way to block the invading forces of the myriad races. They are forced to rely on that old wretch, the Flame Emperor, dragging his reincarnated, broken body to sit in the chaotic dimensions between worlds to bar the way. Why suffer so much? If they had listened to him, it would never have come to this. Time. It is always about time. Chu laughed, mocking Jiang Xuan's absurdity. If those two old fools hadn't tried to refine a pill of destiny for humanity, would you really be here, desperately trying to buy a pathetic 10 years? You succeeded in deceiving me, delaying the end by a decade. But so what? His bisected eyes stared at Jiang Xuan with a manic intensity. What use is 10 years? Do you expect a powerhouse greater than those two old men to emerge in such a short time? There is no such person. Chu sneered at Jiang Xuan. The greatest talent in your race today is your son, Jiang Xuan, and he is merely a saint. He has a vast, impossible road ahead to reach immortality. How can he save the human race? How will he stop the accumulated fire of civilization? How will he withstand the wrath of order and the upheaval of fate? You are naive, truly naive. Chu laughed a lonely, desolate laugh. As he did, the demonic energy leaking from his eyes fell like tears of blood. It was a cry of venting rage and resentment. You, the Flame Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, by what right do you represent all of humanity to make such a suicidal choice? By what right? Boom. The eyes shattered. Demonic energy scattered into the void, fading into nothingness. Chu, son of the Yellow Emperor and a genius once hailed as a talent seen once in 100 generations, was gone. He had been the youth given the greatest hope to become a supreme sovereign. Whether out of stubbornness or a desire to provide a safety net for his people, he had fought the emperors for hundreds of thousands of years. He had served as the successor of the flame for 10 million years with a broken body. In his final 10 years, he had gambled against Jiang Xuan, only to perish just as the Great Era and the Great End began. In the dimensional chaos above the myriad worlds, a higher plane connects to the Great Dao world. This place houses the River of Fate, which contains the source of life and the destinies of all living beings. It is a place of higher dimensions, a filter designed by the rules of order and the selection of fate. The Earth Emperor sat there, a silent deterrent to the forces of the myriad races. He felt Chi pass away. He turned his gaze back toward the heavens, his eyes piercing through the chaotic dimensions to the forbidden life zone. He watched Chi vanish. A look of genuine sorrow appeared on his weathered face. His deep wrinkles shifted as he sat in heavy, silent grief. Before Jiang Xuan, before the human Emperor Yu, and during his time as the Flame Emperor, the youth he favored most was Chu. Even Chi's father, the Yellow Emperor, paled in comparison. The boy truly deserved the titles of Supreme Genius and Young Sovereign. At one point, he had intended to pass the mantle of human emperor to Chu. But fate is a cruel master. Chi's philosophy was fundamentally different from his own. They were forced to part ways, leading to the tragedies that followed. By what right did I make the decision for all of humanity? The Earth Emperor shook his head and whispered to himself with a helpless smile. On that day, I was the human emperor. If I did not decide for my people, was I supposed to wait for a ridiculous consensus? Most of the world is ignorant, living only for the moment. Should I have left the future of the race to them? He let out a long, weary sigh. Child, you were even more of an idealist than I am. In the Great Dao world, within the River of Fate, where the tombs of the Great Ones drift, a single grave began to shake violently. Immortal energy surged, radiating a profound sorrow. An ancient voice echoed through the graveyard of emperors. My son, Chu, you have gone ahead. Your father will follow shortly. Back in the forbidden life zone, Jiang Xuan reflected on Chi's accusations. He smiled, though the expression was complex and full of sighs. In this world, is there ever an absolute right or wrong? One simply follows their heart, searching for a single possibility on the path they believe to be true. Right and wrong are meaningless, Jiang Xuan murmured. Survival is the only answer. If not for today's crisis, I would have been happy to debate you further to find a better way. But my son is in danger. As a father, I have already failed in my duty to raise and teach him. I cannot stand by and watch today. If his mother finds out, she will banish me from the bed for a month. He chuckled softly. He activated the ancient, powerful bloodline within him, establishing a connection with Jiang Xuan across time and space. After being tempered by the Suan Huang flame, Jiang Xuan's blood had evolved into ancestral blood. Jiang Xuan had achieved the same. What is ancestral blood? It is to be the source of oneself, to be the ancestor from whom the bloodline flows forever. The first ancestor, Swiren, had a grand goal for every human to be an ancestor and a dragon. Ancestral blood granted every human the terrifying potential to reach the level of a Dao Lord. Because Jiang Xuan was Jiang Xuan's father, their bloodlines shared the same essence despite having their own unique characteristics. Buzz. The ancestral blood in Jiang Xuan's body erupted, shining with dark gold light. A cold, sharp sword intent was hidden within it. It carried the breath of immortality, but more than that, it carried a sharpness that could cut through anything. Jiang Xuan, the longevity sword god. In the Suantian realm, his legend and his supreme title still commanded awe. He had suppressed an entire era with a single blade. This generation of geniuses, having lived under the shadow of the great demon Jiang Xuan, might have forgotten the supreme status of the sword god. But in the hearts of the older generation, his name was an eternal nightmare. In those days, everyone knew why he was called the longevity sword god. It was because his sword always did one thing. It severed the immortality of others. Connecting his ancestral blood to his son, Jiang Xuan formed a strange bloodline corridor. His eyes turned sharp as his will manifested as a blade. Through that corridor, he struck with a single blow a sword to sever immortality. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.